Good morning, Labor Dayers. What's up?
Yo. How are you doing?
Popping. Good. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. How was that barbecue? What's up? What's up with your barbecue?
That shit was banging, bro. Shit was banging. My mom brought over strawberry shortcake. I might have had too much.
Too much.
Oh yeah, bro. Too much. Tell a cow and a pig if they got beef and going ham.
You're like dangerous around a buffet.
Yeah. Ponderosa. Don't put me in a Ponderosa, bro. I'll fuck a whole Ponderosa up.
I haven't even seen one of them in a while, man. I bet you would, though.
They got one. Where did I see one a few years ago? I know. They're very rare. Very rare. It's like they're going extinct. I know. I'm mad skinny, but it's not like I'm fat and I'll fucking buffet up. Like, I'm mad skinny, but I'm just always mad hungry because I usually get the munchies and I move like a squirrel does.
Nice. Well, you don't need to be fat to put a lot of food away, right? I mean, yeah.
No, you know. Yeah, you got some crazy echo thing going on or something, Sax.
Oh, I do? Shit.
You sound like Judgment Day is fucking inevitable or some shit.
Repent now. No.
What is it? Open your mic up real quick. Is your mic open? Check.
It's open, but also Jazz Conda's mic's open too, but I don't see any echo going off of his.
No, I'm on push to talk, so it shouldn't be me.
What?
Yeah, just say his name, huh, Sax?
He's here. Is he conscious?
Yeah, I'm conscious now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. We go back to sleep now.
Go back to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
I know.
Go to sleep, little Jazza. That's the song I sing my kid at bedtime, except without the jazz. I also don't know any more words than that song. Those are all the words I know.
Do you two fellas go on 24/7 Discord much?
24/7.
What's that?
This is the only place I really fuck with right here. I do stay in 24/7 and gems out of out of grandfatherly respect.
Oh,
But other than that, I left all that other goofy shit behind.
fair enough.
The grandfathered in my list. I don't know why. Gems can be useful. I actually had to go into gems other than those maniac fucks.
Gems
You
is
know why I
alright.
had to go into gems, Jezza?
What's that?
I couldn't think of what level was to a Glober. And you know what else? They couldn't either. They had to fucking Google it. No one knew what level was. They gave me all kinds of wrong answers. It was crazy. Tell me what level is, Jazza.
The distance to the center of the Earth.
The distance to the center of the Earth is level. So 3,959 miles is level. Just all kinds of wrong.
Well, it's
What's up?
it's kind of crazy that you think that you even think that you should be able to take a measuring tape to do that.
I don't. I'm just saying that's what level is. That's neat. I thought that was called a radius, but all right.
That's what makes in zero gravity, and you don't even have to be on the space station. You can do it
So,
in an airplane. You can make
so
water
somebody
form a sphere.
if somebody says, "Yo, make that shit level," you make it 3,959 miles long. That way you know it's level.
No, that's not exactly how it works, but and I'm not going to explain it to you. You should have learnt that at school, but
What's it mean? What's level?
perpendicular to the center of the Earth.
Perpendicular to the center of the Earth. Perpendicular is a straight line, right?
Yeah, and that's why do you reckon that every single point on the surface of a bowling ball, except the finger holes, obviously, is every single point, every single individual little point on the surface of a bowling ball, flat or curved?
Just so we're clear, though, level is a straight line, perpendicular.
Perpendicular to the center
Yeah,
of the Earth.
So
and that is a straight
39.59.
line.
Just like every point of a bowling ball is perpendicular to the center of it, that's why it can sit and not move on your level countertop, because the center of it is perpendicular to the center of the Earth also. That's why it doesn't roll.
I also think level is a straight line.
Yeah, to the center of the Earth.
Oh, you think level is a straight line to the center of the Earth?
We
This is
can
getting
argue
weird,
about this.
Jezza.
We can argue about this all day, Jeremy. We really can.
Argue about what? I don't even know what you're saying at this point.
Exactly. Flat Earth. What the fuck are we arguing about?
But isn't
Nothing.
a line in the center of the Earth,
Doesn't
wouldn't that
exist.
be? Wouldn't you get that through plumb though?
Yeah,
So you're saying
plumb.
so level is down. There's a straight line going down to the center of the Earth. That's level.
Perpendicular. The level is perpendicular to the center of the Earth. It's not science and rockets.
That's a radius. It'd be a
No.
plumb line on your model.
Have you ever seen a mountain bike tire? A mountain bike hub, sorry, with the spokes.
This might go somewhere.
Can you make it? Can you make a tangent from each one of the spokes?
Yeah, so you think level is a perpendicular as a line that's a straight line that's perpendicular from plumb. I also think that.
I'm not going to try and explain it to you. I don't have teaching techniques classes under my belt.
It's fine. I
and-
mean, I'm glad we're on the same page.
And you should have really learnt this at school, but it's not up to me to teach you.
Levels perpendicular from plumb. A perpendicular straight line from plumb. I got you, bro. We're on the same page here, Jez. I'm glad we agree on something for once.
That's not what I said, and I'm not going to correct you because we'll just go round and round and round. So is the Earth still flat, apparently? Allegedly,
level's
like
a
you guys
straight
like to
line.
say?
If
He
levels
goes,
a
it's
straight line, yeah.
He goes, it's parallel to the center of the earth. Nice.
Perpendicular. Yuck. Euler.
Yeah, I know all about it.
Yeah, I bet you do, big dog. I don't want to hear about it. Anyway, what else? What other proof have you got that the Earth's flat? Because you've had nothing for so many years. I keep wanting to evidence to go, fuck, you guys are right.
We actually have proof of breathing Earth. Because you know what you guys want to do a lot is draw straight lines to objects out in the distance. We started doing that and we proved breathing Earth.
Breathing Earth. So you're talking about, are you bringing in parallax into this so that it does actually, shit does move over time? Is that
No,
what you're
we
talking
have
about?
stationary. No, I'm talking about we have stationary objects that just move from time to time. So the Earth must be moving. All kinds of crazy. It's like raising an elevation and lowering an elevation. Just static objects that shouldn't really be doing that. So it has to be like the Earth. The Earth's breathing or something.
So are you talking about hypothetically, like if you're observing Mars over 2 years and it goes retrograde, is that like the Earth exhaling because the straight line doesn't go out to it like it does
No,
for
never.
everything else?
No, never so much. From objects on Earth, we have that are static, that are in fixed positions that don't move. However, when we observe them and we draw straight lines to them from a distance, we can see them move. Breathing Earth.
Okay, let me get this. Let me get this straight. So you're talking about stationary objects on Earth.
Yep.
Projecting a line into space.
We make straight lines. We'll be at another spot on Earth viewing these objects, and then we make a straight line to those objects. And we don't move, and the object doesn't move. However, well, it shouldn't move, but it appears to move, so it must be moving, right? Because we're drawing straight lines and stuff.
In the sky. Are you talking about
Sorry, what?
You're saying a permanent object on the Earth.
Yeah, buildings and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Which obviously don't move. You'd be worried if they did.
Sure.
Concerned for people's safety.
Well,
And
we actually, they must be moving because we're drawing straight lines to them. So Earth must be like doing this breathing thing. I heard Earth got the iron lung. That's where Method Man got his whole shit from.
But see, that's interesting you say that because I just want to clear this up. We're talking about buildings on Earth that don't move, and you're projecting a straight line into the sky and referencing a star or some such thing, I'm guessing. Is that right?
Oh, why do you keep bringing up stars and planets and shit?
Because I'm trying to understand what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, I'm standing on Earth. I make a straight line to let's say an oil rig. Let's say there's an oil rig out there that's planted in the ground, cemented, fixed, it doesn't move.
Oh, okay.
I draw a straight line to that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, of course, nothing's going to change until if it's a floating platform, it runs out of oil and it moves somewhere else. Then you're fucked.
The oil rig is affixed to the ground. It doesn't move. They don't float away. I don't know what. Maybe
No,
some
no, no.
oil rigs do. This one doesn't.
Okay, there's many different types of oil rigs.
Okay, I'm talking about the type that is fixed into the ground. It's a permanent structure.
Have you researched in to see if it is that type of oil rig?
Yeah, we looked into it for sure. That was like the first thing we did.
Because I think off the coast of California it gets pretty deep pretty quickly off Catalina Island.
The rigs don't move. Well, they do move because Earth is breathing, but they're not. They're like fixed into the ground, so they're not moving separate from the ground.
No, but there's like 5 or 6 different types of oil rigs, and I don't know which one's out there. I'll have to have a look into it. What's the name of that oil rig in the Black Swan? Habitat 19 or something?
Yeah, Chaz, the buildings are doing this. All kinds of stuff's doing this.
Well, no, I don't think so, because there's not recognizable, measurable earthquakes every day that disrupt.
Yeah. I mean, do you know who George Hanachuk was or Jesse Gordon?
I've heard of Jesse Gordman.
Yeah. They've actually, well, we'll go with it. They've actually taken precise theodolite measurements of breathing Earth. Oh.
To me, that sounds very politely fucking insane. Whether
It
that
does,
was
doesn't it?
whether that was just those measurements were just interpreted from a Richter scale, that would make sense.
There's no earthquakes, Jazza.
Oh
This isn't
shit!
an earthquake thing.
I guarantee you that's got something to do with it. It'll have something to do with the Richter scale, and he's gone, oh no, that's the Earth breathing. I'm gonna fucking.
Jeremy's being a little cryptic, right?
I guarantee this has nothing to do with fucking earthquakes, Jazza.
Okay, I'll
It's
take
not
your word.
stars. It's not stars or planets. It's not earthquakes. It's breathing Earth.
It appears that the Earth is breathing, but it's not actually breathing. But it does appear to be that way because of the horizon and all the buildings and everything on the crust is moving up and down as the day progresses. This has been time lapsed. You can see this. It's not just the rigs. It's buildings. It's everything. It's the horizon itself.
But all the globers want to draw straight lines to things and objects. So we started doing that, and we found out that the Earth must be moving up and down.
That's a good excuse to make your story fit. I've got to give it to you. Like that is
story?
Thinking out the gate. That it really is.
I don't know. I'm just going off what you guys been doing. You guys have been drawing straight lines to shit and telling us, look where this thing is. Earth must be a globe. So we started doing that, and we were like, oh shit. If it is a globe, it must be a breathing globe because static objects are like moving up and down and shit. It's crazy.
Exactly what I just said. You're adapting shit to fit your own narrative, your own story, and it is very inventive. I commend it. It's great.
My story did not involve breathing Earth. That's the story I put together with the information you guys gave.
Yeah, exactly. And because the information that was there in reality didn't fit what you had, well, not you personally, but because of refraction and shit, and you can see further and see longer, and you can see further some days, and you can't see further some days, you guys have collectively, one of you has gone, that must be because the Earth's breathing, like moving up and down, and that's why we can see further, and then the next day we can't. It's like it's breathing. And then you've adapted, you've heard that, and you've gone, fuck that, that sounds, yeah, that's what's happened.
Nobody thinks the Earth is breathing, bro. I don't think any flat earther does that I know of.
That's literally what I just heard.
Lion. There's nothing else you can do, bro. The Globers have been telling us to draw straight lines and stuff, and then that's where we see it in the distance. So that's where it is, and it shows us that Earth's a globe. I started doing that, bro. Shit's moving up and down crazy. Like, I don't know what else could it be?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You desperately want the Earth to be flat, and you come up with that, and other flat earthers have gone, you know what? That fucking makes sense.
That's not what's happening.
And then you've heard them say that, and you've gone, okay, I must be onto something. I must be right. Someone agrees with me.
100%, Jazza. You got
Jazza,
it.
you got it twisted, Jazza. There's so many problems with big oil and big pharma and corrupt politicians and so many things, so many problems that we have on our hands. This would just be one more huge problem for us to deal with. So I actually hope that it's not flat, because that's one less thing on my plate to have to deal with.
Well, Jeremy, I don't know how old you are. I'm late 30s. I haven't had a fucking hard time in life from any government. Obviously, you got to pay your taxes and shit. That's how you pay for medical and schools, education, and build new hospitals and shit. I've got no problem with that. No government's tried to shaft me yet.
Because you're one of them, dude. Listen to yourself. No, I'm messing with you.
No, I get what you mean.
I'm just messing with you, bro.
No, I get what you guys mean. I really do. But on the other hand, I understand that, like all you guys say about taxes and shit, and you should be able to have a free community where everything's free and, you know, all that sort of shit. But that's never ever going to work in a human society. It's never has.
What the fuck is happening now?
What I'm saying is,
wait.
Dude.
We went from physics to economy or economics. Is that what you're talking about?
And
yeah,
then
vaguely, but this is
Texas commune. Okay,
this is the trouble with this fucking subject.
I see where this is going.
But who says everything free? What are you talking about, dude? Everything free in Texas?
No. We were talking about the fucking flat earth and that it's obviously not flat. That's clear as mud, as the old fashioned goes. But I don't know how we got onto it. You said something about, oh fuck, I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen. Jesus Christ.
I think it all started with parallax.
No parallax.
Oh yeah, that'll make
this
sense.
This started with the Globers.
Because the Globers...
Hold on,
sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
This all started when the Globers wanted to draw straight lines to objects in the distance.
It did.
That's how this started.
That is how it started. Yeah. And then I said about refraction, and that things can go up and things can go down, and then you pick what one you want.
You can just pick whatever you want.
No, I said you guys do, because not we. I don't think Globers are a community. We're just, in reality, we understand that it can happen either way.
No, negative. The Globers pick the one they want. They see it in the spot they want it to be in, and they're like, "Look, it's a globe. This matches our prediction perfectly for what we should see."
No.
And then whenever it's not in that spot, they just say it's refraction, and it's not in its actual position.
No, Jeremy, you should really rethink what you just said, because that's exactly what you guys do by saying the black swan, by pulling up the black swan all the time. You pick the one thing you want, and then when it doesn't happen, which is 90% of the time, you don't worry about that. So check yourself. I'm going for a smoke. I'll be back in a minute.
I mean, this is a productive conversation once again with Jezza. Plumb line, levels from to the center of Earth.
I'm just going for
I
a
mean,
quick
that is
smoke,
what they
Jeremy.
do.
Why
Go
don't you
ahead.
talk about why don't you talk about what I just said about the black swan?
I'm gonna talk trash about you the whole time. I was just starting from the beginning. Go ahead, Jezza.
Yeah, I know, but at least bring up the black swan. Be true and honest.
No doubt.
All right, catch you to it.
Then we're on to all right. Then we're on to we're on a Glober's drawing straight lines, the things in the distance, which we know you can't do that because unless Earth actually is breathing, there's no way that would work. You must not be making straight lines. It must be curving lines, and if they're curving lines, that means they're not straight lines. You don't know where nothing's at in the distance. Dude, we get one actual position. That's all we need is an actual position in the distance, and we'll be good. None of this apparent optical looking through an auto level for 11 miles nonsense. We know Earth's not breathing. According to your guys' logic, though, it would be. The lion came in the middle. Sorry, lion. You had to hear that.
No, I knew you were being cryptic. Like you were being like you were acting like you
Well, I'm
believed
just saying
the earth was actually breathing, but you don't actually believe that. I wanted to make that
yeah,
clear to him.
Yeah, well, according to these guys, though, it would have to be because they're drawing straight lines and stuff in the distance.
But Jazz did correct himself. At first he said that level was perpendicular to the center of the earth. And then Snacks corrected him, and then he was like, "Well, no, not perpendicular to the earth necessarily, but that perpendicular to plumb. Plumb
Yeah, but
would be to the center of the earth.
I think levels perpendicular from plumb.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're on the same page with level, which that's a big relief. Although if you're on the same page as Jazz, I would start getting nervous.
Nah, but the thing is with that, with rise over run and all that, in the trigonometry, it works on both models to an extent, right? As long as you keep because you can be level. Like they've showed this, they've mocked us with they'll put a level on a basketball and it'll be level. Well, if you scale that up, it'll be the same thing, bro. You'll be level for so long, right? And once you get past a certain amount of distance, let's say a couple miles, you're not gonna be level anymore. It's gonna start deviating from plumb line to the center of the earth because of the curvature, right? But we don't see that in real life.
You're talking about a basketball or Earth?
Well, yeah, like they'll mock us and they'll put a level, right? Or they'll put a spirit level on a basketball and it'll be level, even though it's on a basketball, right? It's kind of funny,
Right.
but if you scale that up, right, 1,000 times, it's the same thing still applies. You put a level and it's level. The Earth is leveled, even on their model. But on their model, it can only work for so long before rise over run starts deviating from perpendicular. You understand? I know you understand.
Yeah, rise over run doesn't work on a basketball. Yeah. Rise over run doesn't work if level curves. Otherwise, you have your elevation. The elevation wouldn't work.
Yeah, it won't be a 45-degree angle anymore. It'll start, it'll start expanding. It won't be a right angle. It'll be an obtuse angle.
Everyone got the day off today. You guys chilling, maxing, relaxing, ain't too taxing.
Yeah, just chilling.
Nice. Nice, nice. I went in for some OT. I'm gonna be here for 12 freaking hours today. It's good money though. $30 an hour today, give or take.
Nice.
Not bad. Not bad.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
What's up?
Hey.
Good, good. How we doing?
I was listening to you guys talk right now, and so of course it would translate to like the globe that straight isn't straight anymore, right? I always thought it was a pretty solid definition, right? Straight means it continues in the same direction, in the same height, orientation, the whole way, right? But I mean, like, it's 2023, right? Where like they're doing all kinds of crazy things with people, and like straight isn't straight anymore. Dude, I can't not believe there's a debate out there that if if you hook up with a tranny, does that make you gay? Yeah, it does. Like straight is
No.
it's straight is straight and crooked is crooked.
It totally does. It totally does. If you get a basketball, you know how basketball has the black line, like the equator of the black line, and you put that straight on your eye. Is that line straight or curved?
Does it go in the same direction?
It's not a straight line if it's curving.
No, it's going in the same direction.
So you're talking about two-dimensional or three-dimensional? Because three-dimensional, it's not a straight line. Two-dimensional, it can look like a straight line.
No, we're talking about three-dimensional, but it can be a straight line.
You can't have a straight line that's curved and three-dimensional, dude.
So are you saying...
you fucked up, Jazzy. You had to keep it in 2D, bro.
So are you saying in 3 dimensions, that straight line looks curved?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, then you're fucked in the head.
No, because if you look at it from the side, because it's 3 dimensions and you can do that with 3 dimensions, is it going straight across? No, it's fucking curving, dude. Really?
And that's why we have a thing called a great circle track on the Earth. That's what airplanes fly. Airliners fly. That's why they go from Sydney over Antarctica to Santiago, Chile. That's flying a straight fucking line. The straightest line it can on a curved surface. That's what a great circle
you're
track
applying a curved surface to it, because when I see something flying in a straight line, I'm assuming it's in a straight line over something that's even, level, it's going straight. You're assuming that it's curving around a ball.
Okay, I'm not assuming that. So why in the fucking world, as you go north of, if you're in the southern hemisphere and then go north and you're following a great circle track, your heading actually changes. You don't go east, direct east. South of east, you go slightly west, and then north of the equator, you go slightly west. The heading changes because that's the straightest line on a curved surface. And you can actually do this on a basketball.
3D. Yeah, Jazz, in 3D, the line on the basketball, the equator, so to speak, in 3D space, it is absolutely curving.
You can actually do this on a basketball, Jeremy. If you get from the very bottom of the basketball and go to the very top right, like the equator of it.
Oh,
get a piece of string, and take it in the straightest line you can make it, which will be difficult. And then if you put a slight S in it, you'll actually use a little bit less string.
I don't know. In Jazz, in 3D space, the line around a basketball, one of the black lines around a basketball, that absolutely 100% is not straight. It's curving. You understand?
Yeah.
All right.
Because
cool.
that would take longer. That's why there's a great circle track. And that's why if the Earth's flat, there would be no need to do that.
But circles aren't straight, dude. You're talking about a circle track, but that circles aren't straight.
Circles are straight, Jazzy. You got this.
To be fair, though, you got to understand that if you take the scale into consideration, you can have segments of straight lines. Like anybody can do this right now, right? You can relatively have a straight line on a circle, but you'd have to. We're talking about huge scales here,
and many straight lines.
Whoa! Where is a straight line on a circle? Hold on, Lion. What are you talking about?
So let's just entertain their model for a second, right? You're gonna have a straight line for almost a mile, dude, before you start seeing any deviation, right? So let's say that the Earth
negative Ghost Rider.
Let's just
you
pretend
can't have a straight line; it has to drop 8 inches.
Yeah. So by the time you get half a mile in, you're gonna start noticing maybe a 3-inch drop, right?
Yeah, it's curving.
Yeah,
not straight.
But if you don't test for more than half a mile or a mile, you're not going to really see much deviation, and for the most part, you're going to have a straight line. I mean, unless you're taking a couple inches into consideration, you're not really going to notice a big drop.
Yeah, no, you're right. Because like what Jazz, what he was saying is that if you look at it from one point of view, yeah, it looks straight. But when you look at it in a 3-dimensional space from the side now, that line that you thought was going straight out away from you, when you see it from the side, is actually curving down. So straight lines don't curve. You can make it by your where you're standing, your perspective. It can look like it's straight, but when something looks like it and when something is, completely different, man.
Uber, it's the exact same thing as the wattage level argument. It's pretty much the exact same thing.
It is, but Jazza, there is no drop in curvature. We have not witnessed that at all. Like that doesn't exist for miles and miles.
No, it does definitely exist, because unless the stars and the sun and the moon are what's the black swan, 10 miles. Unless the sun and the moon and the stars are that far away, the same distance, 10 miles in the black swan, then they wouldn't go below the horizon. They don't shrink and disappear. They literally go below the horizon.
Jazz, if Earth was a sphere, rise over run, you know the construction method that we use to build everything on Earth with? If Earth was a sphere, rise over run would not work.
Rise over run, remind me what that is.
Rise over run.
I have heard that too.
You don't know what rise over run?
I'm not a builder.
Yeah, it's when you're at a certain elevation, and then you make a horizontal line, and wherever that line lands, you're at the same elevation. That's rise over run.
That would have to be for a very, very short distance.
It wouldn't work for 1 inch on a sphere. You would always be wrong.
No, definitely would. It wouldn't work for fucking miles and miles, that's for sure.
Hey,
It wouldn't
Jazz.
work for an inch, a foot, 100 feet. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask him. So these curved lines, they only identify as straight, right? Because they're not
Yeah.
actually straight.
A straight line is a straight line. It
Not
doesn't
in your
matter.
world.
No. If you're looking at the top perpendicular down on a pyramid, that's a straight line.
So if you're looking two-dimensionally.
No. We live in a 3D world, and if you're in a helicopter and you're looking straight down on the top of a pyramid, looking straight down one of the 90-degree angles, that's a straight line.
Yeah, at an angle. Not a curve,
No.
an angle.
No. It's a straight line. It doesn't matter if it's curved or an angle. It's a straight line.
Dude, no, curves and angles are way different, bro.
No.
You can have
No.
straight lines and have angles. You can't have straight lines and have curves.
No. You can have curves and angles because you can make a tangent to a curve, which gives you the angles. So it's the exact same thing. If you're looking at that, it's a straight fucking line. It doesn't matter whether it's a basketball pyramid or a triangle or a pyramid. It's a straight fucking line.
Does your head ever hurt after all these mental gymnastics?
It
must get
hurts from
sore.
the craziness, but
How you doing, by the way? It's been a long time, dude.
Yeah, man, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, man. Glad to see you're still around, though, dude. Even if you're still arguing from the wrong side.
Well, wrong side, right side, upside, downside. Who fucking knows at this point?
Not the mainstream people out there. Because hell, half of you guys in here don't even agree with them. I think that's kind of interesting. How many of you guys, if we bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson now, like lose your shit?
I don't lose my shit with Neil. I think, no, I don't even want to say. I won't even say. I'll let you guys have Neil in your corner.
I just think it's funny because, like, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, like everybody quoting him. What's his name? The white haired
Einstein?
Asian dude? No, not Einstein.
Michikaku.
Yeah, that guy. Like anytime he's brought up by us, and he's supposed to be like a normal freaking what is he? I don't want to call him like an
Asian.
Is he an actual scientist? Right?
Yeah, he's an astrophysicist.
Mathematician.
And he was the one going where what is he? Theoretical physicists were out by 120 degrees or some shit.
Yeah. So, like, I just think it's funny now that if we mention either Neil, Bill Nye, oh my god, or like anything that like has been thrown at us, taught to us by these assholes, right? When we bring it up now, like, kind of not really like laughed at, but it's like made fun of for using that, and I don't understand why that goes now. Why those are no longer valid people. For you guys to feel that represent what you believe our realm is.
Well, no, it's not that I don't.
My bad, dude. I don't mean like you specifically personally. I mean as like a whole with just an overall consensus of people that believe that we're still on a spinning space rock.
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that, because I don't mean you specifically in saying that what these guys have stated. It sounds like it's a bit of good old-fashioned cherry picking, to be fair. And in saying that, like the main one was Neil deGrasse Tyson with the old fucking Baumgartner jumping from the Red Bull hot air balloon at 120,000 feet. And I've only ever seen what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, what you guys have presented, which is cherry picked, because it's only him saying you can't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. And I can honestly say, and fucking cherry pick the shit out of me, you can see it from fucking 20,000 feet. If you have an open, not an open cockpit, but a clear, not like an airliner, you got fucking window pillars and shit going in front of you everywhere. But you can see it. If you're out over the sea, you can fucking see the curvature of the Earth. It's fucking right there in front of you.
Okay, so what about when he makes it? Because like, okay, when I pull up a picture of Earth that's given by NASA, right? So official, and I can drop a perfectly round quarter on the Earth, and it matches like exactly right. And then dude comes out and says that we really live on a pear or an oblate spheroid. Like, why isn't that shown in the? Somebody's wrong.
No, that's dude. That's what do they call it? An fuck. I'm not good with English, even though I speak it. That's literally saying that the southern hemisphere is fuck. I can't even think of the way to put it. There's greater mass.
Okay, but it went from even being close to anything round to now an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is that there's literally 12 miles difference of what's been measured, and you can't see that. The Earth looks like a sphere. Like, you couldn't tell that a
12 miles.
marble...
So you're trying to tell me that 12 miles over 24,000 miles, and you would see that? Dude, the equivalent of that would be so minuscule if you were to be even drawing something on a piece of paper of
exactly,
the deviation of that.
Exactly, dude. And this is what I'm saying, that you guys are
So then, dude,
picking.
so like but then
How
you
would
can't say that it's an oblate spheroid. Like,
no. But they're just trying to be accurate in saying that it's an oblate spheroid. It's slightly chunkier on the bottom than it is on the top. And by saying that,
but
and
you don't know that though.
And no, but what you're doing, not you, all of your team, or you guys, are saying that because they've said that, you're cherry picking that and going, the Earth should be shaped like a pear, like you said before. No, you're not going to notice that.
Well, according to the tests, right, when you look at like the Arabs or the twilights and the time zones, and you start looking at these things in the surface area, it would have to be a pear, big one.
But you're not going to notice it.
It wouldn't be slightly oblique. It would be severely oblique.
No.
Yes.
No, you've heard the pair thing,
But
now you're
once
cherry
again,
picking
it's
it.
one of those things that you wouldn't notice. It's there, but you wouldn't notice. Like so, the 1,000-mile spin of the Earth is there, but you don't notice it. Like the
Exactly.
curve is there, but you don't notice it.
Exactly.
Hey,
Why
Jeremy's
Dude,
would
still
you?
there?
that's a whole lot of imagination, bro.
It's
Like
well, see, the funniest thing I find is that it's crazy to me because I understand, and I'm not saying anything against you guys, but I understand how it all works, so I understand that I wouldn't expect to feel the rotation. I wouldn't expect to see the curvature at the surface of the Earth. But
Do you believe?
everything else,
Do you believe that the northern and southern hemisphere are symmetrical?
not perfectly
Be,
symmetrical. I
yeah.
live in this.
Aside of the current conversation with the obliqueness, do you believe that it has more surface area or not?
The northern hemisphere does, for fucking sure.
I'm not talking about crust, right? Land mass. I'm just talking about surface area, including water.
Okay, well then, the southern hemisphere has more water.
Because you just said that the north has more. I'm not talking about land.
No,
I'm
no,
talking
no.
about surface area.
Yeah, no, Lion. I was talking about crust. There's more surface area of land in the northern hemisphere. That's why I was just about to say that. That's why there's more of the population there.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. You simultaneously said that it's thicker in the southern hemisphere, right? So there should be more
Yeah.
surface area, even according to what you just said. But yet you tell me that the north has more crust. I'm not. That's why I said I'm not talking about land. I'm talking about surface area,
Okay, so
like per square meter
this
or per
the
square mile,
southern the
kilometer,
s-
whatever.
the southern hemisphere has more water.
So
I don't
is
know where
is
you're going with that.
is the north and southern hemisphere symmetrical? And if not, by how much?
I wouldn't have a fucking clue, but enough to make the Earth roughly a sphere, because that's what happens in reality, in real life. It happens in 0G. You can go and do it with water. Go out to your local aero club in an aeroplane and ask the pilot if you can put squirt a wee bit of water out, and it'll form a sphere.
You said we're gonna war?
A wee bit of water in 0G, and it won't go flying around the aeroplane. It will form a sphere. I don't know how or why that is.
Indian alert.
I think Einstein was onto something.
Ironically, there is some symmetry between the northern and southern hemisphere, even on the flat Earth model, because the sun seems to be calibrating itself as it makes its movement towards the southern tropic, or it keeps its angular momentum or angular speed. It keeps the same angular speed, making it look symmetrical between the northern and southern hemisphere. Even though there's more surface area in the southern hemisphere, so the sun actually has to speed up. This is what's called the sun's eccentricity, and they've explained it away through the elliptical cycles. But if you actually do test this yourself, right, the speed of the shadow does speed up in the southern hemisphere. The amount of
Lion,
distance that the sun covers does increase, keeping the angular momentum intact. Go ahead.
Lion. See, the trouble here is I live in the southern hemisphere. I live at 45 degrees south, and I have pretty harsh winters. We're just coming out of it. Pretty hot summers. And the sun moves at 15 degrees an hour. every day, all day.
Yeah, I'm not in disagreement.
Our days are getting longer, so the sun can't go from the north to the south if the Earth's flat, because that would have to, either mean that it speeds up and slows down, which we know that it doesn't, because it
Yes,
moves
it does. This has been tested since the 1600s. This isn't on public. It's in. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
An hour. It moves at 15 degrees an hour. We know that. So if it's at the same level, it has to be at the same altitude above the Earth, same elevation, if you like, in those terms. And it goes around the whole Earth. The north, summer over there, winter over here. So it's not speeding up and slowing down. We know that.
That's not true.
No.
Even according to your model, the Milankovitch cycles explain away the speed and the acceleration, deceleration of the sun or the Earth. In their model, it would be the Earth.
Okay, I'll give you speed and deceleration, because I'll tell you this. If the sun is what we observe it to do, because it doesn't change angular size, it doesn't go below it doesn't dissipate and disappear, it goes below the horizon, that's an indicator for me that the Earth's spinning. Anywho, we won't go into that. What's happening is the sun, if 24-hour day, so the sun's, we can rule out that it's not speeding up and slowing down. It's not at the same altitude. It's not speeding up and slowing down. Otherwise, it's going to have to be increasing temperature and decreasing temperature halfway around the Earth. So the only other way is if it's at the same temperature, which we know that it is because we've done tests, is that the sun's going to have to be, in my winter, which it is now, it's going to have to be getting further away, which means it's going to have to be changing angular size, and then getting fucking close to you guys in the north in the summer to give you guys a good barbecue in the summer, and then climbing up. But we don't see neither of those two things happening. It does the same shit every day.
Do you know what the perihelion is?
Yep.
You know how on your model the
perihelion.
The Earth seems to
furthest away from the sun. Yeah.
Yeah. So during its orbit around the sun, it can, depending on the cycle, it can be closer or farther away.
It's furthest away. Yeah.
And there's a couple different things regarding this, but depending on the cycle, and right now we seem to be heading towards a cycle where it's the least elliptical in its orbit. So it's actually more circular than it's been for thousands and thousands of years, according to their model. So we're actually coming out of a very elliptical orbit. How do they know that is beyond me, right? Let's just pretend that their model is legit. Right now, the Earth its orbit is getting more circular, and in that, the seasons are actually allegedly supposed to be more average and less extreme. The winters and summers. Go ahead.
And sorry, Leon. Actually, funny you mentioned that, because I was just talking to a person in a local shop here in New Zealand, and I was just saying tonight, literally an hour or two ago, that it's literally like we haven't had a winter. Like normally we get snow, and we've had no snow. We've had fuck all rain. Probably going to have a hot as fuck summer.
I mean, everything's on fire, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. There's all kinds of crazy stuff going on. Even the last winter, people got buried in certain parts of the world. But just, dude, there's fires in Cali, there's fires in Canada, there's fires in Hawaii, there's fire.
Yeah, because there's
deserts in Africa, there's deserts in Arabia and Israel. Not deserts, desertification going on. All kinds of stuff, bro.
Yeah, because it's your summer, and everything's really dry because it's really hot. It's not science and rockets.
I'm just
If
saying
there's a
that
thunderstorm, there's going to be a fire. It's not
things are
science and
supposed to
rockets.
be less extreme, not as hot and not as cold.
No, who the fuck said that?
Because if think about it, if the Earth's on a more elliptical orbit, there's going to be points in that orbit where the Earth is going to be extremely farther away to the sun, right? And then there's going to be other points where it's going to be a lot closer to it. Instead of having an average orbit where you're, relatively the same distance away from the sun on the radius, right? We were just talking about earlier. You're talking about the distance to the center of the Earth. Well, the distance to the center of the sun from the Earth would be relatively consistent throughout its orbit when it's less elliptical.
Yeah, but it's like it's not constant. It doesn't happen every year. So the Earth. This is just my way of thinking of it. I'm not a science and rocketologist, but the atmosphere has to adapt to the radiation. It's not heat, it's radiation that's coming to it, and it's going to go, oh fuck, I haven't got more. So I don't want to say the Coriolis effect, but this is going to cause more storms over here because it's cooling down up here and heating up over there, and that's going to cause more wind. Shit's going to move around, and it takes years to adapt after each cycle. Like, seriously, man.
I'm not saying I believe any of this or that this should be the case. I'm just saying that people make a lot of claims, right? Because at the same time you talk about climate change and you present these charts, right, and use ice cores as evidence to support your climate change hypothesis. And in that data, it shows the Earth's been warming up for 12,000 years exponentially. And then you, at the same time, you'll talk about the sun's eccentricity and say that, well, the climates are supposed to be averaging out and they should actually be more consistent. But we don't see that. Instead, we see more extremes, more floodings, periodic floodings, erratic floodings, desertification. Places that were fertile are now dry and arid. And there's all kinds of, the Earth is changing, but things don't seem to be getting better, in my opinion.
No, I totally understand what you're saying, man. But at the end of the day, like you're just saying about dry and arid land, like there is things every one of us can do to change that. It's not just because it hasn't rained. It's just don't use so much water so the farmers have got water to put on the land to grow crops to feed us. It's not science and rockets.
But yeah, anyways, I was going back to the sun's speed and all that. It's been proven going back to the 1600s, and I'm gonna find a source and post it. That when people were before time was standardized, right? We talk about Greenwich time. Before time was standardized, there was solar noon differed from town to town to town, all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast in North America. And during that time, they had church towers with their church steeples, with church bells that would ring periodically every day, right? But especially at solar noon, right? And these bells, you could hear them ringing before time was standardized. Every 20-minute, right? I mean, every 20-mile church. So on average, for every 20 miles, there'd be a bell ringing throughout the day because time was not standardized. And they would measure the movement of the sun over, the horizon. And they would then ring the the church bell at its zenith, right? Or at solar noon. And they measured the shadow, the speed of the shadow. These people were obsessed, right, with this stuff. Nobody does this anymore. But if we all had sundials and we put these guys, right, we vetted the data.
Why don't you guys do
astronomy? We have been doing it, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. The speed of the sun, clearly, the way we measure it is by the shadow speed. and they would calibrate their clocks in the 1600s, right? And even today, this is why you can't get these atomic clocks to be correct, because they don't understand how time works, right? And these atomic clocks always are off, and they need to be constantly recalibrated because they don't know how to keep time consecutively, consistently. They don't know how to keep time. That's a sacred knowledge that was lost. But anyways, so they would calibrate these clocks, right? And they would always go off kilter. There was something always wrong with the clocks, because when they measured it against the luminaries, they noticed that the shadow would speed up, throwing their clocks off. During the year, the shadow speeds up and slows down. How could that be? On your model, how could the sun speed up and slow down in your model? It can't. You can't explain it. You have to come up with these crazy theoretical hypotheses and then try to support it with anything that you can. Yeah.
No, like Lion. This is just what I was trying to say before.
Real quick. Jezza, real quick. Anyway. Even in the globe, I'll wait till you get back then, because I feel like you need to hear this. For everyone else that's not out smoking, okay. For everyone else that's not out smoking, in the globe model, just in reality, the sun does, well, I don't know, I've never measured it myself, but in the globe model, the sun does change its angular velocity. It's not 15 degrees an hour all year long. It changes throughout the course of the year because of the perihelion and aphelion. So there's that. Very slightly, but it does change.
Hey Jeremy, I posted an image at 7:09 a.m. and this is an example of rise over run being done off the coast from a building off the water, which would be ideal, right? To see if there's any.
Yeah, bro, they get elevation from doing rise over run. That wouldn't work on a ball at all for an inch, for a mile, for however distance you want to go. It just wouldn't work. It'd be close if you only went short distances, but if you went a quarter of a mile or an eighth of a mile, you'd be off some measurable amount, whatever the curvature is supposed to be.
And then the second image I have is two guys trying to measure the zenith, 1670. These crazy contraptions. I don't even know. Look at those lenses. Look how long they are. Or whatever that is. I don't even know, man. But people don't give these guys enough credit, man. There was, flat earth was a thing, bro, all through the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th centuries. Even in the early 1912, bro. 1911, there's magazines from back then talking about flat earth.
Geo got the maps. There was like these mail order maps, and yeah, they were talking about how the earth was flat and they're trying to take over and
yeah, man. And you already know.
Yeah.
No, because we've been led to believe that that flat earth and the heliocentric model was a thing for like hundreds and hundreds of years, that the majority of people already believed in this. But when you look at the aristocrats of that time, the philosophers, the theos of that time, the God-fearers, they all pretty much understood that there was a creator and that the earth was definitely geocentric and flat. It wasn't until the Jesuit priests started pushing this.
I hear you, bro. I hear
you. Maybe it's a little too early.
That Bam Margera movie.
What's up, Bam?
That Bam Margera thing. Yeah, he was doing a movie, some kind of I don't know if it was a CKY or a jackass or something. One of those things. There's a story where the guy came in and offered him like a few grand or something to put an AE map on the board or something. I forget the story. I don't even know where I heard that shit from. I don't even know if that's true. Just something I've heard along the way.
Bam Margera, bro, you bringing back memories. Don Vito, bro, is hilarious.
Yeah.
It's sad what happened to Bam, though, and I'm not trying to change the subject, but I can't help but think about Bam Margera and how he went downhill so bad. Steve-O too, but I got this book here regarding the history of these Jesuit astronomers, and they talk about the evolution of the heliocentric model. It's fascinating. Talks about all the greats: Copernicus, Kepler, Tychos. All these guys are in here debating each other in letters about the model of the Earth. If you
If
allow
they
me,
had YouTube back then, we'd be going over the tape. But they only have letters, so yeah.
Oh yeah.
It would have been debate. If you think we get crazy, them guys would have been getting just as crazy as we do sometimes over this shit. This is a heated topic. That's why you go. That's why when you go to a bar, you're not supposed to talk about two things: politics or religion. This would have been a third thing, but it wasn't really that big of a thing. So that people like to discuss, everyone just grows up and buys it, so they really didn't discuss this. This would have been added to the list.
Yeah, like I have a title here.
Yeah.
It says Counter-Reformation in Cosmology. It says Working Out Copernicus. Literally working out. It says here, in 1563, a Danish noble boy attending the University of Leipzig observed a grand conjunction, an alignment of Jupiter and Saturn, a month away from the date given in the tables. He thought the discrepancy intolerable. He later wrote that the experience inspired his resolution to depart from the usual practice of astronomers who based their hypotheses on a few measurements of the planets made at a theoretically significant times, and to renew astronomy by regular course of frequent observations. The name of this presumptuous Lutheran adolescent was Tycho Brahe, which Witzel brings up all the time.
Okay, Brahe, yeah.
Tycho realized his ambition with the help of the King of Denmark, who gave him feudal tenure of the small island of Haven in the Baltic and other sources of income, making him, it is supposed, the richest scholar in Europe. The money went into building and equipping a small palace on Haven that Tycho named Uraniborg, with assistant recruited mainly from Scandinavian universities. Tycho maintained a schedule of some 185 observing sessions a year and amassed a treasure of accurate, systematic data about the luminaries and the planets. To achieve his higher goal of correcting planetary theory, he needed calculators as well as observers. In 1597, as a new king of Denmark forced the lord of Urenborg from his fiefdom, the perfect calculator appeared on the scene, a man as driven and compulsive as himself, the greatest mathematical astronomer the world had yet produced, Johannes Kepler. And then that's when Kepler and Tycho, start arguing about the system. It gets crazy. I just give you a little paragraph. I'll keep going.
Well, didn't he end up killing him?
It says the son of a vicious. I'm not even sure, honestly. I haven't read it all, so I wouldn't know. But it says
Or
here the
was
son
that
of a.
Copernicus? Somebody ended up killing someone. I think. They think. Anyways, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna read this real quick and then I'm done. I won't read no more. But this is so interesting. I gotta read it. As a student, Kepler had to believe in Copernicus' world picture. It was part of his curriculum to believe in Copernicus. It says, as a student, Kepler had to come to believe in Copernicus' world picture. It presented him with a deep problem. However, why did God choose to make 6 and only 6 planets and to put them at their respective distances from the sun? On July 19th, 1595, a year after arriving in Graz, Kepler had his answer. God had used the Platonic solids, parentheses, geometrical figures like the cube and regular pyramid that have all their faces, sides, and angles equal, as spaces between the planets, since even he could not change Euclid's finding that only 5 such solids can exist. He could make 6 and only 6 planets. Voila. The matter of the distances took a little longer to work out, since there are many different ways, 120 to be exact, in which the solids can be nestled inside one another. After days and nights spent in calculation, Kepler discovered an order that worked well enough. It will never be possible for me to describe with words the enjoyment I have drawn from my discovery, unquote. The ecstatic young teacher developed his demonstration into a book, the Mysterium Cosmographicum, which appeared in 1597. Later in life, he judged it with his usual understandingness. No one, quote, no one ever produced a first work more deserving of admiration, more auspicious, and as far as its subject is concerned, more worthy, unquote. That's what Kepler said about his own work. The next step for Kepler was to obtain data that would refine and confirm his solution to the cosmographic mystery. He sent Tycho a copy of his book. This is where it gets interesting. Tycho did not like it for 2 reasons. First, if it were possible to deduce the detailed structure of the universe by reason alone, Tycho's years of painstaking measurement would have been a waste of time. Second, Tycho knew that Kepler could not be right. The hasty young mathematician had begun with the wrong system. Tycho had worked out a world picture of his own, which he regarded as his most significant achievement and as close to truth as fallen mankind was likely to come. This privileged system had many of the advantages of Copernicus's without violating sound physics, common sense, and scriptural authority. And I'll just end it right there. But this book is fascinating. There's so much in here, man. I'm only scratching the surface.
But do you realize what's happened there? You're talking about 1500s or 1560s. That's a long time ago. And he's talking about the technology that they had then. What technology do we have now? We know more. Like, seriously, man.
I mean, it's all good, man. I just wanted to show you that the people, the giants that modern science built their foundations on is Kepler and Tycho and Copernicus. And these guys, you should know a little bit about them and what they believed and how they figured their worldviews out.
Yeah, but
one of them dudes.
Sorry, Jeremy.
One of them dudes ended up killing another one. That's the story. I forget exactly who it was. I think it was Kepler and Copernicus or something. I'm not sure, but
I've never fucking heard that. Jeremy.
Speaking of giants, though, you never heard that? The other one ended up dead, and then his assistant took over all this shit and changed the whole thing up. You never heard that story?
I haven't.
See theories straight out the gate of fucking coming out the back of a chemtrail.
But what were you saying, Jeremy?
Dude, that's just when one of these guys, when one of these guys was with the other guy's assistant, the main dude ended up dead. The other one took all his works and changed the whole way the other guy was thinking about it.
No. That's bullshit. I reckon you heard that from Eric Dubé
It's not bullshit.
or some shit.
Anyway, speaking of Giants, somebody was in here the other day talking about they did a thing where they grew an animal or some shit at a certain pressure and it got twice as big or something. You guys hear that?
No,
Totally
that's
possible.
insane, bro.
Why
It's
is
been
it insane?
theorized. No, it's been theorized for a while. But the fact that they achieved it in the lab or whatever, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a neat experiment. Get some lab rats or mice or some shit and put them at lower and higher pressures, see if they can get them to grow bigger.
Anyway,
It makes sense that shit was there. Oh, go ahead, Jez.
oh no, sorry.
Anyway,
Jeremy,
let's get on to your nonsense.
No,
No, go ahead. Let's get your nonsense over with, so we get on with some real stuff.
Oh no, I was just about to say I was about to go. So.
Oh man. All right.
But if you want to talk some bullshit, I'm good for. I've got 4 minutes.
Well, I wish somebody was here that knew that Kepler or Copernicus story or whatever it was.
Yeah, that just sounds like a cherry picking story to me. Like I said, that you probably
Yeah,
got that
cherry
off.
picked.
You probably got that off old. What's his handle? Who did I say? Who was the nutcracker of the flat Earth?
You said Eric Dubé. You said Eric Dubé, but the story is that
Eric
the one guy was the other guy's assistant. That's not like some cherry pick thing. That's just how it was. I think it was Kepler and Copernicus, or might have been Tycho. I don't know. One of them was the other guy's assistant. That's not like made up or anything. I'll find out. We'll figure out in an hour or two. As soon as heads start rolling in here, somebody's gonna know.
If you had have got it out of a library or somewhere like that and not off a YouTube video where anyone can make up any horse shit they can make and you go, that makes sense, then I'd believe it.
That's a genetic fallacy. You act like they can't. That's a fucking genetic fallacy. You act like they can't make up stuff and put it in the library.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, Jeremy. I'm about to bring out something that every single flat earther on the globe will fucking believe, and you will all take it hook, line, and sinker. And then I will come out and say, I won't come out as me, but I'll come out and say, you dumb motherfuckers. Every single one of yous will take it. I guarantee it.
Take what? What the fuck are you talking about, Jezza?
Just wait for it. It'll come out at the end of the year. I'm not going to say what it is, but I guarantee you every single one of yous will go, oh my fucking God. And it's completely made up. It's taken me 7 years to come up with it. It's not a novel. I'll give you that clue. I'm just giving you a warning, and when you cotton on to what it is, don't fucking throw me under the bus.
I'm not gonna lie, I stopped listening 30 seconds ago. Were you talking to me that whole time?
Yeah, he says he's got something for us that's gonna fool us or something. I don't know.
I'm excited. I can't wait.
Yeah, Big Tom, I was just going to say Lion and Jeremy when it comes out at the end of the year, because I've told you it's not a novel. I'll give you that clue. But when it does,
We can't wait, Jazzo. We can't wait.
Is it news about you being a woman?
you probably won't even realize so. But if you do, don't throw me under the bus.
Okay, Jazzo. We won't.
Anyway, peeps,
Roger that, little buddy. All
Peace.
right.
Yeah, good talking to you, Jeremy and Lunt. We'll catch us another night.
Later, man.
Alrighty, catch us.
If nobody's talking, I'll read a little bit more if you're interested. If not, it's all good too.
Of what, that Tycho thing?
Yeah. It's Tycho and Kepler. Tycho admired Copernicus as the foremost mathematician of his century. In public lectures on De Revolutionibus, that's literally what it's called, De Revolutionibus, given in Copenhagen in 1574. Tycho had discussed ways by which its offensive features might be blunted and its results employed in calculation. Several geometrical hybrids were under consideration. For example, the inferior planets might circle the sun, which would carry them around the Earth, or perhaps all the planets might do so, thus inverting Copernicus's geometry while preserving all the relative motions. Tycho put forward his letter scheme as his own in 1585. Tycho put forward this latter scheme on his own in 1585 in a book on comets. It was not for him a mere transformation of heliocentric into geoheliocentric geometry. In working it out, he realized that it required several of the solid spheres usually supposed to carry the planets to collide. His subsequent calculation that the comet of 1577 would have had to penetrate several of these spheres confirmed the inference that their solidity had been exaggerated. About the only thing that would have pleased Tycho in Kepler's Mysterium was the evanescent character of the Platonic solids, supposed to fill the spaces between the planets. Tycho had already left Haven to set up as the Holy Roman Emperor's mathematician in Prague when he received Kepler's book. He noted that its author knew how to calculate and invited Kepler to join him. So Kepler and Tycho had a partnership and they were working together on the model. But it says here their calibration, which was not pleasant. They didn't like each other. They only worked together for the sake of science, but they really didn't like each other.
I'm telling you, one of them dudes ended up taking the other one out. And took his whole work later.
I believe it. It says Tycho died in 1601. Kepler succeeded to his treasure of observations and to his title of imperial mathematician. After many torturous attempts to fit Tycho's data to Copernicus's theory, Kepler gave up. He could not make do with the two principles that had dominated, indeed, defined planetary astronomy since Ptolemy, that the apparent paths of the planets be compounded from motions along circles, and that these motions be performed at constant velocities. And and I'll stop right there. But it just keeps getting crazier and crazier. But they get into the nitty gritty, bro.
You done reading from the Bible now?
Yeah, I'm all done.
What's next? Do you know the story about it was Kepler, Tycho, or Copernicus? One of them was the other one's like apprentice or understudy or some shit, and the one ended up dying from suspicious things, and then the understudy.
Yeah, Copernicus is Tycho's sort of understudy and perhaps real good friend. I'm not really sure.
So Copernicus was Tycho's understudy, and Tycho ended up dying, and Copernicus took over his whole shit.
Under maybe suspicious circumstances. I think it was something about an amount. Yeah, something about his fake nose possibly having poisoned him. He also had a fake metal nose or golden nose.
He had a fake nose like the Humpty Dance? Digital Underground?
Right, absolutely.
That's
yes.
Creepy. Yeah, it says Tycho admired Copernicus as the foremost mathematician of his century.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't making that shit up. Fucking Jazza. Let's cherry pick stories next. The story's cherry picked.
What are we cherry picking next? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, but I know that story's cherry picked. Jazza said so. I mean, that guy's just full of coherent information. Between him and Don Pettit, I don't know which one's smarter.
Think of a mountain bike.
But this all started with it. We were talking about elliptical orbits, and I don't know how the speed of the sun. Well, this is where we get into elliptical orbits right here. This part right here is because Kepler, after trying to figure out Tycho's data, and he couldn't fit it and unite it with Copernicus's theory. Kepler replaced these hoary principles with the products of exasperation, exhaustion, and genius. Instead of the compound circles, he put a single ellipse in place of a constant circular motion, an obscure and elaborate rule involving areas under elliptical arcs. So instead of having relative motions, right, and consistent orbits, right, consistent circuits, orbital paths, Kepler came up with elliptical arcs, elliptical orbits. And says,
and I think that's in some way because his observations are detecting what he calls like maxima and minima of the positions of the celestial objects throughout the course of the year from his vantage.
You got it.
Basically, bro. He's just drawing these. I think, you know what I mean, just because of like where they would be. You know, sort of creating like an average elliptical for these two positions. That's what I think he's doing now.
Yeah, they're trying to make sense of it all, and because of the sun's or the Earth's relative motion to the sun, they had to include these elliptical arcs and orbits to explain away the eccentricity of the sun. Because the sun, like, I don't know what this Jazz was saying, that there's no evidence that. Listen, dude, they've been measuring these anomalies that the sun does, right, or the Earth does during its orbit around the sun for centuries, for thousands of years. The analemma, right?
Well, like that deferent and the offerent that we're using in the Ptolemaic cycle system.
I did bring that up earlier when I was reading the inferences.
Yeah, that was a lot of words to remember. I gotta pay attention to driving.
You know, you can study witchcraft at Auckland University.
Witchcraft?
Sign up, bro.
I don't know if it's just a paper or maybe it's an entire course, but I did meet someone that was studying witchcraft at the fucking universities, and able to borrow government money to do so, you know. I've seen some of the videos lately, the TikTok and that sort of thing. Like Canada, the drug problem. Oh my God, I watched a documentary on that. And it's like all these drug addicts everywhere. It's like, and it's legalized, you know, and they're just like fucking half naked, walking or shooting up. Like you do a 360 and you can see like people everywhere in the shadows, like not even in the shadows, like now in Canada there's like broad daylight shooting up, dying, fucking like zombies. There's like TikTok videos.
They're all over America. They're all over America walking around like zombies. This always makes me think of, and I didn't even know of this experiment at first, but I love mice experiments, like the Mouse Utopia, and there's other one.
You're breaking up real bad. Can't hear you.
You're too far away from the router, bro. Or something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, there's this mouse experiment. I don't know the name of it. They put a mouse in a cage and you give them two different types of water. One of them's regular water, the other one's cocaine, like heroin infused water. The mice would almost always overdose. Like they would just go bonkers with the heroin water and just fucking OD. Almost 100% of the time. Not always, but it usually happened. So what they did was instead they would do that, but instead of just putting one mouse in the cage, they would put a whole bunch of mice with other mice and had a freaking playground, all mice, cool wheels, mice shit, right? The mice that they put in that cage, they would give them the same two types of water, but the mice in that cage would almost never overdose. I mean, they were getting lit. They would use the drug water once in a while, but they would never go nuts with it, which is pretty intense to think about.
That's because mice don't have fucking propaganda TV boxes and you know, the internet, and all they have is intuition.
Mice aren't affected by suggestive influence.
Exactly. They don't have the NASA channel.
Like advertisement.
They don't have any of that.
But no, I see what he's saying, because sometimes in order to kick your habit, you have to make a new habitat.
No, they wouldn't even start with the habit. They wouldn't even start with the habit when they had the habitat. They had the other mice, they had the playgrounds and shit. Like, they wouldn't even start with the drugs. They would do them, well, they would start with them, but they would never go bonkers with it. There was no need.
True. But the idea is that you change your environment, right? That you'll have a better probability of kicking that habit, because usually it's the environment.
See, I don't know if they did that. I don't know if they ever.
Vicious cycle. Go ahead.
I don't know if they ever took the mice that was using and put them in, and then just threw them in the midst of his overdose into the cage with the other mice. Like, I don't know if they did that. So.
No, so basically, I've looked into these studies before, and they've brought it up on the Joe Rogan Experience also. But so they've done all kinds of studies with mice, bro. But some of the studies that they've done is that they will put that coke water or heroin water or whatever, right? They'll put it in a cage where the mice are they're confined to a very small area with nothing exciting going on, no water, nothing, bro. Like no rivers, no. It's just a boring white cage, right? And the mice get bored with life, dude, and they start drinking this coke water, and they like it, and then they get hooked on it, and they stay on it, and then they'll do the same experiment, but they'll give the mice like all this area to run around and waterfalls and all this stuff, right? And the mice still have the choice to drink the coke water if they want to, right? But they won't drink the coke water,
This is the
bro.
same thing I just said.
Yeah,
It's the same thing I just said.
But yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that they've done experiments like that, all kinds of different experiments like that. And the only thing that really matters is your environment. You're a product of your environment.
I know.
And some people are able to meditate and to use their discernment and find out that the location that we're told we're at is not actually the location we're at. Because like they tell you, you go to sleep and you wake up in the morning and you're in a totally different spot in the universe.
Oh, you're like 10 million miles away, depending on how many hours you sleep. Yeah. Your house was in one space. When you went to bed, you were in one space. And then, like, 8 hours later, you're in, like, your space is now 10 million miles away from that space where you went to bed.
You're breaking up again, bro.
Come on.
Like bad.
You need to get your broom and your trash can and just go back to school because you had way better reception there.
Yeah, talk about the mouse Wi-Fi experiment.
What about it? There's a Wi-Fi experiment? What's up?
Yeah, I'm sure Jeremy knows about one.
Do you know that they have the ability to, they can look at your Wi-Fi and they can actually see, like, for example, they're able to see your Wi-Fi in your house. They'd see you walking around in your house. They'd see pretty much everything that you can do. Like, and all they have to do is tap into your Wi-Fi and they can pretty much Big Brother on you.
Yeah, it's all good. You know, we can't stop it. I've been known that. I
They
stopped
gave
going
half
about
the
it.
mouse population good Wi-Fi, half the other mouse population terrible Wi-Fi.
And you think your Wi-Fi is safe? Like my cousin from my cousin from China, she came over with her boyfriend, and he had this little mini device. It kind of looked like a satellite dish, but it was in a miniature form, and he was able to plug that thing in, and it didn't matter if you had your Wi-Fi was locked. He could just tap into anyone's Wi-Fi and use it for free.
Man, I've gotten letters to my house from companies trying to sue me or potentially sue me because I downloaded torrents or I downloaded a song or whatever. Like anything that they consider like stolen property by intellectual property, right? You know, Pirate Bay and all that stuff. Charter or your telecommunication provider will rat you out. Never mind the government. They can tell like what websites you're on. They can tell what everything, dude. Just your telecommunication provider knows everything that you're doing. Forget the NSA. Forget all them, right?
Yeah, like with their smart homes and their smart meters, they can tell how much power you're using, and like if it goes up 2,000 watts, they know they're using a certain device, and they can see what you're doing as well. And so if they add it all up, they've got a pretty clear picture of your movements and what you're doing all the time. Even you subscribe to one of these VPNs or whatever they're called, where you can be anonymous and go overseas and still be linked with your own internet, like from home. It's like that's bullshit. It's like really, you think you're safe anywhere? That's like they're watching you all the time, man. And if you're important and you're important enough, they'll take you down. But if you're just Joe Blogs, it doesn't matter. It's like you're kind of irrelevant,
But these businesses, they work with the authorities, like Verizon and you know what I'm saying, AT&T. They'll work with the authorities. Facebook, Twitter. Apple apparently won't. They claim that they won't give away our information, but I don't know about that.
You think so? It's like that's money in their hands, man. It's like information is money. It's like this. You think they're really gonna like? That's how they do trading, insider trading. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
And we live in a world of deception. Right? Everything's inverted. Like, why do you think BlackRock's called BlackRock? They control everything. What's the rock in the middle
Let's
of the
talk
earth
about
called?
that. Let's talk about that. What's up with this BlackRock, bro? That just keeps popping up in our collective unconscious. Everywhere I hear BlackRock, BlackRock, BlackRock. Yesterday, right, there was a crazy flood in Cali at Burning Man. And there's a city or town there called BlackRock. And right now it's on the news. BlackRock, California it's flooded, dude. Apparently, I think they said 70,000 people trapped, but that number sounds a little inflated. That was this morning. That's the news this morning. No bullshit.
I think it's a sign. It's like flooded, BlackRock being like the power of the world, and then it's flooded. What does flooded mean? It means it's like it's coming to fruition. It's like lucrative. It's making more money than it's ever made before. It's the Mount Meru, the black rock in the center of the North
Rupes
Pole.
Negra. Yeah, in the maps, it's called Rupes Negra in the Latin or Italian, whatever.
Don't forget the other one as well. There's another company too. What's it called? There's BlackRock and what's the other one called?
Sometimes I wonder what's going on, because like the media did cover this morning. They did, but sometimes I wonder if they purposely did that, like some psychological operation, or if it was a natural thing. Like if there is a natural flood, like let's say, because they knew that the storm was coming, and let's just pretend that the creator flooded Burning Man to show them people a lesson, right? That's the way I think. He flooded them people. I was watching videos of them people stuck in the mud. We're talking about axles, right? You try to drive your car through that mud. That's not sand. That's like this silt. If it hardens, your truck is stuck there. You ain't getting it out. And you got trucks, you got RVs stuck up to the axle in this silt, bro. There's this flash flood that happened.
There's 40,000 people there too, I heard.
Anywhere between 40,000 and 70,000 people are stuck in the desert in mud. And they block, just like Hawaii, they block the roads. You can't get in, you can't get out. But they're having trouble getting out anyways. And even on foot, you get mud that's stuck to your boots that you're talking about. It's heavy, dude. Trying to track miles with heavy ass boots covered in mud, you know, and you're walking in like 2 feet of mud. And that's not 2 feet, but maybe like a foot. It's crazy out there right now. And the fact that it's BlackRock all over the news, BlackRock, like that name, is that a coincidence?
You're Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
So do you watch Franchot Pearson's channel?
Nah.
Oh man,
I don't know who that is.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I don't. Send me the link, and I'll take a look.
Franchot. Google it. Franchot. It's a strange name, eh? This is a really old name, like ancient English. Franchot. Pearson, and he sees the codes and the signs and the colors and all of these things that he can analyze about the propaganda media that you see on TV, and he breaks it down, and he can show that this world is controlled by a certain group of people that talk in code, and they talk in code through the media, and you can see the way that the agenda is coming to fruition one day at a time.
You think it's really one? Yo, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
I didn't even move. My shit just goes in and out for no
bro.
reason. I'll tell you about the mouse Wi-Fi experiment someday. But do you really think it's one group though? Or you think it's like multiple different groups, or like what do you think? You think it's even people?
Well,
Could it be something other than people?
I know that, like, it doesn't matter if it's even one group, but I know that there's always going to be conflict on every level. So even at the top, there's going to be conflict, right? So it may be it seems like it's one group because they have like a continuous plan, but there's always hiccups on the way. But at the same time, there could be squabbling for the power, because I think that's the only thing that they could squabble about. If you're way at the top and your money doesn't mean anything to you, right? And you've got some knowledge, that the general population don't have. For example, the shape of the Earth and extra land, and that they're going to be so that's why we see a lot of mistakes, and that's why they're getting sloppy. But the main agenda is still sort of like a joint effort, I think, between these factions at the top, and the presidents of the world, that they're kind of like number 30 down on the pyramid. They're not even close to being up there.
I don't even think they're on the list, dude. They ain't even on the list, bro. That's like need to know shit.
They're just like actors, right? They're like fucking extras in a movie.
I mean, if something's going on, it's only going to be on a need to know basis. So, you could have people doing shit for you and they don't even know what they're doing. Like, they might just be like, oh, this is some corruption thing or whatever, but they don't really know, like, what's good. Remember Die Hard with the Bruce Willis? He was in all of them. That doesn't help. The one with the kid with the fire sale, and the kid they had all these computer hackers like writing shit, but they didn't even know what they were doing. It was for the fire sale, but they didn't even know. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just got paid to do a job, and they did it. And remember that movie, Live Free? What was it, Live Free or Die Hard? Or I don't know the name of it, but it's not important.
Talking about Bruce Willis.
What, you're talking about, Willis?
You're saying it's the same concept.
He said that. He said, "What are you talking about?"
What you talking about, Willis?
Hey, I posted the images of Burning Man.
Dude, that's the only reason I dropped in. I saw them. I'm like, bro, because I was just taking in some news coverage of the Burning Man. Burning Man got wet up, guy. Holy.
See, I'm not with that movement. I'm against that whole Burning Man movement. And it reminds me of like, you see movies of this dystopian future of like these like, lawless people that basically live in tents and have orgies and do drugs. Like, that's what Burning Man is. But what's insane is that you have all the artists that go there and the elites that go there. Even Rothschilds go there, bro. Publicly, Are you talking about Bohemian Grove?
Nah, Burning Man.
Not Vegas. Burning Man. Similar, but not.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it. What is this, like some Bilderberg shit?
You get together, and people come from all over the world to get together into a desert, a flat desert where it's sandy, and the wind's always like blowing the dust up into your eyes. the sand, and they have sculptures and floats of artistic like contribution that sort of represent the freedom of the people of this earth, and people come from Denmark and like everywhere, all over the world. A lot of people, they take time off work to go there. Spend a lot of money, but there are spiritual aspects to it as well. Like there's a guy called Esther Stoney. I don't know if you've heard of that guitarist, Esther Stoney. He's Russian, but he travels around. He's been around Jerusalem and stuff, doing live busking and shows, and he goes to he meets a lot of spiritual people. So this event isn't just sort of like it's not one-sided orgies and sex and stuff. There's a lot of spiritual stuff to it as well, and people that go there to enjoy the freedom and the expression. So yeah, it's two-sided. Yeah.
But just like Bohemian Grove, which Jeremy brought up, right? They symbolically burn a large wooden effigy, referred to as the man, burning man. They burn a man, which is what Bohemian Grove, where all the elites go, the Skull and Bones and all them, they do the same thing. They burn a human effigy, human sacrifice. And this place at Black Rock, that's all over the news this morning. If you look at its geometry, it's a pentagram, dude. It's a giant pentagram, dude. And all the elites are going there. All the elites are going there all over the world.
No, it's a star fort. It's a star fort, and the man that is burning it symbolizes burning authority. So you're burning the authority of the man, and you're looking towards God. That's why a lot of people go there. They take like mushrooms and ayahuasca and all sorts of stuff it's such a freedom movement, and the burning of that man is to do away with authority. Because you should never listen to man, because every man lies.
I mean, I respect that. I'm not going to debate that with you right now, but I'm just saying that what they do there, it promotes heathenism, lawlessness, debauchery, all that. That's what it's promoting. You like that?
I don't like that, but I mean, if you go there yourself, you may see some of that, but that's not what it's all about. It's not clear cut. It's not one pane of glass. It's multicolored spectrum, and you can go there on your own buzz, and you don't have to be involved with any of that.
Well, I think like anything else, there's the opportunity to take from it as you may. Like it may be set up with all good intentions, it may be set up with bad intentions, but anybody can show up to this thing, right? It's the idea that you're coming to the middle of the desert, no money. They check you when you go in to ensure that you have enough food, that you have your water, so on and so forth. But like you're literally left to just network and trade and barter and do all these things and then experience what things are brought in. Now, again, as what's being put on the table for us to chat about is the idea that we can't stop bad people from showing up to events like this and causing bad stuff, because these guys have been held up, and now people are starting to turn and steal stuff from one another and all kinds of things. So who knows how this whole thing ends up turning out just based on this flooded out event.
I think it's a social experiment.
Just like anything. Just like anything, if there's good stuff going on, like if people got a good thing going, other people will try to come. Like if that shit is a networking building, people are opening their minds up, like shit's happening. Like there's definitely going to be these elite people that want to try to ruin that. They don't want you happy. They don't want you, doing good stuff. They want to keep you down, and
Like you could think like that, but maybe it was just a bad choice of the time of year, and it just happened to rain.
Nah, people have bad time every year. There's always these horror stories that you hear about from Burning Man festivals. Think about Woodstock in the 80s, right? Times 100. That's what this is.
Okay,
right?
there was Woodstock in the '60s, and then there was one
the
in the
60s.
'90s. I went to the one in the '90s. It was pretty neat, kinda.
Kind
Did
of.
The
you see
hippie
Bob
one.
Marley? Bob Marley must have been the star of the day.
No, dude, I went to the one in the '90s.
Oh, right. Okay, so he's long gone.
But yeah, so the
When
tech
did he
giants,
die?
real quick, the tech giants, right? Like Google, I have an article here. Google has acquired the majority share of Burning Man. Google funds Burning Man, and all the tech companies go there. The people that work for the tech companies go there. And for the most part, you need to have some type of money to go there. You can't, like, I don't think I have enough money to ever go there, even if I wanted to. I'd have to save up tons of money. You got to have some type of money. It ain't just bums.
How much is a ticket? It sounds like it's just people in a desert. You can't just roll up.
You can, but it's cost thousands of dollars because it's in the middle of a desert, dude. You got to have supplies. You got to have shelter. You got to have, and the ticket
bring your
alone.
tent.
How much is a ticket, dude?
Yeah, let's look it up. I'll check.
Couple
Well,
thousand.
there's not just one. There's
My
not just one
coworker-
Burning Man.
My
There's
coworker
Burning
was
Man.
gonna go.
Like, there's not just one location. Burning Man happens all over the place.
What? No, Burning Man happens once a year
Right.
in desert. Oh my gosh, in the Las
No,
Vegas
no, no.
desert.
No, well, they might call it something different, but like they have it in Australia as well.
Well, the Burning Man. I mean, you type in burning and it like automatically populates with the dates itself.
They have it in Australia. They have it in Israel. They have it in France.
It's pretty much just the price of it. It would be expensive for me just to go to Vegas, even if I had all the gear and shit, which isn't really anything crazy. You need like camping gear, but I mean, other than that, yeah, to fly out there to drive and take the time off of work and buy the ticket, yeah, it'd be expensive. It'd be thousands of dollars without the ticket to get in.
A lot of
for
people.
me.
A lot of people just hitchhike. A lot of people just hitchhike.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get.
It's a political. There's a lot of politics, and it's a lot of elites that go there. And if you're not somebody big, dude, you're not gonna be like, you're not getting in there, bro.
Yeah, and if Google's like one of the main sponsors, we all know what's up with Google. Ain't no good things coming out of Google.
Oh, you're saying you ain't even getting in unless you're like elite and shit? It's just like normal people ain't going there. I thought you said people were going there whacked out on drugs, partying.
Nah, you
and
can,
shit.
but they do limit how many people are allowed to get in, and they do limit like tickets and stuff, bro. Like they do all kinds of stuff. Like I've heard, because this has been going on for years, and noticeably there's like a political elite, like aristocrat group that controls the whole thing, right? And then like you're just like a slave, dude. You're just like, here, you stay over there, put your tent up over there. You know what I'm saying? But I've never
They
been
got
there.
their own. You're saying like the elites got their own like separate area and shit.
Yeah, like there's definitely an elitist class of people that go there over the rest of the people. Like if Miley Cyrus shows up on the scene, bro, you know what I'm saying? Compared to you or me, bro, it's not like we're gonna be like, it's gonna be shitty for you and me, not for them.
You're paying $575 for a ticket to Black Rock City and maybe going in with a friend on a vehicle pass for $140. That's more than $700 before you can get gas in your car or buy a plane ticket. So it's like $700 to get in.
Yeah, no doubt, thousands of dollars, no doubt.
I just posted a video of Esther Stoney, that Russian guitarist guy, in one of these sort of a Burning Man utopia type of thing. It's pretty fucking relaxing, man. If you ask me, I wouldn't mind spending a day or two there.
Cosmopolitan.com. Here's what happens in the Orgy Dome Burning Man wildest sex party.
Oh boy.
I mean, I like the start of this. This is starting off
Jeremy's
good.
signing up for Burning Man 2024.
No wonder why it's thousands of dollars.
Everybody's on Molly. Everybody's on shrooms. Everybody's on acid. Everybody's doing something. People are running around topless. Like, This place is
people
crazy.
like the biggest thing is that when you meet someone, you have to hug them. It's like everyone's hugging each other, and they're saying, "Love, love, my brother." You know, it's a very peaceful hippie movement.
Sure it is.
Like the one that you're talking about, I don't know, but the ones that I've seen, they're nothing like you say. Like I don't know what the one you're talking about with these orgies and stuff, but it's just not how it is. I've met people that have been to these events,
Right.
and
But they were
I don't know,
listen,
like
kids were having orgies in high school, bro, in the freaking locker room. You're telling me that they're not having orgies over there, bro? What's wrong with you, bro?
It's Australia or New Zealand. I don't know which one's
Oh, maybe the
worse,
one that
but
you're talking about, they're all like kosher, but I doubt it.
I think that one could be like France, maybe, or Israel. I don't know. So, I've seen quite a few of them, but like.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
no
I
doubt.
may.
It's no doubt that there's a lot of like disgusting stuff that goes on all over the world. There's Bohemian Grove, but like there are some events that are actually like kosher.
You know what's crazy? That area, according to FEMA, is called District 9.
Or
The
District
area
9.
of California.
Oh shit, bro.
like the
Kinda funny.
wikis. What were the alien? They were called wikis or something, right? You guys never seen the movie District 9?
Yep.
No, I have, but I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either. Wikis. I remember the Wookiees from Star Wars. Wookiee.
No, the wikis from District 9. They had the
Remember-
crazy.
You sure it wasn't Wikipedia you're thinking of?
I'm pretty sure.
Alright, cool. Bet. What is that, Lion? A map of what? It's all
That's-
blue.
Yeah, it shows the districts
Oh, the districts.
according
Okay,
to FEMA.
okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9. It happens to be that area. California, Nevada, and Arizona is District 9. And I do believe that area is like they're gonna receive judgment in our lifetime. There's no doubt about that.
Like Sodom and Gomorrah shit.
I just don't like Russia landing on their coast, bro, and busting their ass in.
Busting the ass.
Like something's crazy is gonna happen to that. Like, they're
What's
asking for it.
crazy? What's cool is well, cool and crazy. When I look at the the moon map, of course, and see how close Alaska it actually is to Russia. It's damn close, bro. And now I know why the Americans needed to own Alaska. Thing is close. I'm pretty sure you could see with the right technology and enough altitude, you could probably see the coast.
Well, they were selling that. Who sold that to us? Alaska.
Canada?
Yeah, people are selling giant chunks of land. We were buying that shit up. The Louisiana Purchase, all that. You want to sell us a giant friggin' chunk of earth? All right, we'll take it. That was just bad moves by those other countries. Like, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking, but Alaska's literally a gold mine. So
Yeah, it is. I love Alaska.
it's a literal gold mine.
I'm gonna find it on the map.
Canada sold us that shit for probably fucking $50.
Bro. Look at this shit. Maybe this will. You guys let me know if this is clear or not. If not, I'll have to get another one. I just posted that the flight pal. Is that too small for you guys? Gee.
I can't look right now.
Find a better one. Disregard.
It's like the way I see it, Lion, is the the events in the world is like a giant, like a tornado twister toroid, and if you stand back from a bird's eye view, a God's eye view, and you look at this twister, it as a whole, it has its own overall conception and where it's going. But if you're looking at like individual parts of the twister, of the society, of the world, the twister representing like the world that we live in, you're only going to be analyzing these intricate parts and you're not going to get the whole picture, and then they dwell on these smaller sections and they're never going to be able to like make a map of it, like to find out the truth, because the more you delve deep into like the individual sectors, it's just a rabbit hole within itself, but you're missing the whole picture. And I think that's where I think if you watch a channel like Franchot Pearson's channel, it can give you some insight. It doesn't mean that he's got like the full picture or the truth, but at least you know that there's more to it than meets the eye, and that's why it's so difficult to get to the truth. When there's too many hurdles that you just can't get over to get to the next stage. I think that the 7 years now, the more that we look into it, it's going to be another 7 years on the other side,
Yeah, I posted an article. Wall Street Journal talks about David De Rothschild's favorite things, and he mentions Burning Man as one of his favorite things to do. So
they're having friggin' sex orgies, of course.
The kind of people that go there, bro, are the people that is your enemy. And for you to support it, you're supporting your enemy. I mean, if you want to do that, be my guest, dude. What am I gonna do, kid? You know what I'm saying?
I'm just joking, bro. I'm married. First off, I'm married, so that's out. There's no more sex orgies for me. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you got piles and it's like fucking arthritis and all of that. Yeah, but like what, Lion? What type of event wouldn't you mind going to then? That's not Christian based.
I go anywhere, bro. I don't care. I go to the hood. I go anywhere.
I rode Dolo from state to state. He's like Method Man and Belly.
Event. Like, tell me an organized event, kind of like Burning Man, but something more towards your palate.
There's a place in Oregon that my brother told me about because he went to school out there near Crater Lake.
Oh, that's where all the orgies are. Oregon.
Yeah.
All the orgies are popping off out there.
No, they surely are. Because Oregon or Oregon, I don't know how you would pronounce it.
How do you say it? I don't know. I said it and I was like,
well, I don't know how they would say it. I don't know how they would say it over there. Honestly, I don't.
It's Oregon.
Oregon. I don't even know, bro.
Oregon.
Who knows? But near Crater Lake, which is an amazing area, it's ancient volcanic. What do you call them things? The caldera of an ancient volcano, right? Now that's now a lake. He actually proposed to his wife there. But anyways, that area is insane. He's told me about like volcanic streams or volcanic like Yellowstone. You know how it has geothermal stuff? They have that there, bro. There's like geothermal energy, and there's like steamy rivers and like ponds and stuff, and like they have festivals that resembles Woodstock in the 60s, where you'll have bands play like old classic music from back then, like Jimi Hendrix stuff, and the women walk around topless, and everybody's smoking bud, and they have like bags of weed that they're just passing out bud, and it's all steamy. There's like steam everywhere, like you're in a sauna, but it's not. It's from the the volcanism.
So if you go there, you'd have to take a pill that's like the opposite of Viagra.
Lion, you had so many ands in your last sentence. I started to count, but I lost track.
I'm sorry, bro.
You'd be walking around with a hard on, like it's like a nudist camp for like. Are you joking? It's like now you like the topless.
What? You can't promote that stuff. You can't have people walking around topless, bro. Like that's what they're trying to do. Like the free the titty committee is what they called it.
Why can't I'm with that committee? Why can't you have that happening?
Well, this is the thing, right? All these women want to walk around topless. They think that they have the right to do that, and
I do too.
Little
I'll
by
fight
little.
for that all day. I'll debate you on it right now.
It's all right. It's all right. Women are not wearing bras, right?
Let's have
Publicly, you can see their nipples now through their shirts, like their hard nipples, and
That's what's up.
To inflame things even more, now they're getting their nipples pierced to exaggerate the indentation on their shirts, bro. Like, come on, man. And you got kids doing it.
Oh no, now you're getting like that's just you've passed the line now.
Well, where's the lines though? This is the problem.
Yeah, no, that's getting we'll stick to the adult entertainment. Yeah, just all you have to think, like when you think this way, not you, but like when people think this way, just imagine it's your child. You know?
Then it gets real. Yeah, because when you say it like that, then it gets real. But nobody wants to think about that. We want to block that out.
And people that don't have children just don't get that.
But yeah, it's a strange thing, but you can't help it. It's inevitable. I already see it in our culture. All the girls are doing it. No bras, nipples pierced. Teens, dude, like it's bad. But it's just the way of the future. It's just the way it is. And it's unfortunate, but.
Well, I mean, look how crazy. I feel like we're losing our morals as a whole day by day. Like there's nothing. We're basically sliding into the mouse utopia experiment. Yes. We're like halfway in the middle of that. But look at where we've come from 50, 60, 70 years ago when women would only wear one piece bathing suits and just look
poke your tongue out and like put your like left hand on the wall.
Bathing suit from like 70, 60, 70 years ago to now.
I don't think anyone heard what you were just saying, breaking up the whole time. This is worse than the fucking 1930s walkie-talkie.
Yo, I want time to do presentations, man. Kellyanne, you guys start doing more presentations, bro. Oh.
Noted.
Yeah.
All right, next topic.
Like, let's do it.
Get a topic.
And this BlackRock thing.
Get the what now?
Can you do a presentation on this BlackRock thing?
Bro. What do you mean? BlackRock? I think Vanguard, the whole financial scene.
All right, hold on. What was this party in the desert? What's the big party in the desert thing we were just talking about? Burning Man, that's it.
Lion can cover Burning Man.
It's in Black Rock City. But it's a coincidence that it's
he
Black
can't handle
Rock
a presentation. He's all over the place.
Who, me?
Nah, I'm Lion, give us a presentation on this.
I just did. We just talked about it. That's all
you can do it.
You just talk about it.
You can do it.
We gotta start clipping these combos out
We could make
because I never even heard of this.
We could make a second YouTube channel and like commercialize it, put in ads and stuff like that, and then just add in like these 2-minute, 3-minute clips. Sit through a minute-long commercial.
Yo, I'm so-
for a 2-minute clip. Go ahead, Jer.
I'm so mad. I misspoke one day, and Essie cut it out and put it in one of his clips. I said we call things, or I said we say things about things that aren't true sometimes, but I meant to say we call things,
Wow.
but things that aren't true.
That's not nice.
No, he didn't do it, but I don't think he did it on purpose, like to fuck with me. It's just in there. It was just in the conversation we were having.
That's funny.
It's my fault. I misspoke, but it's not his fault. He didn't like that. Wasn't like the point of the thing or anything.
I'm just mad that I misspoke. It's on public record, bro. It's fair game, but still, it's dirty.
No, it's all good. It was a good conversation, I think.
I forget that this thing's being recorded, but you got to be on point every time. Then, if it's being recorded, right? Because you're on public record, and that sucks.
Phones are tapped.
You're not going to be right all the time.
Just don't.
Well, I was right. I just misspoke. Am I roboting again?
No.
All right.
Well, apparently,
I'm so mad. When I bought this,
according to Autodidactic channel, like the Wikipedia version of the events that how the age of star forts are. It's like Wikipedia have been continuously updating it over the last 3 years. All the information about the dates of these forts, and they've been like gaining traction, like the amount of time that's going missing. It's like first they started to say that star forts were like 200 years ago, and now they're going back to saying they're 3,000 years old. It's like,
I don't know about that.
well, they got archaeology all fucked up.
No, normally
they're all messed up with archaeology.
You'd have to point out the specific star fort that you're referring to, because I looked into Tartaria for a long time, and a lot of these star forts are not that old. They're not that old, and they weren't used for like producing energy or anything like that. The ones that were recently built. But there might be some anomalies where you might find an ancient star fort that might be antediluvian, but I wouldn't know of any.
The one in what's it called? Not Abu Dhabi, not Dubai. Yeah, there's some Arabic country where there's one is an island, and there's a star fort on there, and they say it's like 600 AD, but they contradict themselves in saying that it's 3,000 years old at the same time.
Jeremy, I threw up a couple pictures for you in the voice chat text.
Are they topless woman?
No, we're on YouTube, man. Come on.
Almost topless.
That girl's gorgeous, bro, but she belongs to the streets.
If you take off all the
streets,
nah,
as Future would say. Well, Future did claim you caught that meme, caught that clip. She belongs to the streets.
Lion, did you see the video I posted earlier on? It's titled "The Song of the Butterfly," Hungary, 2014. and it's got a picture of, on the left is Esther Stoney. There's a lady in the middle, and this Hungarian guy on the right. That guy, if you look into this dude, he's got some pretty mystical music. Like, he's got this one where he's naked in a waterfall. He doesn't show his private bits, but like his life, there's a documentary about his life. He's a healer, and he heals people with sound.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, I
his-
believe in that.
I got a
his
shofar,
music
bro. I
is
can play
good.
for you, but let me see if I can connect this.
I think you can heal people with sound. I think you can heal people just with intention. I think intention will do it alone. Honestly. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but there is some good evidence. I mean, the placebo effect, you got that. So just you thinking you took a medicine gives you the effect of the medicine. I mean, what the fuck? I don't know what else you need, but
Are you talking about homeopathics?
no, I was talking about the placebo effect.
Because that homeopathic remedy stuff, that actually works really good. Like, it's diluted like 1 million times, and then the really good stuff's diluted another 1 million times, and so you can get a bee sting and dilute it so many times. And then someone that's allergic to bees, like bee stings, like they can take these homeopathics and they'll get rid of their allergies or their their issues, their health issues, because the energy is there, even though it's diluted so many times. That's how
Yeah,
homeopathic.
there might be something to that, and that would make medicine go a lot farther. Like, if you can dilute it 1 million times, one dose of medicine now would be like, millions of units or whatever of medicine you could give people. Yeah, there could be something to that, or it could just be the placebo effect. Like, you think the medicine's in there, and you take it. I mean, I guess if you could do blind studies or something, double blind shit.
Yeah, man. I listened to
Double blind? No, just blind. I don't even know what is double blind a thing?
double blind
When the
studies.
experimenter does
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
What's double blind? What's the difference between blind and double blind?
I mean, to be technically correct, I'd have to look it up.
This is why I need a Google guy.
I think
I
you're
need a guy that
making
just Google stuff for me.
A double-blind study is one in which neither the participants nor the experimenters know who is receiving a particular treatment. This procedure is utilized to prevent bias in research results.
So what? There's a guy so they do this stuff. Somebody's got to know. Somebody's got to know who gets the stuff. No, or I guess not. You could just take 100 people and see how many. Somebody's got to know. I don't know.
Nobody knows.
No, it's like
What do you mean
playing
nobody
bingo.
knows?
It's like putting your hand in the hat and just pulling out a number.
Yeah, but somebody's got to know something.
Only the experimenters. Behind the experimenters would probably have to know, right? Because even
that's what I'm saying. Somebody's got to know eventually down the line. Like, what do we do here, guys?
What experiment are you guys talking about? Or test?
Just messing around.
Nothing specific.
We started with talking about like homeopathics, how the energy of something can remain or even become enhanced by diluting something so many times that there's no scientific experiment that can analyze the substance and show for it to be still there, but it's actually the essence is still there, and you just can't see it or measure it scientifically.
Real quick, before we get into double-blind studies, I just want to respond to Carlos, that band. I listened to it a little bit. But I was just going to say that, in Hungary and in Georgia, there's some incredible vocals from that area of the world. Like, I've heard some music from Georgia where the men, when they gather together to eat dinner, they sing like this incredible chant, bro, before they eat their dinner, and all the men are into it, right? And then I've also heard from the the Eastern Orthodox Church, the Aramaic in Georgia. There's apparently some Aramaic churches, but they have some incredible music, man. It's nuts, like mystical, deep healing, all that. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
I love that part of the world. They have good music. Like Turbian Turbo Folk. Uh, just a random burp.
My bad. Holy shit! I forgot I was hot micing. Oh, I'm glad I didn't do one of my crazy. I'm glad I didn't do one of my crazy long fucking obnoxious burps that my wife yells at me for every time.
I hate those. Burps have always kind of grossed me out more than farts. I don't know. Maybe I'm just fucking weird. Yeah, I think Orthodox Christianity is pretty interesting. I wish I knew more about it. Oh,
You all right?
what the hell's everybody doing?
What's up? What do you got? You got something?
No,
What do
I've
you
been.
think level? Tell me what you think level means to a glober.
What level means to a glober?
Yeah, tell me.
I think they get. See, I always picture like think about like one of those like rectangle windows, and like it's got a little like handle on it that you could spin. And as you spin, the window like will start going outward out of your house at an angle. Like I don't know, like how like it's not flat, but it's still level because it's still like you could. I don't know, I'm trying to. I don't get I don't get why everything's got to be so convoluted.
If you had to describe to me level, the definition of levels, what's the definition of level if you're a glober?
Oh, if I was going to put on my Glober shoes and say, well, I don't know, I would say like take the one end on the left all the way to the end on the right of the same object and make sure that they're at the same exact height. I don't know.
Yeah, they say
What
it's
is a Glober?
They say it's perpendicular to plumb, and they say that no plumb line is parallel. You know.
No, nutcase globers say it's perpendicular from plumb. I think level's perpendicular from the plumb. I can't. There's no way me and a glober both think the same thing about level.
Yeah, but that's where they get you because they say that all plumb lines are diverging.
They say equidistant from the center of Earth, or the same distance above mean sea level, or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and they've only
I
dug
brought it
down
to
like
him.
12 kilometers deep, like 8 miles deep. Like, how do they fucking have any evidence for this center of the ball?
Right. Like, how do they know what all these layers look like when you see that cross section of the Earth cut in half? You got like the core and the mantle and the outer core. Like, how do they know all that? Like, it's all made up. Just it's no different than when they show you pictures of like the Andromeda galaxy or something, or however you pronounce it. And, oh yeah, it's spinning too fast, some dark matter. When in reality, you can't see any of that stuff with your eyes.
It's the same. It's the same assumption that people are making about extra land, or it's the same assumption about outer ponders, and it's like all guesswork, you know. But the thing is, they bring it and they build it into their model, you know. That's the difference. It's like because their model is really advanced and they've been working on it for the last 500 years.
Right. It's all reverse engineered off a flat and then just turned into a globe with math. But the whole outer lands thing and the multiple puddle theory. I remember hearing that when I first got into this subject. And I'm like, oh, okay. So now they're like, what they're doing is instead of infinite empty space, it's infinite empty oceans with islands in it. And I'm like, well, that seems just as bad. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's just an idea. That's just an idea.
Yeah, it's plausible. I mean, on a flat Earth model, it could totally make sense. And then I heard something to the effect of like Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Those are all just distant suns further down the plane somewhere. Like that's what their sun is, and then our sun probably looks like Venus to them or something. Like I get it. I mean, I could see where they came up with it, and it makes more sense.
Have you ever seen the moon? Have you ever seen the moon where you couldn't tell if it was the sun or the moon? Or maybe it was the sun. I don't know, but there's this thing in the sky where there's times where I honestly cannot tell what I'm looking at, if it's the moon or the sun.
I've never.
You never seen
I've
that?
always been able to. No, I find it curious. There's times where like the sun will be really low on the horizon, and I'll be looking at it. Because when it gets real low, you can look at it for like 30 seconds without really looking away. Especially if you're driving and it's like right above some hills or something. And I noticed if you look at it enough, it almost looks like it's got craters on it, just like the moon. But I feel like that's more than likely just an optical illusion that I'm seeing through my eye. Like when you stare at the sun and you look down, you see spots on the ground and stuff. But yeah, there's times where I'll gaze at the sun. I'm like, it looks like it has craters in it, just like the moon does. But I mean, I've always been able to, tell the difference between which is which. I've never like, oh wait, is that the moon or is that the sun? And speaking of which, I look up and I see the fucking moon just hanging out right there. I might bring out the telescope and do some daytime moon observations. It's always interesting to look at the moon in the daytime. My baby's freaking out in her playtime. She was being good.
Give her some whiskey.
Yeah, she's got two little bottoms. She's 7 months, but she's getting top teeth coming in, and then she's had a little cold. My daughter came home all boogery from school like 2 weeks ago. Then my wife got sick. I never got sick though, but I wasn't worried about it either. When I came home boogery, my wife's like, "Oh, now I'm gonna get sick and work's gonna suck." And then she got really sick. I'm like, "No, I'm not getting sick because I don't really think it works that way." I think a lot of that stuff's psychosomatic.
Yeah, it's like I'm the one in the family that should get sick first because, like, I've had granuloma annulare, I've had fucking fibromyalgia, autoimmune problem. It's like everyone got sick, and I didn't get sick at all. So if you've got like something to do, like me, I'm occupied all the time. I think that's what's been keeping sort of like I haven't been getting sick because I've got something to do,
Right. I think a lot of it is like she was so concerned. Like she goes, "Oh, I'm gonna get sick, and this is gonna suck, and then the baby might get sick." The baby got boogery. And then my daughter, it was her friend, because her friend that lives next door to us, she comes over every morning to get on the bus with us since her parents leave a little earlier. And they're in the same, they're in the same grade and stuff. And she came over, and she sounded like a 40-year-old man. She's like, "Hi, everybody." When she came in, I'm like, "Oh, you don't sound good." And the next thing I know, everybody was sick, and I wasn't. And I was exposed to it just as much. I mean, my daughter, my infant, my 7-month-old was thick and boogery and stuff, and she drooled into my eyeball. I never got fucking sick.
She drooled into your eyeball.
Oh yeah, I'm holding her and I'm talking to her. I'm holding her up in the air. And all of a sudden, just big water drool right in my eye. I'm like, oh, great. That's because in germ theory, that's one of the easiest ways to spread germs is through your eyes. Like if someone has a flu and spits in your eye, in their they say you could 100% get the flu that way. Because it's like your membranes in your eye or whatever. Yeah, like something getting in your mouth or up in your nostrils and stuff is the same as getting in your eye as far as like transmitting illnesses. If someone has AIDS and shoots a bunch of their blood in your eye, you can get AIDS that way. But if you drink it, you can't. Weird.
I think that there's something that we're missing. It's like for sure. It's like this virus theory, this germ theory, and I think there's an energetic sort of like a formula that we haven't quite worked out yet that would explain how it is that sometimes people get sick and they don't, and it's to do with, it definitely has to do with frequency somehow, some type of a resonance or a frequency that like in certain times you don't get sick because you're just not on that wavelength, and maybe you're lucky. I don't know if it's anything to do with luck. It might be a formula that we just haven't tapped into, haven't discovered yet. What the fuck happened? Hello?
Like, because me and my wife, we've been together since like I don't even remember like May of 2015. Like every single day since then, we've been together. And we've never, the only time we've ever been sick simultaneously is I came home. I was working at a car dealership and I had to do a presentation, and my stomach was bothering me that morning. I thought I was nervous about having to do the presentation in front of 50 people and stuff and all that. So I was a little stressed. And then I did the presentation and everything. But the thing is, I wasn't really nervous about it, but I thought I was subconsciously nervous, and that's why my stomach hurt. Well, no, I ended up like having the worst stomach bug I've ever had. Like a couple hours later, I spent 2 days in the bathroom. And then, like later on, when I was home being sick, my wife she got sick too, and it was bad. Like that's the only time we've ever been like ill. It's not like anytime she's ever sick, I will never get sick the same time as her, except for that once when I was sick first. So I don't know. It's weird. Like whenever my daughters and my wife get sick, I'm never sick with them. I'll get sick on my own, and nobody else will get sick. But I'll have like flu symptoms or something. Like that happened to me about 7 months ago. I got really sick one night. I was having like a fever of like 101, and I was just shivery, and for like a full day I was useless. But no one ever we're never all sick together. It's always like I'm always off on an island, and I'm either the only one that's sick or I'm the only one that's not. And it's been like that for literally 8 years. Strange. But it was also, I mean, it was like that growing up, because I have including myself, I had 5 siblings. And there'd be times where like 2 or 3 people in the house would be deathly sick with like the flu or something or some kind of chicken, whatever. And no one else, like, yeah, I was about to say chicken pox, but that doesn't really make sense for chicken because, some people just don't get it if you've already had it. But, oh man, I gotta put myself on me, my little
But
daughter.
we definitely give names to all of these symptoms, right? It's like all they are is symptoms. Like everything that you can you can say is an illness. It's just some type of a symptom, and you can get to the root cause of it. And when you get to the root cause of it, you find out that root cause is an energetic wave. It's some type of energy. And in Chinese medicine, it's like it's a negative energy. It's like the wind is the mother of all diseases in Chinese medicine. It's like don't show your belly button to the wind because you're gonna get sick.
Yeah, and in Hebraic understanding, there is precedence for like germ theory, as in washing your hands, keeping your food, your kitchen clean, wherever you prepare food, keeping the area clean from blood and biologicals. You know what I'm saying? Like there is truth to that.
That's
Even the wearing of masks. Even what do they call it? Why am I not remembering words right now? Yo, like when you go on a flight and they mandate that you stay at a hotel for 7 days. What do you call that?
It's like it's called like
quarantine.
Quarantine. Yeah. Well, there's scriptures supporting quarantining yourself for 7 days. Like that's a verse, and I can pull it up.
Don't pull it up.
No, I'm just saying.
I believe you.
Just saying.
There's also the story of when they started.
Sorry.
What's up?
I mean, he doesn't have to pull it up and read it, but what's the verse, and I'll just go read it myself later because I'm interested in that.
That's a good idea.
It even talks about wearing masks.
There's the thing in the. Oh, go ahead.
No, I wasn't aware of that till fairly recently. Actually, I think the person who brought it up to me was Blaze, or somebody else that showed me that actually there's a verse that shows that the wearing of masks to prevent from getting sick is a thing. But yeah, I'll find the verse. I'm not gonna read it, but I'll find the verse for you.
Yeah, it's like
I mean, there's
my father. If my father went to a beach and there was a park bench to sit on, he would always wave his hands over it to get rid of the negative energy before he sat down, because he wouldn't want to soak up like the residual energy that was left there by someone that had like a negative energy. And all sorts of things that he used to do, his little personal rituals before he sat down on a seat. He'd wave his hands over it to wash away the negative energy, this type of thing, so like he never got sick. It's like he never got sick, right? And this, I think this germ theory thing, just because you get like the symptoms that resemble mucus and the lungs and all your organs, but like how did it actually get into you?
I don't know, but let's not go down this road. I don't like where this is headed. I mean, I don't mind personally, but just for the stream and whatnot, let's not go down this road.
What?
Well, they're censoring us, so.
You're joking. Come on. We're just about to look at some verses about masks.
Yeah, I'm just saying the medical stuff. I don't know. I get scared because they're censoring us. So.
It's like if you walk into a room after someone's just been in there having a big argument, do you think you can feel that?
I don't know, but are you familiar with the intention experiments from Lynn McTaggart?
Go on.
Somebody's hot micing.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Yeah, the intention experiment with Lynn McTaggart. I do think like vibrations, and there's just like energies and shit you can sense maybe sometimes. Yeah. They also, I've heard of this thing a long time ago before I even got into like flat earth or anything, but there was this study or whatever I heard of where they would show people like good pictures, like little bunny rabbits and lollipops and rainbows and shit, kids. And then they would show people horrific pictures like slaughter, murder, dead, like just all kinds of horrific stuff. You know, you get the picture. So they said that, you know, when you show someone a nice picture, a certain area of their brain lights up. And when you show someone a you know, horrific picture, a different part of the brain lights up, right? When they get the sensors, the Ghostbuster sieve on the head, all that. So they said they were actually seeing the brain light up like nanoseconds or milliseconds or some shit before they actually showed the picture. What? That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, and they actually use that as evidence for quantum mechanics.
You know, if anyone can ever find that study, I've never seen it since, and this was like 10, 15, this was a long time ago. Yeah, if anyone ever finds that study, like, or knows what the name of it is or anything, you know.
It showed that relativity is bullshit because they were seeing something was moving faster than the speed of light.
Or they knew which picture was going to be shown before it happened. How? What do you mean? Well, where are you getting speed of light out of this from?
Well, the brain was
that what the conclusion they came to?
From what I understand, there's similar experiments have shown that the reaction time needed for that to happen, or for the response, was faster than what we could see. Right, like something was happening faster.
I thought the conclusion was our brains friggin' knew which picture they were going to show.
Yeah, not only that, but that like there's mechanisms of consciousness that are moving faster than the speed of light, including response times, not like not reaction times, like picking up a baseball, or I mean catching a baseball, like the way that you sense things, right? Like I don't know how to explain it, bro. I don't know how to convey it into words.
It's because like whatever's happened has already actually happened, and that's why you're able to tap into the future. And that's why they're able to like have the Illuminati card of some dude with a ponytail and long hair sitting in front of a Macintosh computer, like, and the flat earthers, you know, got to be careful because they know something. But like, how the fuck did they know that a hippie dude would be sitting? Because like hippie dudes don't sit in front of computers, and it's like they put that on a card back in the 90s, and there's this dude, like, earlier, before the internet, right? That card.
Well, you know when did the internet come out?
95.
When did these cards come out?
Like 91 or something?
When did the cards come out?
I'm pretty sure they came out before the internet broke out, before MSN Messenger.
I had a brother-in-law that was on the internet in the early 70s.
Yeah, but that's not like the internet like that. That's like all green screen and coding.
Yeah,
that's
internet
all like
for internet, man.
Yeah, but it wasn't like there was no pictures, no videos, no photos. It was just
dude, text internet is still internet. Come on.
But yo, I want to bring up that one verse, just that one verse. It says in Leviticus 13:45, the leprous person who has a disease shall wear torn clothes and let the hair of his head hang loose, and he shall cover his upper lip and cry out, unclean, unclean. Just the idea of covering up his lips because he's sick, he's contaminated. And also there's other verses, and I'm not going to read them, but they say that he has to be set apart in quarantine. But even for other, it doesn't have to be leprosy. There was other diseases, skin infections, and other things that the Hebrews demanded that that person who had an infection or who had symptoms be quarantined for 7 days. And what the thing
Well,
with
we
pathogens,
learned
I
very
didn't want.
on that.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's kind of obvious. Like I don't know. Like if someone's sick and shit, you probably want to, stay away from them and shit. I mean, they learned in the real early on in America or whatever, where they had one side they had a place where you deliver babies, a building where, and on one side they had midwives, and the other side they had the doctors. The doctor side kept having more fatalities. I don't. What do you call when a baby's dies? Whatever. I forgot the word. Whatever it is.
Fatality.
What is it?
It's just in Mortal Kombat, like where you change the other person into a baby and then you execute them. Or no, you don't execute. Anyway, I'm sorry. Forget it.
Deaths.
Anyways, the babies on the
Or
doctor
death,
side
sudden
died.
death syndrome, something like that.
I don't know. The babies on the listen. That's not the point. The point is the babies on the doctor side were dying more, and the midwives were dying less, obviously. And they ended up figuring why, because the doctors weren't washing their hands, or they were playing with carcasses, studying on dead people, and then just going right into doing the baby thing, like straight out of that. So
Infant mortality.
that's it. There we go, Kellyanne. Nice work. Nice work.
That was literally courtesy of your Google guy.
The washing
I
of
Googled
hands.
it.
I need a
What you asked
professional
earlier.
Google guy, right? Bro, this is so much information to keep in my head. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, it's tough. Like, I gotta have a Google guy.
So yeah, so people that believe in terrain theory or don't believe in terrain theory, or people that the whole germ theory stuff, I don't really want to go down too far into that. But I just want to ask, like,
yeah, let's get off of this whole thing we're on right now, please.
But the washing of hands, you guys agree with that, right? Like, nobody here has a problem with washing their hands, right? I just want to make sure.
With water, I mean, if you use hot water and like soap, sure. Mostly it's the water that's doing all the work. I mean, the soap just kind of disinfects you a little bit. But like if you touch raw chicken and there's stuff on there that can give you like salmonella, like germs exist. I mean, you can physically see germs, so I don't have a problem with stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, the water, all that's doing is just removing whatever's going to make you sick off your hands. But I mean, that salmonella is like a physical, tiny little animal. You can see it through a microscope. It's not something made up like a virus. So yeah, I have no problem with water removing.
The soap dissolves fat. The soap dissolves fat, and it's like at the lowest level, oil and fat is the thing that sort of joins everything together.
A lot of lipid membranes out there in nature, yeah, correct. But yeah, we don't have to keep. I just want to make sure that everybody here agree that we are to wash our hands, and that hygiene is important, and that we're not de-evolving in our understanding of things. That even though we've been deceived by helioastronomy, listen, there's a lot of things that you can still keep, right? That's want to make sure that we're all level-headed. That's all. All right, next topic.
Well, there's definitely something about the number 7 and 7 days. Like 7 days, like that was the creation time. It's like there's a cycle, and it's like even if you're not keeping on the 7-day cycle, Sunday to Monday, or I mean, like week to week, you say 7 days. That's sort of a number that represents some type of a cycle. Not necessarily like why didn't they say 6 days or 8 days, right?
Let's not go down a whole Bible path today.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Are you saying why is a week 7 days?
No. Why did they say in that verse that he was pointing out like 7 days? Like, why wasn't it 8 days?
I don't know.
Because there's a cycle, right? There's some type of a cycle to it, to this germ theory.
Most definitely.
Keep it a tight week. You know, no point going 8 days, a week and a day. What's the point, man? Just keep it 1 week and you're good.
Why though? Why not 8
I
days?
don't know, man. I don't know. I was joking, man.
No, but that's actually a very fundamental point of all of this. Actually, time, but I don't. We don't have to get into it. But you need
So I
time
wasn't
as a factor. You need time as a variable in your equation for most.
wasn't just talking out my
things.
ass. Then, if you think this important, like, come on, tell us what's important about 7.
Carlos, you're talking about your menstrual cycle too much,
The
dude.
reason that 7 is important is because it's the only number divisible by 364 days, which seems to be the number of days we have in a year. But there's a discrepancy because everybody's measuring 365 days. So if you measure the revolution or the ecliptical path of the Earth, you need to know the time it takes for the Earth to go around the sun. So this is why time is fundamental in the understanding of time and how you track time and the different ways, the different methods that modern astronomers track time. I love that. I love that. That's what I'm studying right now. But I'm not an expert by any means. I have more of a theological background, but Jeremy don't really want to get into that right now. Because it does take a lot of like scripture, and I don't want to get into that.
Well, you do, but you don't.
Yeah, please. Well, I mean, we do a lot of Bible talk. Let's just.
Nah, yeah, I don't really want to get into it either. I don't have the energy right now. I just want to chill, talk about whatever.
Yeah, you get all worked up.
Yeah, just don't read anything because it all sounds like the Bible.
Well, I can't believe none of you. Like, I've mentioned it like 15 and a half times already, like Franchot Pearson's channel. I can't believe none of you have gone and spent the 1 minute to go and like take a taste of it.
What is his channel?
I was watching Franchot Pearson when he had 6 subscribers.
Did you say
Now
6 or 6?
6. What?
I
S-I-X.
keep laughing. I hear the
Number
same thing.
Yeah, 6. and like now he's got, I don't know, 60,000 subscribers. I've
That's
watched
too
his
many.
channel.
What's he do? What's he about? Bro, this is the first time I've ever heard you mention. What's he all about?
15 and a half times. Now it's 16 times. Franchot Pearson, he talks about how he analyzes the media and he can see all the signs and the codes and the stuff that they're pulling off the Illuminati and the he believes that we're in the time of tribulation. He's Christian. He's a black American, African American from Chicago. We're the Windy City, and he does a vlog like every day or sometimes 3 times a day, and he talks about how the Phoenicians, that they're showing the colors. He can read the codes and the colors that like the elite are able to read, and the normal average people don't see it because it's all in code, and he can break it down with the numbers.
Sweet.
And what movie is it?
It's a channel called Franchot Pearson.
Did he tell you about
Jeremy, ever heard of that?
976 Evil.
What's up? What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear. Your mic is amazing.
You sounded a bit like Denmark there, though, Jeremy.
I'm laying sideways on the floor, so I'm flat on the
Sideways.
floor.
You're flat, level.
Planer.
I'm flat on the floor. Yeah, I'm flat on the floor.
Is your floor flat? My dad used to have shag pile carpet. He would drop his keys on the carpet and lose them. It's like the carpet was so fucking thick, you'd lose your keys in the carpet. Yeah, but that was his ego, because like my father was like he went through a stage, like, because he's always been the spiritual healer, but he went through this ego stage for a few years, and he just got really egotistical, and he thought he was like someone from Miami Vice, like, or Chips, and like he went to Los Angeles and he was like healing like movie stars, Gene Wilder. He stayed at Gene Wilder's house and in the Beverly Hills, and it's like he came back from LA and he was like wearing a $1,300 tie. And it's like, why would you spend $1,300 on a tie, dude? And it's like, but
Was it a
that's
thin leather tie or a piano tie? A thin
a
leather
tie
tie.
around a suit tie.
Yeah, but like
tie.
a thin leather one. You know those styling 80s ones. I'm picturing Miami Vice, with a mustache.
Now you're going all retro on us. Yeah, it's good to reminisce about your memories about some of these childhood memories. Yeah, for me it's childhood memories. For some of you it might be teenage memories. But I used to, my fondest memories with my granddad was to sit down and watch MASH together with my granddad. I don't know. I think the subject's kind of veering off course. Has anyone got something like snacks? I'm pretty sure you had something to talk about. Don't mind Jeremy, he's lying flat on the floor. I don't know why, but he's lying on the floor, like, instead of sitting in a chair.
Because I'm scraping floor glass.
You serious? You're scraping floor glass
Yeah.
while you're lying on the floor.
'Cause I
Imagine
gotta
if
scrape
you're
the
on
floor
the
glass.
floor and your boss came in and said, "Why the fuck are you lying on the floor?"
She knows I'm laying on the floor because she knows I'm scraping the floor glass.
Serious?
Lying
bro.
on the floor.
You're out of timeout, bro?
What's up? No, I'm working overtime. And there's really like nothing to do, so I'm just making the school look like a million times better because there's glass that's near the floor. And when we strip the floors, it's splashes this chemical all over the place, and it gets on the window and never comes off unless you scrape it with a razor blade. So that's what I'm doing. Shit looks dope.
Fuck, you must look so, like, if the boss walked past now, they'd just go, "Oh my god, you're such a hard worker, dude." It's like, and you're
Exactly.
like, no, in your mind, you're actually like, "Nah, I'm just laying on the floor."
No, this is tough. This is tough work. What's up? What do you got, Lion? Give us.
No, I posted. See if you can wrap your mind around this. I posted a screenshot. If there were no obliquity in eccentricity, and the sun ran as in our man-made clocks run, right, consistently. If each interval between successive solar noon was in fact 24 hours, then there would be no analemma throughout the year. It would be a perfect. Here, I'll show you what it would look like. Yeah, it would be a perfect figure 8, but I don't have an image of it right now. But
That's because the southern
Well,
hemisphere.
everyone can picture a figure 8, but we know what it looks like. That's when the sun goes from the tropic to tropics. That's basically its path through the sky.
or it'd be a single
greater time
dot.
scale.
It'd be a single dot if it didn't have any movement.
What's up?
Hold on. I'm posting some images right now.
Oh, if it didn't move, it would just be the sun in the same. But
Yeah.
then it would always be daytime. Or no,
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying. It would just if it didn't move. No, hold on. If it didn't move throughout the year, it would just if you took it at the same time every day, it would just
Yeah.
be in the same spot, and you just have some over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't it depend on
Yeah.
your reference frame?
Carlos, don't start.
It does depend on your reference frame how the NLM looks. It does. But that doesn't really matter.
If you get on a merry-go-round and do this, it's gonna look way different. Yes.
Yeah, depending on your geographical location on the the latitudes, the NLM will change its shape, right? But it's still true though that it differs between the northern and southern hemisphere in its orbit.
What's the mainstream explanation of the analemma? How it's bigger at the bottom? Like, I thought it was supposed to be symmetrical. This elliptical orbit.
It's the sun's eccentricity why the NLM looks bigger at the bottom.
Yeah, it's not
There's
an
no
8. It's an
symmetry,
actual
bro.
oval.
Everywhere there's supposed to be. Everywhere there's supposed to be symmetry, there's never symmetry.
No, there's symmetry. It's an oval. It looks like an 8 just because of your perception, buddy. Like a lasso.
Symmetry between their hemispheres. Symmetry between their hemispheres. Like we're on this giant ball. The sun 93 million a mile. Like there should be a whole bunch of symmetries that just aren't there.
Right. And that's why they don't have a globe model.
And
Well,
now
I would start to even ask what type of. I would actually start to ask what type of model even is this globe model you speak of. Get that hammered down, and then then let's see the model.
We can't hammer it down. They won't let us.
Now they've divided twilight into 3 different explanations, and it's a giant assumption that the sun is going over the curve, and that's why twilight's divided into 3 sectors, into 3 explanations. 3 different aspects. It's like, yeah, it's a
What do you got?
giant
Astronomical. Yeah, what are they?
You've got like 3 different versions of twilight when the sun is going over the curve, depending on the angle in the season. If it's winter or summer, you're going to have a lower angle in the summer and a higher angle in the winter, something like that. And it's like the Witsit was talking about it earlier on. So is Jeranism. I think that's like what everyone's talking about right now, because that debunks the globe like totally, because you have to have a massive assumption without any evidence.
Yeah.
I'm posting relevant screenshots, and this all comes from a video from Earwar. You know who Earwar is?
No, what's Earwar?
Someone in here earlier was talking about Tartaria. Was it Carlos?
Nah, Earwar's a liar.
You don't like Earwar no more? I love Earwar, bro. He's on point.
Nah,
he got some stuff.
He believes stuff. He believes like he believes stuff that is just all in his imagination without any evidence.
You're out of your mind, dude. Earwar's on
What
point.
are
No,
they?
he talks
just
about
disappeared.
he talks about multiple like Earths, like Earth puddles. It's just an imagination. It's just like there's no
No, he don't.
evidence for
He
that.
took that back. He did say that, but he took that back, and he got that from Vibes of Cosmos, and people still buying into that, But Vibes of Cosmos, they popularized the moon map. That's where they got the moon map stuff, and that's why they came up with the idea of the outer ponders, or the idea that there's other lands beyond the ice shelf. I mean, people already had that idea, but the moon map was a way to actually prove it to be. It was like circumstantial evidence, at best. because of like what perceivably look like craters when you put the map together. You guys seen it all. I don't have to explain it. But I'm saying that he took that back already. He already took all that back. He addressed it on another video on another account. He deleted his old account because all the people connected to it, all the Tartarians were trolling him because he's turning his back on Tartaria because a lot of the stuff that he fell into it ended up being wrong, bro. And he's provided all the evidence to support that factory. No, it's called the factory assembly line that existed a long time ago, bro. That they had assembly lines with steam machines that would steam cut bricks, certain shapes, and all kinds of extravagant, like 3D printing, bro, almost, except with steam machines. And they would 3D print, right? In the 1800s, 1700s, they were making bricks and cutting them with steam and aligning them, and they were the bricks were like universal parts, like you could mismatch them.
Someone has a child that's very upset right now. They need comforting or something.
Oh, my bad. Is my mic on? I'm sorry, you guys. I thought
It's all good.
No, I was trying to
It's
give
a
her
little
some
distracting,
little
but it's all right. I understand.
No, I my bad. I didn't realize my mic was on. I'm outside of
You're good.
Sorry.
You're good.
Wait, real quick. So that Earwar guy, is he back, like, making content? Because I saw, like...
Yeah.
Oh, really? Because I was... when did he bust onto the scene? Like, almost 2 years ago when he had that real, like... It was like a 10-hour-long thing in, like, 4 parts.
Yeah, man. Huge.
Which was all Tartaria, though. Pretty much. I mean, Tartaria and Flat Earth kind of goes hand in hand.
It's
in
everything.
A lot of ways,
it's all of that. It's everything.
Yeah. Tartaria is interesting. I don't know, I thought Earwar's shit was awesome. His voice was the way he talks, like, like his voice was a little. You had to get, like, that was an acquired taste, because I tried showing it to one of my friends who's already a flat earther anyway. And he's like, dude, I watched 2 minutes of that. I can't take the guy's voice. I'm like, yeah, you got kind of have a point. But I mean, if you're not going to watch something because of someone's voice, that's stupid. But I didn't know he was making content. I thought he was like, he like threw away all his flat Earth stuff and said he was wrong about everything. At least that's what I heard.
No,
I've
he's
heard
still a flat
he's
earther.
Glober now. So. Oh,
he's still a flat earther, and he actually just set the record straight because new evidence arose and he was wrong, and that's how we should be. Don't be married to your ideas. But he realized that that in the 1817 1600s that people were capable of creating these ancient cathedrals and these ancient churches and monuments, all the architecture, that it's not what we've been, people have been misguided by the Tartarian subgroups on Facebook and YouTube. And I mean, that's where most people hear about Tartaria, is on Facebook and YouTube.
So
I always hear about
what are you saying? What are you saying is, like, our ability, we've got like Nemo syndrome or what? It's like we can't remember 100 years ago.
Well, really, it's probably more like 160 years. Because you got to think from, like, really the 1860s to the 1940s, it was a shit show consistently every single day somewhere. Like it. I mean, from the 1860s to the 1940s, every single major city on Earth was burned to the ground at one point. Whether it was through shit that happened in World War II or all the stuff that happened before World War II. All the Napoleon stuff from the 1860s or 40s up until the for a 100-year period, every single major city was completely set on fire and leveled.
I posted his new account.
So I mean, something. Oh no, there's accounts. I mean, every you got the big Boston fire, the Chicago fire, you got the earthquakes in L.A. you got all the Napoleonic Wars that destroyed all these cities in Europe. Then you have the Civil War that destroyed. Like for almost 100 years, everything got completely level. Yeah, they have reasons for it, but it was either natural disasters, fires, cows kicking over kerosene lamps and burning down Chicago, which is weird. The London fire. I think like Kiev burned down in like 1860. But I mean, again, they say that was Napoleon and him marching into Moscow and shit, and then the French Revolution, all their cities got burned at that same time. Like every single major city was burned in that 100-year period.
Didn't Napoleon walk into a city in Russia? Was it Moscow or was it St. Petersburg? And it's like there was no one there.
Right.
It's like 1 million people just disappeared. There's no one there.
Yeah, well,
Not even birds.
Exactly. And you can actually Google it and see for yourself. I can't remember the years, but I want to say it has to. It works best with Eastern Europe. Like if you type in like Moscow or Kiev or Donbass, something over there, but then you put in the date like 1840 or like 1860 or 1870, what have you, in that time period, you'll get like big photos of the entire like skyline and layout of the city, but they're all empty. There's no people with little
because
horses
like
and
apparently they had like fires, like, and there was no smoke coming from the chimneys. Yeah.
right. Yeah, it was
You'd
weird.
think that you'd think that a city that was powered, like they were using fires to cook their food and to heat their water and everything, like they were running these fires 24 hours a day. But the whole city, there was no smoke. In all the photos, I've seen Martin Liedke's channel and he's shown it 1,000 million times. It's an anomaly. There's like everyone was gone.
Oh, is that Flat Earth British guy?
And he's the same guy that talks about there's evidence all around the world for these buildings that have got stories with windows and doors beneath the ground. You can still find them today in many cities around the world, like especially like Glasgow.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Like what's going on? Like how bad is our memory to to just overlook this, and now our roads are built up to the second story of buildings in the major downtown areas, and we can see like window panes up against the footpaths. Did they build the roads up against the windows, or did the roads just did the ground come up? Did the ground raise up? So, and there's theories about mud. There's theories about ash. There's a few different liquefaction. But it's definitely the remnants of some catastrophe that's happened worldwide. It was a kind of a reset.
Almost like reverse sinkholes in a way. Or instead of everything falling on the ground maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This Earth does weird shit. And we don't have a very long record of anything.
We just have short-term memory loss, and it's like, one generation goes and it's gone. All they have to do is reprogram us.
Right. And if you think about what happened, like I was saying, from like shit, we can go from 1800 all the way to 1950, for instance. Every single generation in that time period somewhere was getting absolutely destroyed by something. You have a couple world wars and you can rewrite everything. I mean, the amount of death that would take place in that 150-year period up until now, and now everyone's glued on the phones, and social media tells everyone to do this and that, and everyone simultaneously will do. We're all like, we're completely penned in as sheep. put my mic back on.
Yeah, but the elites of the world have long-term plans, so they've definitely got long-term memories, whereas the populations don't. The populations have a short-term memory.
Yeah, they're making big moves. Damn, what was I gonna say about the thing the last guy said? I can't remember now. Shit. What were we talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, World War One and Two. Yeah, you got to check with Geo on that. He's big on that. I'm open to it to be a possibility. They did have a lot of. He makes a good case for it. A lot of stuff happened. Like a lot of stuff happened right around that time. So Witsit did a timeline on it. I think I don't know what his timeline was on actual day.
Oh yeah, but then there's all the other wars that people don't even really know that much about.
You know who's been leading the charge when it comes to America? Kissinger, Henry Kissinger. What's his official title again? That dude's still alive or something. If not, he just died.
Hmm.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Henry Kissinger, he's that Bilderberg guy, right?
He's been in it for years, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know about Bilderberg, but he's been in the mix with every president, pretty much. I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah, since JFK. But oh yeah, I don't know, like, dude, the amount of death that happened in both world wars and stuff's astronomical. You can change a lot of things and delete a lot of files and rewrite a lot of shit in the aftermath of stuff like that with no problem, and no one's gonna fucking know because everyone got their lives decimated. No one's paying attention to what's going on, and then all of a sudden you have a whole generation with no more, that don't have parents anymore because they're all dead. So you can,
That would be how you would do it. That would be how you would do some kind of major reset like that. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. Like, you ever see that movie, The Village or something? What is it called?
Yeah, where you just get a couple of kids, you buy off. Yeah, I saw that. I was just listening to that in those Flat Earth Clues a couple weeks ago when I was at work. It was just started playing, and I was listening to it.
Yeah, like you get a bunch of kids in the forest, and then you could tell them anything, and then you could have generations go by to where just everyone just believes that one thing, and nobody knows why. It's kind of like the monkeys experiment with the banana, and when they make it rain on them. You know what I'm talking about? Like, no one even knows why they know what they're doing. They just do it because that's how it's been.
Absolutely. And there's been so many wars that had huge amounts of casualties that we don't even really know. For instance, the War of 1812. Everybody hears about that for 5 minutes in history class. But it's like you don't even stop and think. The United States and Canada fucking invaded each other and went to war, and then England and France were involved. Like, that was another world war. It's just they just gloss over it. Boston got I don't know, not Boston, but there's a bunch of cities in Canada that got fucked up from that, and Washington D.C. got destroyed, and the White House was burned to the ground, and all kinds of shit in that war. And no one knows anything about that.
Hold on, you're saying we went to war with Canada? Hold on, you're saying we went to war with Canada, and they burned the White House down?
The United States invaded Canada in 1912 because they thought that the Canadians would look at the United States as liberators from the crown of England. And in that same war, like, every single Native American tribe in Canada formed their own union led by a Indian named Tecumseh, who was like the president of a Native American federation, and they had thousands and thousands of troops, and they were fighting with England, but then England and them got wiped out. So yeah, it gets really fucking
That's
weird.
pretty cool. That's pretty cool, man. I didn't know that.
And again, yeah, that's the whole War of 1812, and nobody knows about that. And it's
I didn't.
like I said, you'll hear. Yeah, but yeah, it was the United States and Canada fucking fighting each other.
Think about that before you make Canadian jokes again, huh? We can do it again. We'll burn it to the ground.
Yeah, but how'd that turn out for you guys, though?
See, like
It
at
turned out
one point, Canada was occupying Chicago. It's kind of funny.
Blame Canada.
For a second. I mean, you're just holding us back. That was a huge setback, dude. We had to rebuild that was a huge setback. You're just holding back progress. And you're not tough, guys, because we kicked you right out of here. You're gone. And you just let a Chinese balloon. And you just let a Chinese balloon come through, bro. I'm not gonna say I'm mad at Canada, but I'm a little disappointed.
Well, we said, why the hell should we send our planes? Let the Americans do it.
You're just letting balloons. You guys shouldn't be letting those balloons fly through your airspace. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, we're
You're just
messing
letting
up
random
lately.
balloons. You're just letting random balloons fly in, dude. That could have been anything. Holy shit!
We got a she-male. We got a she-male prime minister. That's what's going on. We got to get rid of this woman, this man. That's a woman.
They're all like that. It seems like.
Apparently, his wife left him. So that's a sign right there.
Are there Canadians that actually like Trudeau? Because I have never once seen where there's a group of more than 20 people where everyone's not saying "fuck you" to him.
Yeah, well, you know who voted him in, right? That's why if I say this, women are going to get pissed off. Women voted him in. He charmed the ladies.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yeah. They couldn't even. Women couldn't even get Hillary in. First woman president running.
Canada, women voted this loser in. I'm telling you.
Well, I was going to say women aren't sexually attracted to Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, but first woman president and all that. That's true. That's why I said, yo, if Arnold had ever ran for president, he definitely would have made it, dude. No question. Dudes, chicks, everyone would have been like, let's go.
Yeah, but he was not an American.
Who doesn't want the Terminator?
He wasn't born as an American.
No, that's why I said F.
Yeah.
Neither was Barack Obama.
I know.
But here we are.
Well.
Well, yeah, it wasn't the whole Obama thing. Like, his father's American, and like he was living somewhere, and he was like, so I don't know.
What do you got?
You guys ever see the Obama and Michelle picture, where it shows Michelle without makeup? Yeah, I showed that to somebody a couple of days ago, and they were going, "No way, you're crazy, man! It's not a guy. Come on, the whole world would have known." 3 days later,
what's his name?
bro.
Michael. His name's Michael. But see, that's the thing. The whole thing with that, I didn't think there was anything to it until I saw that speech where, like, twice in the same speech, Obama called Michelle Michael, and I'm thinking, there's never been a time where I would ever call my wife the wrong name. Ever. It's not. I don't think it's physically possible.
Bro, the guy that I told this to thought I was crazy. 3 days later, he hasn't stopped sending me stuff. You were right, bro. You were right. I'm sorry. He's sending me all kinds of things about Michelle Obama. Yeah.
Is that like
referred
to as a Freudian slip?
These elite people are just. Go ahead.
I said we've all seen the package when Michelle Obama's dancing on stage with those white trousers.
This is the picture that started it all. He's like, come on, that's not Michelle Obama. Hey, bro, you don't have to believe me. Did he go down a deep rabbit hole or what? He's sending me every stuff I didn't even know about Michelle Obama.
Jeremy, stop scraping the floor.
Yeah.
It's
That was
Flash.
Photoshop, though, to
Michelle
be honest.
Obama. She was in Angels of the Outfield.
Yeah, I told him about the package. He goes, "No way." I go, "Look into it, bro. Don't believe me." Yeah, he's going down a rabbit hole. I don't think he's ever going to climb out.
Yeah, but why are we afraid of balloons? You
When I
guys
win
know
the
that the more.
lottery,
I know why.
when I win the lottery, you're all going to come together with me on a trip to China.
China. Why are we worried about the balloons from China if we can go on a trip there, and if China can Google everything about America, like they can just Google it. Like what? Like if we get real scared of a fucking balloon, then that just gives them more power for us to say, well, stop that thing, man. You guys need to do more. You need to do more pampering us, put new diet and like strap more stuff on our face, like put more handcuffs on us. Like that doesn't make no sense. I say, put all the balloons you want up, China. Canada, you put some balloons up too. America, put some balloons up. Put them up everywhere. Russia, you too. Let's send balloons everywhere.
Like the Buddhists do, right? When somebody dies.
It's been quite a few years now. China doesn't have Google. They don't have Google in China.
Yeah, they do.
They got something.
It's called Dragonfly. Instead of
Google's
Google, it's called Dragonfly. Yeah, it's not called Google. It's called Dragonfly. But Google still works in China, dude. What do you mean? Google sold China all the intellectual property for one of the craziest quantum processes there is. Like they gave up all of it to China. The U.S. government was pissed at Google when they did that.
They shouldn't be. Google wasn't using that. They're using something different.
Well, they don't have YouTube in China either. You can't watch YouTube in China.
Well, this isn't like that game Civilization where you had to like trade technology with other countries. Like there's an open market now, and if Google wants to give technology away, they're free to do that.
You're right.
Yeah, but the main point is don't be afraid.
Balloons all over.
Yeah, why not? Cameras everywhere, balloons everywhere, high altitude. How else are you going to see the planet for what it is? You have 8 million balloons in the air. You see 8 million little visions of what it is. Put them together that way. Forget their story. I mean, forget being afraid of a fucking balloon. It's 2023. What are you afraid of a balloon for?
The thing that disturbed me most about the balloon
I can fuck you up with a balloon.
It took like 3 missiles to bring it down.
Yeah, but I could fuck you up with a balloon now. You ever see the movie It, first of all?
That's just more scare porn, though. I don't like scare porn. I'll say send your balloon over, and I got a BB gun ready anytime. If I need to. If I needed to. I don't know. I'm going to shoot it if I needed to. If Jeremy's going to kill me with it, I mean, I don't know.
They found out that
balloons. You said let all the balloons. You said let all the balloons go up.
I'm saying let them go. That's what I'm saying.
You're going to shoot them all down?
Let them go.
Now you're going to shoot them all down.
Quit being afraid of balloons and shit. Quit being afraid of your own fucking shadows.
How you going to shoot my balloon
There
down?
are no aliens.
Why
the
are you
other government's not going to beat you up, Jeremy. Okay?
Why are you going to shoot my balloon down, bro?
I'm not.
You said you had a BB gun.
You said you were it.
What's the BB gun for? What's the BB gun for?
What's the clown dream goblin for? I don't know. Why'd you bring it into it? So when you bring fantasy and dream clowns into it, I'm going to bring a dream BB gun. Listen, float the balloons. Balloons, everybody. Don't be afraid of the balloon.
I posted a link about balloons. Balloon nuclear detonation. Yucca, they call the program. An encyclopedia about the who, what, when, where, and why of scientific ballooning and how they can carry payloads and stuff. You never know, bro. The Chinese could float a balloon inconspicuously over our skies and blow it up, dude.
Chinese invented.
Hey, you can't just let balloons be floating everywhere. If I float a balloon in your house, you just gonna let my balloon go? You could just be like, go to sleep, like there's just some random balloon inside your bedroom. You cool with that?
Hell no.
Demok's cool with that. Let's go, right, Demok? Balloons everywhere.
Yeah, balloons everywhere. Or we can have sissies everywhere and not be able to discover nothing, and then we can block off every border, right? And then we can tell you guys you can't go nowhere, can't send no balloons, can't have no drones, can't drink water. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah, you need to watch Green Greg's channel.
I'd love to have all the
and you can get prepared. You know, you need to get prepared, like, because you never know when the next lockdown's going to happen because of climate change.
Yeah, I'd love to have all the borders open. That would be a neat thing to do. But I don't see that happening until all of humanity's on the same page. Like, you know, we need to all be on the same page before we just let all the borders go.
I want to let a balloon over China and see how it fares.
When this all came out,
got BB guns. They probably got BB guns. I mean,
there was shenanigans all the time. Like when this first came out, bro, the Chinese were making jokes about the balloon. I don't know if you guys are aware, but there were sources saying that the technology that they had, that it was simple technology that basically showed how vulnerable we are, and they were laughing at us. That a simple balloon could invade our airspace. They like over there, they were laughing at us. The Chinese tech industry said that they could not control the balloon. In China, they're saying this was a weather balloon that blew off course, but the Pentagon is saying that this is not the case. Clearly, it's a surveillance balloon. This is being used as a chance to poke fun at U.S. defenses, showing how vulnerable we are and couldn't even defend against a balloon. Nationalists leapt to use the news to mock the U.S. But the Chinese
I'd be clowning. I've been clowning Canada over this thing for months now. I know. This is a perfect time to make jokes. I mean, you can't just have random balloons floating in your bedroom and you're just like, all right, let's go to sleep. There's just some random balloon in there. That's fine.
This is during the time where we were putting restrictions on China. And they were reporting that because of our restrictions, that they weren't able to control the balloon and it went off course. But they were talking crap back and forth, and we're all like oblivious to all of the foreign politics that's going, or foreign affairs that's going on. But like, I find this stuff very serious because if you study like the history of nuclear payloads, if you believe in nuclear explosions, regardless, even if it was just conventional gunpowder, these things can detonate in the atmosphere and can cause problems to our reality, bro. Like, you got to take this stuff serious.
Dude, that's where they detonate. That's where they claim to detonate nuclear weapons for the most impact is in the air. Like letting it off on the ground isn't as good as letting it off in the air, I'm pretty sure. In their
300 kilometers above the sea level, and that's going to create an EMP, electromagnetic pulse, and it's going to like wipe out the entire energy grid.
Well,
that's a lot of crap. You know why? You remember they dropped the bomb in Japan? The plane just flew away. So that's a load of crock.
Yeah, he probably got far away though by the time it landed. Right? Or it didn't even land. Did they claim they set it off in the air? Or
yeah.
I believe all that.
But he probably dipped by the time the fucking thing hit, right?
Well,
like
they actually filmed it, so they weren't that far away.
Yeah, but doesn't gravity have?
You can probably see that from super far when you're on a plane like that. But I mean, they probably turned around, then dropped it. That's what I would have done, right? You turn around first, just drop the thing, then start turning. Like, yo, let's just get angled up here.
Now, this radiation stuff is very squirrely because what they tell you and what you see are two different things, right? They say EMP, no EMP. The Enola Gay and the Fat Boy. No EMP there. The planes just flew away. Then they say there's when a bomb goes off or when an accident happens, everything dies for 1,000,000 years, half-life, blah, blah, blah. You see the complete opposite. Japan is thriving. Hiroshima, the Russian place is thriving. So they tell you one thing and you see another.
Yeah, SE, what do you think about the Japanese dumping all that waste into the water, affecting our oceans?
Exactly. Where's all the dead people? Where's all the dead fish belly up? Nowhere. So they tell you one thing, but yet you see another. Japan should have been like all kinds of people should be dead. Half the ocean should be freak fish should be floating around dead all over the place. Where are they? You hear any death stories from Japan lately? Nah.
I mean, give it some time. Sometimes these things takes 40 years to manifest. I mean, World War II wasn't that long ago, bro, either. And if this compounds, our children's children might not have ocean life. Like, maybe you're speaking too soon.
Bro, they nuked the whole city. Then they build one on top of it. Where's all the dead people?
No, I feel you, but
Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Where's all the dead people?
I haven't bothered looking into that too deeply, bro, to be honest. Not yet. I'm not ready for that yet. It's too much.
Like, how could they have just stayed and just set up shop right away, right on that land when the Ukraine, they said it was decimated? And I feel you. I feel you on that.
It's all lies, bro. This radiation stuff, I don't know what it is, but it's all lies.
That's something that you probably definitely can't talk about here. The denying that happened.
Why not? Big. You're allowed to talk about that.
No, I'm not sure you. No, honestly, I would love to talk about that, but I that's one of the most controlled things. That's one of the most censored things. Denying the holla.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Denying the holla can get your whole.
We're not talking about the holla. We're talking about Japan. The big boom.
Oh, all right, but I'm not trying to say all the words, but you
okay, so you talk about like Chernobyl, that like something like that. It's like people are living there now, yeah?
No, they're not. But the animals are thriving. Thriving. If you go to Chernobyl, it's lush, green. It's like a paradise. And you'll find all the buildings derelict. Yeah.
Yeah, the Japan thing was a psyop, for sure. Very easy once you look into it.
The Japan nuclear thing was a psyop, or the bomb, the World War II?
That's what Japan was. World War II, Japan, that was a psyop. The bombs in Japan were a psyop. They got firebombed. They got firebombed the whole summer. The Japan originally reported it as firebombing. Then the U.S. government said what they said and made it illegal for any journey.
You cut out so bad.
Yeah, and another thing we should note that the houses back in Japan in those days, they were made out of paper. So you know, literally walls made out of paper.
Their windows were made of paper, not glass.
Yeah, if you were to firebomb that, it would have been a wrap. Just wooden paper. Second little piggy in the big bag story and shit. Or I'll blow your house down thing. Remember
that? Yep. So how about this Japanese one? The latest one, with the reactor. Is that a psyop?
Fukushima.
Chernobyl. Is that a psyop?
Fukushima, yeah. I don't know, man. That's why I'm so confused.
Chernobyl.
I don't know.
Yo, some weird shit happened at Chernobyl. I heard Russians, like a week after it happened, like buried the shit and threw a parade, like, yo, it's over, we did it. And then they were like, oh shit, it ain't over.
No, but think about it. All the places where the so-called nuclear bombs went off, the half-life radiation, which they tell us, which lasts for thousands of years, well, it's just not there. So make of it as you will. Then we have that guy Gayland eating the dust there, putting the Geiger counter and then eating it.
That's insane.
What the hell's that? We got him swimming. Yeah.
Like I remember back in the old days, like when mobile phones first came out, and I had that Sony Ericsson, and I got like the worst like radiation headache for a whole week because I talked on my phone like for an hour, and that's the worst thing you could ever do with one of those old phones. I don't know if you've ever experienced like a radiation headache from talking on a mobile phone.
Wow.
I don't think I have, but that makes sense because it's an antenna, right? There's vibrations going on, and yeah, I could easily see that happening if you understand cymatics, right? Yeah.
Like 20 years ago, those phones, man, it's like 10 minutes is already too long.
Yeah, sorry, I got a call, but I mean, maybe you guys already covered the Japan thing.
By the way, Whitsett, Austin, I really liked your presentation the other day about the fires. You must have spent a long time like putting all that together. It was really well done.
Thank you. Actually, sorry, I was talking to you, but thank you too. Just a sec.
Baby trouble. Lie down on the floor, you'll be all right.
Okay, yeah. But dude, what sucks is, dude, I found so much gravy after I did that. You know, like I found a lot of gravy about the fires after I did my show. So that's how it always goes, too. So I was pretty salty. I'm like, dang, this needed to be in there, but I don't know if I should do a 2.0 or not.
So is there anything like? Is there anything you think there like for this color blue and this laser? I mean, it's like isn't it invisible? This energy
that's
weapon.
that's exactly, bro. That's the part that I wanted to cover more in depth, and I forgot to pull it up. But like really, the laser weapons are infrared weapons. Like the most effective ones are infrared, and they're invisible to the naked eye. And I briefly covered that, but it's like everyone's like, "Oh, here's a picture of this and that," and oh, I caught some flash in the sky on the video, and I covered that in the video that technically there could be, you know, weapons that are in the visible spectrum, and then if that did happen, it would be like a flash of lightning. You know, you'd have to slow mo your camera afterwards to see it. But the majority of the laser weapons that I can find that are researchable, they're infrared. They would be invisible to the naked eye. They'd be invisible laser weapons.
Well, did you look into that airplane that you were showing with the world's largest laser on the front of that airplane? Do you know if that's in the visible spectrum or not?
It is. It's infrared, yeah.
You know Dutch Sense? During the California fires a couple years ago, he realized through satellite radar or weather images that you could see something that looked like a beam shooting down from space, but you could change the filters, and some filters were short, some wouldn't, but you could see the angle of direction and everything. And then like they were saying, oh, it's a glitch, but he was able to pause it again in other fires that were going on and show like there was a literal direction and angle from multiple different satellites. And what's crazy is I have a GIF somewhere or a GIF of that. Let me see if I can find it and I'll post it.
Yeah, dude, he was covering these fires as well. He found the same thing in Maui and the same thing in the ones going on in Oregon right now. He found like if you slow mo the radar with different spectrums, you'll see the flash. Yeah.
You already know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, but
that
there's
guy's
so
cool,
many
dude.
things.
That guy's
so
low
many
key.
things, right? Like you see on Franchot Pearson's channel, there's so many things that you can see, and it's right in your face, and you just look like totally overlook it, like the Mountain Dew, like Maui Blast, you know, DEW, directed energy weapon. Blast.
Yeah, and it's like do the Dew like Mountain Dew would have Maui burst on there right beforehand. Like, it is highly suspect. But it's actually very related to the Hiroshima thing, in my opinion. It's like the same thing. It's like the 2023 version of it, where again, Japan reported firebombing. We've been firebombing them along with other countries like the whole year. And then, like I said, Japan reported it as firebombing. And then America made it illegal to cover it. Literally, it was considered treason if you were a journalist that covered the nuclear weapons, quote unquote. Unless it was the one approved American journalist. You had to get all your information from him. And it was literally punishable by capital punishment because it was considered treason, right, in a time of war or whatever. And they're doing the same thing with Mao. When they lie and they claim the cause of something, ironically, the same thing, like, places burning down, they want you to believe the narrative they say, and they prevent independent journalism. They're doing the same thing for obvious reasons. If you had to let a bunch of free American journalists go to Japan if they wanted to, oh no, everyone would know it was firebombing, right? And what's crazy is Japan's so indoctrinated that now even their people think it was a nuclear bomb, right? Like, you just give them a few decades. I don't know. It's just kind of crazy. It's like, it makes you think, what are people going to think about the Maui fires in like 10 years?
Well, all of those cars that were melted, like burnt to the ground, and the tar seal underneath the car, which they're saying is 3,000 degrees, like they should have melted the roads. Like they should be in those cars should be like sunk into the ground, into the melted like pavement, into the tar.
Doesn't asphalt melt at like 300 degrees? I don't really know. I think it's way less though than metal.
I think what you can do is microwave some stuff.
Well, you can infrared it, bro. Like, think about how crazy of a weapon that is. The majority of the laser weapons that the military admits they have are infrared. You can't see infrared, bro. Like, we can't see that. You would have to have cameras out there in infrared to catch it. And I haven't even seen anyone filming around the fires, during the fires, in the sky with infrared, right? So no one sees it. We should all film where the fires are in infrared and see if that's the case.
Yeah, but how many? I mean, once the fires happen, though, it's too late, right?
But they keep on shooting the lasers during the fires. That's what it looks like. They don't just like start a fire and then let it go. So one of the things that I ran across after my stream, which I'm like salty about, is I saw a guy looking at like the aerial footage, and he shows that there are concentrated like black burn spots scattered throughout the city, and they're spread apart. Like, they're just concentrated black burn spots. It's really crazy. So the idea is that they shoot the laser many times.
Have you guys seen this? This was posted about 2 months before the Maui fires. I don't know how real it is, but when I saw it, I go, what the hell is that, man? Check that out.
That's why I don't go too hard on the blue. I think the blue part of it may be a truther trap. I don't see anything.
By the way, World War II, they also firebombed Germany. Big time. So the two massive enemies were both firebombed.
Dude, we firebombed Japan the whole summer, dude. We did it the whole summer. And then all of a sudden, it looks exactly like a firebomb. Japan said it was a firebomb, but no. It was a nuclear weapon filmed by a camera. Get the...
I think it was Dresden. It was completely burned to the ground. A whole city completely gone, like, after World War II in Germany.
Dude, that freaking footage is fake as hell, in my opinion, bro. That's like a model or something. I don't even know what that is, but... Or they just
it's crazy.
It's fake. Bro, a camera doesn't... How does a camera sit there and film a nuclear bomb, dude? And it just... the radius of explosion goes through the camera, but the footage is fine. How would the immense radiation not mess up the film?
Hey, they said some of those were they said some of those were shit that America faked for like Russians or
Yeah, it was
something.
like propaganda.
So they admit they're fake.
Yeah, there was a dude actually. Some dude, I guess he was like some philanthropist dude. I don't even know. Somebody knew him, but he said when I was on Joe Rogan talking about it, how it was like they made the footage to scare the Russians, and it's funny. So like we've been right all along.
And Joe Rogan,
you know, I mean, like think of these clowns that have been over there, like they were miles away, man. You know what I mean, man?
Making excuses. Yeah, we've been going against guys that have been making excuses for why it's real.
Exactly. That's the ballers, bro. It's the ballers. The same people that'll gaslight you about the Maui fire thing. In like 30 years, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, well that wasn't a fire." That's pretty crazy. I didn't know that it was like the official stance that they were fake, but it is pretty obvious.
Well, I think it's coming. Hey, just so you know, it's coming mainly out of this guy who did this. He was just on Rogan. And I guess he was making it known. I've really not looked too far into it, but he seemed like it just seemed like credible. It seems like Rogan accepted it. It just was interesting.
So what's interesting about that?
Yeah,
think about how that parallels to like how we say, well, no, this stuff in space since like even the 50s are just models. They're just models in a warehouse, and they're like, "You're so crazy. You're so stupid." It's the same people that said that when we said that footage was ridiculous, right? It's the same people that would deny the other thing. So
yeah, dude,
we're just right about
check it out, bro. It's okay to ignore them. It's okay to ignore
that video that you just posted of that house exploding by a nuclear explosion. You can tell that's just a model about like the size. You could put it on the desk in your office.
Yeah. Dude, I always thought the fact that they said a camera taped the nuke was so stupid, dude. That's like 12, 15 years for me, probably 15 years ago.
So the moral of the story is they're lying to us big fucking time, and they're never gonna give up. Never.
Yeah, I mean, I know one thing, that the science that they claim behind nuclear weapons is completely false. So, like, if we put everything together, the science that they're claiming for nuclear weapons, false. You're not splitting atoms. Shut up. Okay, and Tesla proved that they weren't doing that. He literally tried it. And then the footage was fake. They didn't let the journalists independently report on it. It was punishable by capital punishment as treason. Japan originally said that it was firebombing. The plant and animal life, it came right back. The train was running the next day. We have been firebombing them the whole summer along with other countries. If you combine all that information, it's very obvious that we were lied to about the Hiroshima thing. And we're being lied to about the Maui thing.
Hey,
people with melted skin, people with their skin melted survived and told the story. And they survived years after. They were right there, like in the outskirts of the city.
Yeah,
you know what I found out, man?
With
People really like. Good.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, the thing is this though, it's like, like, granted, it's good that we recognize all these things, but like, there's shit going on right now. Like, this is what gets me. It's like, for instance, you see this video some guy posted about asking Alexa who would win the 2024 election in the States, and then Alexa says there's not going to be an election because they're going to introduce the War Powers Act and fucking all this other crazy shit. Like, there's stuff going on right now that's interesting. You know what I mean? That's where it's me. Like, it's like, yo, what are we missing? Because, like, like arguing, like it's like,
Well, don't you agree the Maui fire is like a big deal?
Oh, fucking right. Maui's a huge deal. I think fucking, like, these are all the hot topics. Like, even right now, like that fucking, have you guys seen, they're coming out with some, like, there's a Nazi group down in fucking Florida that just supported Joe Biden. And, one of the guys is this all tatted up guy who was actually went to Ukraine and fought for the Azov battalion, who are literal fucking Nazis in Ukraine that have been like, it's just like there's so much political shit going on right now. It's interesting that like so many people are waking up to these what we could kind of consider minor conspiracies. Like, no shit, they run that up. No shit, they do that. But it's like normies are starting to come. They're starting to come to about this because all the stuff that's going on, which I find most interesting. You know what I mean? It's most like, granted, I love being right about this shit, but there's shit going on right now.
So yeah, but so like it's important to expose Maui, in my opinion, because they're trying to make Hawaii a satellite city, like Maui a satellite city, and no one would sell their land. And then like 1 month before, the governor signed a piece of legislation that said, okay, we can't build on that land unless there's a natural disaster. We have right to the land.
Yo, what's even more fucked up, dude? What's even more fucked up is that, dude, those people that I think the people who take that $700 they're offering, like, they're literally like selling their land. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you take that $700, you've just sold your land, whether you think so or not, kind of a thing. Like, you're right, man. It is a land grab and it is a fucking thing. It's just, it's so crazy, man. And that's what needs to be fucking exposed. Like, I think, like, a lot of people are waking up to it. But then you've got some people that are like, nuh-uh. Like, it's just like, wow.
They're retarded though. Like, tell them to go watch my last stream. If someone could watch my last stream and be like, "Oh no, Maui's legit," they're just so far gone. You shouldn't even talk to them, bro. I don't even care. Like, I'm saying, watch out for the truther traps. They're setting truther traps. I might be breaking up, but they're setting truther traps now. Like the blue laser thing is a truther trap. It's a truther trap because I looked at the aerial footage and I fell for the trap. So just saying, I looked at the aerial footage. Yeah, the blue thing is a truther trap. The blue laser thing. Also, because there are green buildings that aren't burned. They're like, okay, there are white cars.
Isn't there like a ring of fire too around one of the things? The aerial footage, there's like a ring right around like one of the main streets.
There's sort of a circle. They're like, what makes it obvious it's a weapon is there are hard boundaries for the fire, where certain things right beside the fire, right in the middle of the fire, burn.
Though, watch this. I look at it like another truther trap is to get you arguing about these inconsequential like causes. Let's say like, well, the blue laser, and like, imagine now you're arguing about whether the blue laser or the green laser or the fucking whatever laser did it. And meanwhile, you know what I mean? We're never getting to the conversation where they're taking the land. Because it's always about the effect. It's always about that desired effect that they want. Like, and they get us arguing about the cause. Like, if you argue about like 9/11, some people like nobody died. Some people like they used lasers. Some people like there was tannerite. Some people say there was thermite, or not tannerite, thermite and all this crazy other shit. But then you're not arguing about the political actual effect that happened. You're arguing about the cause, not the effect, not addressing the effect. That's something.
You're correct, bro, but it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. Those are the inner squabbles, right? This is like Rome and the gladiator thing. When things would go wrong, they would give him something to look at, the games, right? It would go on for months. This is what they're doing with that. But the bigger picture is what's happening on the outside, right? This is like reminds me of when Rome was burning, people in the inside were partying. This is America right now. Right now, America is under assault, right? It's under assault in any which way because what you've done in the past is coming home to roost, kind of a thing, right? But nobody sees it, right? So all the countries now out of America are ganging up against you guys, monetarily, militarily, every which way, and nobody sees what's going on. The dollar is under assault. People are getting fed up with the states, especially what's happening in the Ukraine right now. People see it. The woke movement. You listen to all the governments. They think you're crazy. They think America's nuts. They're
Do you think
openly
this? Do you
saying,
think? SE.
bro, they're openly
Do
saying,
you think
keep
that?
your woke movements away. Don't tell us how to live. Nobody's seeing this in the States. It's really scary.
SE, do you think this new currency is somehow unmanipulatable?
No, it's not the point, bro. It's not the point. The point is the world is fed up with American homogeny. And
Not American,
everybody,
no. I don't. No. They know the difference, man. That's the thing. They know that there's a regime here, and I think like most people across the world, like honestly, like respect America, i.e., America of 20 years ago.
yes, of 20
Like
years ago. Yeah.
Well, right, and this is where, like, I don't think it benefits anyone, and I think the educated people of the world know this. It doesn't benefit anyone to bring, like, I mean, maybe they think it does, but like America being like the ideal, like, a place where you could go. I mean, right now it's not that ideal. It's a fucking banana republic, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a fucking you can't even like how much is a truck right now? 80 grand for a fucking new truck. Are you kidding me, dude? Like everything is ridiculous right now. There's no like, and that needs to be corrected. And I think, I don't think that I really don't think in their deepest whatever, nobody wants to throw the American baby out with the bathwater, because America at its best is the provider, man. You know what I mean?
Not
It brings
anymore, bro.
industry and
Not
innovation.
anymore, bro. Those days are gone. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Rome
Well, I'm
is
just saying
turning, and you guys are not seeing it, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, I think the American people see it. They just know they have to course correct it. They're hoping elections can do it. This is why I find it interesting with the Alexa thing, saying that there's not even going to be 2024 elections because they're going to introduce the War Powers Act, which is totally believable because as soon as like all of them are on the Epstein client list, and it's like you're kind of going like the more Epstein client list is revealed, the more these people are just going to be dangerous. But you know what I mean? That's the consequence you take. Like if you ever stood up to a bully before, you know what I mean? There's that moment, that precipice of like, all right, am I gonna fucking do this or am I gonna bitch out? And I think like, we're coming up
I'm
to.
hearing president after president. Yesterday, I heard the Polish president. They asked him, "What do you think of Joe Biden?" He cracked a smile on his face and he said, "Look, I'm not here to, talk about the American president. It's not business friendly."
Yeah,
But he
but you
said,
don't
"I'll
think that
say this.
everybody knows
Let me
he's
finish,
bought and
bro.
paid
Please,
for?
please let me finish." And he said, "But I'll say this." He goes, "The Democrats, they're a party like they want to tell us what to do. They want to put their nose in our business. They want to tell us how we should, like a man being a woman is like, it's like discriminatory if you don't accept it." He goes, "Listen, don't tell us how to live. Don't tell us what to do. We don't like it. You keep that stuff to yourself. We, the Polish people, are going to decide. This is what's going on around the world, bro. This is your last
Yeah,
chance. The
that's why.
state is looked as Sodom and Gomorrah right now. This is your last chance to cut this shit out. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, but everyone sees it like everyone who I would imagine anyone with a political head on their shoulders sees it at like, these people are bought and paid for by China. You know what I mean? And Ukraine, obviously. You know what I mean? The matter is that we have people in control of this government that need to be booted out, and like the institution itself, and like remember,
No,
there's no
bro,
such
no.
there's
You
no such
started
real
the
quick,
Ukraine
real quick,
war.
real quick. Let
No,
me
you
just
got it all wrong, man. Stop the
let
bullshit.
me just
You guys
Dude, you're
started the
Canadian, bro.
Ukraine war,
You
bro.
guys don't, dude, you're Canadian. You live amongst the most
Stop the
weak-backed people.
bullshit,
You guys
man.
gave in to the whole COVID thing. You've given up all your guns. You don't know
That's
shit
true.
about
Yes,
us.
we're pussies. Yes,
Right,
yes.
so shut the fuck up, dude. You don't think
No,
about
you
standing
shut
up
the
to
fuck up,
bullies,
bro.
dude. You know what I
No,
mean?
you shut the fuck up. You listen
Americans
to
are
what
built
I'm
different,
telling you,
bro.
bro.
Guys,
You
relax.
started the war. You fucking Americans started this shit. Now own up to it, bro. You own Ukraine right now. It's people like you that is the fucking problem. You understand that? Sissy
Well,
boy lawyers like
Americans
you
are.
that think they know shit. No, you're wrong, bro.
SE, dude, you have no grounds, dude. You guys can't even own firearms, dude. You should just shut the fuck up.
You see, you're
Okay,
behaving like a little
You
sissy.
don't have a
I'm
backbone,
telling
bro.
you
You
the
guys lost
truth.
all those fucking privileges, bro.
Yeah,
We
we
don't
are
run like
sissies,
that.
bro.
That's
Yeah.
all.
You see how I'm admitting it? You see how a man
Good for you.
admits it? Yeah. We are sissies because we got a sissy prime minister. Now, own up to your shit, boy.
Own up
Who
to what, dude?
started the
Our
war in
election got
Ukraine?
stolen, dude. Our election got stolen. We all fucking know
Who
it.
started the war in
We're waiting
Ukraine?
out the 4 years for a fucking election.
Hey, fancy lawyer boy, who started the war in Ukraine?
Fancy lawyer boy. Dude, says the guy who doesn't even fucking. Come on, bro. You could, dude.
Guys, please, guys.
Who started the war in Ukraine? Let's see. Own up to your shit. Come on.
The Ukraine. How about this? The Azov Battalion. The Azov Battalion, funded by fucking Democrats and Bill Clinton.
Exactly.
And fucking
So
Obama.
that's you, right? That's
right.
American,
That's not
right?
America, dude. That's not a. That's not a. In fact, America is not even a legal institution. The United States is. America is a term used in a traditional sense.
So now you're gonna do this lawyer shit, right? Now you're
country.
gonna do this lawyer shit, right? Listen,
It's called
dude.
using words correctly, Effie.
Talk plain
It's called
English,
using
bro.
words correctly. That's all.
No, it's called being a
Oh,
freaking
no. Oh,
sissy
okay.
lawyer boy trying to get away from
That's it. That's a good one, dude.
responsibility. Now, tell
All right,
us,
just let's
lawyer,
relax,
who
guys.
started the war in Ukraine? Who's responsible?
I don't know. I mean, I don't.
I'll
do we
tell
know
you.
who
Your
started that?
government, bro. Your government did it. That's who did it. The
Well,
whole
I mean,
world
that's
knows
fine.
this.
That's fine. We've been
Well,
popping shit
started
off
it.
all over the world. Whoever doesn't
really-
go with the whoever doesn't go with
Started in
the
2007.
central banking. Am I breaking
You're
up?
someone. No, you're Vaxy's all over you. You guys, settle down.
Sorry. Ooh, sorry.
If you don't realize the problem, you'll never fix it. It's as
Dude,
simple
you
as
guys
that.
didn't
You
even
gotta
stand up. Hey,
act.
bro. You guys didn't even stand up to fucking.
Can't even let me finish,
Guys,
man.
what the fuck would you know about any kind of resistance, bro?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Silence
who's
this
the
man.
lawyer boy now?
Hey
Who's
guys,
the lawyer boy now
let's
calling for
let each
objection?
other finish. Let's let each other finish. It's too early for all the chaos. Come on.
Oh, this is fun. Come on, man. This is what I'm here for,
mentioned.
Just settle down. Settle down.
So an American
mentioned
lawyer
how Canada-
against a Canadian sissy. Let's see how this goes.
Dude, you're the worst example of Canadians because I have so much respect for them. But like, the point is that fucking, what? Like,
So what's
I know a lot of.
what's
I
the
like,
solution
dude. The
here,
Canadians
Issa?
are hard motherfuckers, dude. I love Canadians, but
What's
the fucking
solution?
SC ain't one
do
of
we
them.
hold hands and sing Kumbaya, or do we get our shit together and start fucking making changes?
What we do is we accept,
What are you gonna do?
we
Bake
accept
sale?
responsibility, right? We accept responsibility in Ukraine. We understand that it's this stupid government. Nothing against Americans, bro. You're being run by, a conglomerate of military-industrial complex. Your president told you. So now, the jig is up. You can't do this anymore. People have woken up around the world. People are ganging up against you. This is your last chance. I'm telling you guys, this is your last chance. Get out of Ukraine, mind your own business, and build America back. That's it.
Oh, I'm gonna just hit the president on the bat phone and tell him to get out of Ukraine, bro. Listen, we are not in it.
You got
We
no
are not in
business
it.
there, bro.
Listen, but we're not in it. You think it's like Russians and Americans and Japanese? Dude, this is all being controlled by the same they've been using America to go to war with anyone that goes against their fiat system for decades now.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Well,
yeah,
dude,
that's true.
This is
That's the truth of
this
it.
is all a game for them.
That's the truth of it right there, dude.
I mean, the United States blew up the pipelines. That does make us directly involved, but it's all. But everyone still told us to wear masks simultaneously and all that. Like it's all the same. It's the same group. It's just them against citizens.
All the wars being fought around the world from America are bankers' wars, right?
Yeah.
We're not free here. We're being represented by a fucking crazy fucking operation, and it's all about money, dude.
The United States is the most repressed country in the world.
No, it's not.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not.
It is. It is in a sense like. Okay. You gotta
If
look
you
at
use the word repressed to mean the opposite of what it currently means, then yes.
Well, just as far, dude. Like we can't even have our own country flags at school. We're told what to do more than any other population.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What
we have guns, sure, but that's it.
What country flag? What do you mean?
See what's happening, man? You guys are so asleep, man. They're going after your children. For fuck's sakes, man. Are you guys gonna wake up or what? Or is it gonna take a Canadian to tell you guys what the fuck to do?
Agenda,
Come on, man.
That's just as rampant. It's just as rampant in Canada as it is the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah. When are you gonna take out? When are you gonna take out Trudeau, SE?
No one's
What's wrong
talking
with
about
you guys?
Canada. We're talking about us right now, bro. And SE's right, dude. Face the facts, bro.
Dude, what?
Yeah, but there's no difference between the United States and Canada. It's all the same crap.
Hey, man, I'm the one. Hey, you know what? I'm the one who's been talking about discharging the financial debt, relieving the burden of fucking their authority, removing the jury. I've got fucking solutions. It's just everyone's like, I don't want to learn that. I don't want to learn that.
What's the United
lawyer
States
pie in the sky shit,
I
bro.
don't want to learn that. It's a big word. I'm the motherfucker who's saying the corpus juris secundum says if you get an attorney, you're a ward of the state. You're property of the state. If you identify as a U.S. citizen, then you're an agent of the United States. Therefore, you owe the principal and the interest on the national debt. But that's too complicated, right?
They don't.
I'm talking about solutions.
Issa, they don't even know who the priority security interest holder is. They're trying to make sandwiches. And they don't know how bread works.
And the Bible says, "My people suffer for lack of knowledge."
See, there's that lawyering stuff coming out. Like that's gonna help everybody. Yeah.
Yo, dude. What would you know? Dude, how about this, dude? I'll ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. How many bullies have you punched square in the fucking jaw? Because I've done it. I don't know about you, bro, but I know for me, when the push comes to shove and shit like that, and there's a fucking little bit of whatever, I'm right in the mix, dude. Like, I don't know you. Like, fucking, what I'm saying is this is a solution to the problem. Discharge national debt. You remove the banker's jurisdiction. We win. It's just everyone's like, oh, it's too complicated.
That means nothing to nobody, bro. No disrespect. That means nothing to anybody, bro. Tell me one guy here that understood what I just said. Tell me, one guy, explain what I just said.
You get the bankers out of power. You gotta get the bankers out of power, and then we can take this place back.
Yes.
Oh, great idea.
Okay.
Where should we start? Where could we start?
I liked it. I liked it, SE. Me too.
Crypto's already doing that, bro. Crypto's already taking the bankers out of the mix, bro.
Okay, because I was going to ask if step one's remove the bankers.
Crypto doesn't take rid. Hold on, though. The problem with crypto is it doesn't get rid of the national debt. The national debt is what grants.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's going to get rid of the world debt, bro.
I hope so, bro. I just don't think so.
Well, I've already told you it's going to free up the Nostra Vostra accounts, dude. Which the liquidity within those accounts worldwide far exceeds the world debt combined.
And if those accounts are liquidated, it's going to be because of this Jubilee shit. That's what I think, brother. So I hope you're right. I hope you're right. It does. I hope you're right.
The Costa Nostra accounts.
Yeah, Vostra Nostra.
Bro,
what is the U.S. debt?
So
like
you're
34 trillion, right?
Sure.
You got every country in the world
there's more money
against you guys right now. Every country in the world is conspiring against the dollar right now, and you guys are talking Costa Nostra.
What?
Like,
Vostra Nostra.
Understand what's going on, man?
Costa Nostra.
Yeah, it's like
$240 trillion,
Jeremy.
SE, all these countries are in it for the same when it comes to the financial system. Do you understand what we've done to the world over the past few decades? We've gone to war systematically with every country that's not going with the fiat, the worldwide fiat system they have going on. I almost said global.
That's my whole point, Jeremy. Then they're saying now they're giving you the middle finger. The whole world is giving America the middle finger now. And nobody sees it happening.
No,
and yet you're still doing the same thing in Ukraine. The world is fed up, man. Understand that. America days are over. You gotta understand that.
I doubt it.
Yeah, okay.
Listen, none of this stuff can happen.
Man. Mark my words.
Listen, I wrote it down. Okay, none of this stuff can happen without America. We keep everything moving. This is where everything
No, we
happens, bro.
don't.
China. What do you
No,
think
it's not.
China's gonna do? What do you think China's gonna do? What do you think China's gonna do with all the stuff they make if we fall? They're doing nothing.
Give it to Brazil and sell and start pumping it into the Netherlands. What do you mean? There's millions. Every country will buy China's shit.
Not like we do. Don't do it like we do.
Yeah, you guys ain't got the crypto to be buying shit right now.
We're not the richest country anymore. We haven't been for a very long time. There's other populations that are doing much better than the average American. Like this country is completely dead.
Hold up. Where?
It's absolutely gone.
Where?
Where? In China. China's doing better.
I got a cousin that just came back from there.
Dude.
I don't know, bud.
Yeah, you're being.
Wait a second. Are you saying that there's places in China that look worse than Detroit?
Yeah. There's fucking straight up ghost
Detroit's
cities in
like
China,
a luxury,
bro.
dude. Detroit would be a luxury 5-star hotel, bro.
Straight up ghost cities in China.
Crackheads and Crips and Bloods having shootouts at every gas station, and stuff. Yeah. Like, dude, okay. First, you look at like New York City subway system. Then you go look at Moscow subway system. Which country do you think looks better? America's completely decayed.
Who cares?
We don't have any more. It's because
we're not caring about the looks, bro. That shit can get cleaned up overnight.
Yeah, we'll clean up New York. Look what they did. Look what Giuliani did in the 80s. We'll clean up New York City in a minute. But
he didn't clean up New York City. He just threw massive amounts of people in jail.
I don't even remember what we were talking about now.
The whole stop and frisk thing. For one, is a Fourth Amendment violation, but
the way I see it, you guys got one chance left, man. Get out of Ukraine.
No.
Show the rest of the world that you're not bullied anymore. Yeah. Otherwise, like you don't understand the animosity. Think of
Esty, you're like the fat guy on the couch watching a boxing match.
He has to interrupt every time I speak. Triggered little lawyer.
No, you're just the out of shape guy on the couch talking about how the boxers got to do a little better. And
bro, I am out of shape, but I'll challenge you to a ring anytime. Anytime, bro. We'll set it up.
Don't you think this was all planned?
Yes, that's my whole.
It was all planned.
I'm trying to tell you guys.
But Esty, you act like we've got some kind of say in the matter, bro. Like we can just like protest our fucking military to like not do things, bro. That shit don't work.
No, but I just want you to be aware.
Yeah, it reminds me like in jiu-jitsu where they're like, just get up. Just stand up.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody is aware.
No, I mean, I think America has been compared to the whore of Babylon and all that stuff, and we're being brought down to like third world country status at this point, so the whole world can be equal, so they can bring in their digital currency and all that bullshit.
I feel like we're going ancient more than third world, like ancient Roman style, because they did just get caught trying to sell a Senate seat. So
this has been going on for millennia, right? Empires get big, they bully themselves around, and then everybody attacks them. Rome.
Yeah, but I think even 9/11. If you go back to 9/11, the symbolism behind 9/11 in America was splitting the two and putting it into one. And that involves politics, money, all the stuff. You see what I mean? It's like I think that's their agenda, is to get everybody on one page, no matter how long it takes.
Well, yeah, their agenda is one world order where they can have a government and they can send military anywhere, and they could just make any country go to the demands of one system. Yeah. And the country that's in their way of that right now is the United States of America.
Someone's hot micing, bro.
We are not in the way of anything. Go ahead, Tesla.
I was just saying somebody's hot micing, bro. They got like candy or Pez or something going on, dude.
I moved some chairs just now. It might have been me. Gio said I could have my at least 12 times a day. Listen, it's not important, okay? The point is, we're not in trouble. We're leading the charge on this shit, baby.
No, you're
America.
not. No, you're not. Not your government. Your government right now is funding Nazis. Funding Nazis that they know will never win. They know will never win. They keep sending them money and arms. This is what you're doing right now. 400,000, if we're to believe the numbers, Ukrainians have died. 400,000. That's what, 10 times the amount of the Vietnam War? How many Americans
but
died?
it's still so much better than where you live, though.
You see, there he goes now. He's not going to address
What's the solution here?
He's going to tell us how bad Canada is.
The truth.
What do we do?
I just
What's
don't,
the solution?
understand. I guess I'm not understand. Like everyone in here knows our government's super corrupt. Like that's not why America's cool, though. America's cool because they push back against the government way more than any other country.
No, America
It's not like we have.
Cool. No. You're not cool anymore, bro. You're not listening.
What country's cooler than
You're
America?
a bunch of freaks that think women can be men.
Bro, you live in Canada, dude. Bro, you're a Canadian.
Can
I make a
There's
point?
a guy from a country that literally passed a law about that, where you can go to jail if you don't acknowledge it. So
Right.
what I'm asking you is, what country is cooler than America?
Bro, it's not about being cool. You see, you guys are getting insulted. Like
You literally
it's a
have to
personal
identify
thing.
people by their fucking whatever gender in your country, dude. You don't even have
Or you
freedom
go
of
to jail.
speech, dude.
Dude, my country is bad. Listen to me saying it. Listen.
So what are you doing about it, dude? You're not doing anything about it. What's wrong with you, dude? The whole world recognizes that Canada.
Interrupting me
Everyone
again.
recognizes.
Finish.
SC, the whole world is turning against Canada right now. Why aren't you defending Canada?
Canada's not a big deal. Canada's
Not
not the
defending
fucking point
Canada.
of interest here,
to
bro.
Canadians
Canada's
it is.
nothing in the big scheme of things. America's the one that's the fucking
Yeah, we all
superpower.
agree. We all agree with that. I mean, that's the point. Essie's point is valid in that sense that clearly America, since they're so much more badass, that what happens here affects the whole world. You know, like I'll give you that. But I'm just saying, like America is full of people that are not going, bro. They're gonna have to do something crazy. The fact our government is just running wild isn't our fault, dude. It's not our fault. It's all a scam. The politics is all a scam.
It's not our fault. It's not our fault. You're right, but it is our responsibility to do something about it if we possibly can. That's the whole point. Like, what's the solution here?
I guess
Well, that's what I'm saying.
buy
Like in America, we have entire cities protesting the whole let's sexualize the kids.
Protesting.
Well, what are you, that's what I'm saying. You act like we could all just randomly run up with our ARs, bro. Yeah. So my point is that there are many cities that have had to walk back they've had to walk back their curriculum where they were trying to indoctrinate children because so many Americans went to the board and said, no, we're going to sue you. We're going to pull our children out in mass. You're not doing it. And they walked it back. So, I mean, at least America does stuff like that. That's what I'm saying.
We got Prime Stein 99 or whatever. Alex Stein Prime, whatever his name is.
Yeah, we got
Look at that guy.
99, bro.
He's fucking awesome, dude. What a living legend, dude. What do you guys got? You guys got Crowder. You guys got Crowder.
Nice little setup.
What's up, Jeremy?
Nice little setup. Pull out that Mac Daddy and make it jump around.
Yeah, dude. So like, strap up or shut up, bro.
Hey guys, that's why I'm saying, dude. It's like when you're like, I don't know, like when your enemy goes high, you got to go low. It's like, or when they go low, you go high. It's like if you try to meet them on a physical level, you're fucked, bro. Like if you meet, and this is why I've said, like, dude, their weak spot, because it has the Bible and everything wrapped into it, is the law. The law is the only way through. And it's like, even God, that's the remedy God gave us, man. But it's the remedy of like thinking men. It's not the remedy of fucking angry children, man.
I don't know, Issa. If you think you're gonna like destroy some Jew lawyer in court, bro, like I think you're a little high.
No, my point. But dude, you don't get how they take your. Hold on. You don't get how they actually take your land. They don't take your land by coming onto your fucking land with guns. You know what the first thing they do, bro? They send you a letter. And that's where, dude, that's where everybody fails. Is that they give you an opportunity to peacefully cure the fucking problem. And everyone's like, I'm just going to get a lawyer. Well, the corpus juris secundum says if you get a lawyer, you're fucking a mental incompetent ward of the state.
And dude, Ace is actually right here, right? So the government, they started rolling out mask mandates, right? You know what didn't stop the mask mandates? People walking around with their guns. You know what did stop the mask mandates? Someone suing the governor of Texas. Okay? Pro se suing the governor of Texas, and he literally capitulated, repealed the mask mandate, and then it cascaded into 17 other states. So
rock and roll with it. Fuck yeah, brother.
That's how you actually do stuff, bro. The reason that they pulled back the curriculum indoctrinating children was parents started suing them. When parents started suing them, they're like, oh, we can't deal with this. They started going to the board meeting and they're like, I promise you won't be teaching my child that. And we're all going to sue you. I've already sued you and your superiors. And they walked back the curriculum. Like that is actually how you make change.
And dude, it's built into it's built into our system. Like what we're doing is we're asking the wrong questions. It's like I've said before, the classic example of what even brought me out here was the idea that a flat earther with a kid at home is going to get called into a principal's office and they're going to say, are you teaching your child flat earth? And the fucking idiot flat earther is going to go, well, have you seen Eric Dubay's 200 proofs? And we just can't find the curvature. And if you just did it, and the moon landing's fake, and now you're a fucking moron. But what you could say is you're going to say, excuse me, are you trying to tell me what I can or cannot teach my child at my house? Because that's a penalty, sir. I'll tell you what, I need your name, your license, your bar number, and you owe me fucking $10 million, dude. And how about that? And show cause why you wouldn't owe me $10 million for having me requested to come in here so you could question what I teach my fucking children? That's a whole different claim. Well, Eric Dubay's proof, if you look at hour 0609, 67 seconds in, you can clearly see that the moon is actually like, shut the fuck up.
Like, I gotta say,
so you think this can all be handled?
You just need to look at all the countries where you can get the.
Anything under the IMF runs like this, and I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
Wait, let's
anything under the IMF, anything runs. Study the U.S. Constitution, study the U.S. Code, Title 18, and you can apply it in your fucking state. Look up, or I don't care what country. Look up your code, find it, and then go look up the Uniform Commercial Code. Look up UCC 3603 and see how it translates to your state, country, or whatever. Because you're dealing with money.
Jeremy is like the kid that can't catch the football to save his life, but you still have to put him on the team. Everyone has to get picked to put on the team. So we have to give Jeremy a second to jump
in. I'm just saying, you think we can win this by in the court? You think we could go to war, like basically go to war with the courts?
1,000,000%.
And we could win this.
1,000,000%.
All right, step one. What do we got to do?
Everyone needs to disavow any type of municipal contract that they don't want to partake in. And everyone needs to learn to defend themselves, right? You can't represent yourself. That's retarded. But, like, in their eyes, that's what it's called. Everyone just has to learn, like, the basics of, like, no, look, you can't mess with me. Here's what the law actually says. And like, the stuff that Issa talks about is a lot of the stuff. Like, they have to have a charging instrument. Technically, they're supposed to be damaged to, like, you or another person for there to be any real criminal case at all. When you, like, find out that they have these municipal corporate contracts that are controlling everything, and when you start attacking it, that's how you win. Or this is what Randy Kelton did, okay? Randy Kelton filed federal criminal complaints against the governor of the state. And then, of course, the people didn't actually follow up on it. So he started filing federal criminal complaints about them. And they said, oh, well, statute blah, blah, blah says if there's even reasonable suspicion of a crime being committed, you are under legal obligation to investigate it. Since you didn't because it's your buddy, the governor, now there's one on you. Oh, now your buddy's not going to investigate that one. Now there's one on him. And then it goes all the way up to the district attorney. And then the district attorney doesn't do it. Okay, there's a federal criminal complaint on you. And then it bypasses them and it goes to the grand jury. and the grand jury is your peers, and now they're screwed because when the grand jury sees that they're hiding for their own, what they did was immediately offer him settlements and then repeal the mask mandate because he was actually going at them, and no one knows about any of this. You have judicial complaints, bar grievances, federal criminal complaints, which means you send them to the FBI office closest to you. And dude, they freak out. They start immediately complying to what you're saying, and no one does it.
Dude, this is where I looked at it like, and this is the way I look at it, is that I don't want to have to go through rigmarole of like changing quote unquote the the books, the laws. Like when I went to the one store, and I just tell the story because this is just like, and the lady was like, "You got to put a mask on," and I was like, "So wait a minute." I was like, "Do you have it in writing?" She couldn't get it in writing, and I was like, "Wait a minute," and I put on my phone, and I said, "So are you a medical professional?" And she said, "No." And I said, "So let me get this right. On behalf of this store, you're giving me medical advice and you're not a medical professional?" And she was like, could you just turn the phone off? Could you just turn the phone off? And what do you need?" And I walked in there with two helpers that wouldn't let me touch anything. And I have a look at that and I have a look at this. And I had special fucking treatment. I don't want to deal with the whole government rigmarole. I want to deal with it right now.
They laying out flowers like you were the Princess Zamunda.
That's fucking right, dude. I could have asked him to because I said it would have been. And you know what's even worse? I could have said, "You know what? For the benefit of your customers and COVID and everything, you should put out rose petals in front of me."
Yeah, but like everything that you're doing legally, it doesn't matter what you try. It's like, are you ever going to be able to get rid of like the things that you can do with the dollar bill? Like when you fold the dollar bill, and you can see like the Twin Towers falling.
What are you talking about?
Like in reality, in reality, you can try all you can like to battle them, but at the end of the day, they're marked on your dollar.
Someone just has to come in with a huge black bill. And this is one of my biggest gripes with truthers. They've become very like demoralized, and they've kind of like, "Oh, it's over." Did you not hear me just explain that one person changed the mask mandate for 17 states? One person, bro. One person.
What's his name?
Okay, Randy Kelton.
Well,
And this
we
is
need to
what's
be
even
cheering
crazy.
on Randy Kelton.
Well, we do, right? The people that actually know. I've talked to him multiple times, and he's the one that showed me how to go. He's the one who showed me how to go after the federal judge. That was my free speech case. Guess what happened to that federal judge? He stepped down,
Resigned.
dude. A federal magistrate judge of almost 20 years, the longest standing in that area ever, stepped down, bro. He retired and handed the case off. And it's because of Randy Kelton. He showed me how to write the judicial complaint. And like, bro, no one does any of this. No one does any of this. Like the bar is basically a club. It's basically like this privatized version of court, and it's a big club. And no one realizes, oh wait, they have to have insurance to even practice law. And if they don't have law insurance, they can't be a lawyer anywhere. And when you file bar grievances, even if it gets declined by the bar, which will always happen, right? Because that's their buddy. They have to report it to the insurance. And if you get 3 reports, reputable reports within a year or two, they'll drop your insurance. Dude, then all of a sudden the attorney's like, okay, I thought I could bully this guy, but now what I spent $150,000 on and went to school for 8 years to do is in complete jeopardy because once I don't have insurance, I can't be a lawyer anyway. And they're like, okay, what do you want?
What I want to know is,
we'll make it go away.
What I want to know is how SE feels about that approach. Like now that it's kind of been laid out, like there's like an actual legal pathway you can take to make significant changes. Like, how do you feel about that, SE? Like, do you think it's possible to follow that pathway and like make the necessary changes to give America its last shot that you say we have?
I don't think so.
No, man.
Not only legally. You have to do something else other than legally, but I don't know if it can all be done legally. It's definitely not going to be done your way.
On my resume, I got a federal magistrate judge stepping down, right? So what I want is for all the truthers that are saying that like this doesn't work or it won't work. Like, how many judges have you got to step down? Like, or what is it that can someone else propose an alternative solution?
Yeah,
Well, you already know mine, bro.
I propose that everyone should start praying to God because that's the only way it's going to be fixed.
Yeah, with it, I'll just tell you, this is an uphill battle. I've been fighting it for fucking 8 years. And I love to hear you talk about it so fucking righteously, dude.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I
Because
say,
the good news about it is that you don't need everyone to do it. Just a few people knowing what they're doing.
Yeah, with it, like I almost liken it to the gospel. It's the good news, and everybody it's the good news. It's the way of Christ. It's everything that is the good news in church, and the people still just cannot.
well, Jesus
hear.
didn't do that. Jesus didn't go fucking following legal fucking counsel to make changes. He went over there, he kicked over the fucking money baskets, bro, and he fucking flipped out.
Right?
Yeah, you know what else Jesus did? You know what else Jesus did? He went right into court and he hit him with conditional acceptance. You know what Paul did? Paul went into all the courts. Paul was like incredible at dominating court. And the scriptures specifically say, go handle your business in court. It specifically says that.
Yes,
so I don't
From the
know where you
AK
got
I
that.
trust.
I mean, Yeshua was like mental jiu-jitsuing them, but he had to like go along with the plan at the end. That was like his plan. They thought they were doing something to him. And he's like, "You're falling for my trap. This is the plan." So, and he just hit him with like conditional acceptance. So, like Paul was a badass, bro. Paul was in court all the time.
Well, remember this too, man. The definition of I love this too. Remember it with especially on the flat Earth scene. Like the definition of court in Black's law is just the residence of the sovereign. So the sovereign meaning the authority, right? So like because you have the authority over your own decisions, you're somewhat of a sovereign, but no man is sovereign under God. But the idea is that you are always in court. You're always in court. Wherever you are, wherever the sovereign is, you are in court, you're holding court. Just something to think about. Like even just I just love the idea. It's so eloquent to me because even if you're sitting amongst your friends burning a fat joint, you're in court.
There's something else that people don't know is the way the Hebrew people had it set up was the elders were like a court system, and that's how they determined if you violated the Torah. They literally, you went in front of them and you had witnesses, you had like an entire hearing, and you had a judge, which was like the elder or like the priest, right? So that actually, like the idea of a court proceeding is like intrinsically built into the scriptural way of life. It's very
I'm not in
important that
court.
you get to the truth. You get to the bottom of the truth, where you have witnesses, you have some type of just person. We live in a world where most of the judges aren't just, and I think that's where me and Issa are going to disagree because I've seen them just do ridiculous stuff because they're actually incompetent. So you have to go at the judges too. Whatever you have to do, you have to make them follow the law. That's why America is
Hold on. Hey, what's it?
Yeah.
The thing is this: the reason it gives them the right to do that crazy shit that we've all witnessed, because I've witnessed it too, and I know what you're referring to. But the reason that happens is because the person either, let's say, like take a pro se or something like that, you're still coming in there as the citizen. When you come in there in a different capacity, i.e., the priority security.
Hold on, Issa. Hey, Jeremy, can you quiet down on cleaning those chairs, bro?
My bad.
Like the difference is like if you come in there with your different, like, this is where people get all confused about the term status, but like you still have a citizen, right? You're not getting rid of any of that shit like that. But the point is you're coming in as the creditor in the situation, and you establish that you're coming in as the creditor in your paperwork, i.e., you say that on, let the record show this hearing will be merely for the dismissal of this case should there be a failure to respond, and the priority security interest holder will come to settle the matter. So when you show up as like, that's an unrebutted affidavit that no one's going to rebut under penalty of perjury. Therefore, when you show up as the priority security interest holder, no one's rebutted it. Therefore, the judge has to carry on, and you're now you're in a completely different capacity as when you've come in as the citizen. So if you notice, there will be one fine fucking detail with anyone that gets wrecked by a judge is that they've come in, or they've been identified, or they've got a public defender and they don't know it. Like, you know what I mean? It's going to be those tricks that'll always allow them to get away with that. But once you're free of that, you're literally like, because it's in the paperwork, the judge is not a party to the case. And if the judge wants to make any personal decisions about part of the case, ask him, Judge, are you a party to this case? And that's when you go, oh, no. Because they don't want to be a party. They can't be a judge and a party to the case. It's the opposing party that would have to answer. So if your judge starts interfering and doing stuff like that, that's where you just ask them, hey, are you a party to the case? I'm sorry, are you on the prosecutorial side? You know, there's just, if you notice, it's always because they've identified or been labeled as a U.S. citizen. Ramsey. Sorry, my butt. Hold on. Damn it.
Where'd Issa go, bro? Or SE? SE, where you
I'm
at,
here,
bro?
bro. I'm biting my tongue listening to this nonsense. This lawyer talk. Absolute
Says the Canadian.
nonsense.
Says the Canadian up there.
We got 60 lawyers that never did anything in history. So, yeah, that's never
Dude, you're
going to change.
Canadian. Your whole country hasn't done anything in history, dude. Stop.
We're not worried about that, though. We already
You
know
see?
Canada's
Just
Canada,
insulting
bro. Who
Canada.
cares?
That's all they have.
We're not,
Yeah, they can't handle their own
Canada's
shit.
not on the
Yeah.
chopping block, though, dude. We're talking about America.
He can't handle it. He can't handle talking about the truth. He's a lawyer. I mean, he's got to turn it this way, that way, you know. Let's discharge the debt. Yeah, that's going to work, bro. Let's discharge the debt. Yeah.
I love your futility, bro.
I love you too, bro.
That is
But you're
actually
a lawyer.
cute. How do
can't
you?
help it.
Yeah, but that's cute. How do you think we get rid of the national debt?
You discharge it because you're the creditor, dude. You gave them the birth certificate. They printed the money off of it. The heads up to that is that they've literally printed the principal of the loan, i.e. all the dollars, and there's an invisible interest rate that you can never pay. So that's how you know that something's up. That's the fraud, right? So therefore, you understand that they're the ones that are on the hook to you and this amount of money that can never be printed.
Okay,
Because
so you
they're the
made some
debtor.
good points, Issa. You made some good points, but please do consider the fact that we've potentially got a tyrannical government that's using weapons on the fucking people. Shit's happening, bro. All these fucking false, flag.
Hey, man, here's the thing, right? If you ask a lot of people, are they a U.S. citizen? They live in the States. They're going to say yes. And I would ask you this question: what can you do with your property, Dicelo?
Listen. When I got a government that's
Hold on,
fucking
no.
murking
Answer
people
the question.
around me
What
left
can
and
you
right, I'm
do?
not considered about property, bro.
What? No. I'm asking you. What can you do with the things that you own? Anything you want to, right?
Okay. So we're trying to
everything
get
that
to a
they've
point
done
here,
has
right?
some fucking basis. Yeah, I'm getting to the point that that's their authority to do so. It's not righteous. You don't like it. It's not moral. It's not whatever. But you have the right to do whatever you want to with your property. And if it's identifying as U.S. property, then they see it as such, man. That's why. Now that doesn't sound right. That's not morally right. But that's the rules of the game. That's how they're playing.
I don't see how this responds to the question at hand, though, bro.
I mean, what do you think? What do you think that? You think people? I'll tell you what this. Are you going to get violent with a bunch of people that have laser weapons that are going to blow up your house? Is that your fucking solution?
Well, that's the
Is that your
question,
fucking solution,
right? Like
dude?
you got
Is
somebody
that
that's
what you're
fucking.
proposing? That I stand? No. That I stand in my front yard with my AR and get fucking
Issa,
blasted by laser weapons?
Issa.
Like, what are you talking about?
Hold on, but don't interrupt though.
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. You got a system that's just fucking murking people left and right, bro. And everybody's just acting like, well, I didn't get murked, so I'm just gonna carry on like nothing happened. And this shit's happening everywhere, worldwide, on your soil.
Hey, yo, do you think? How
Every
about this,
city,
man?
every neighborhood, it's like shit's going down, bro.
What
and it's
happened
like,
with the
what do you
mask
do at that
mandates? Like,
point? You
what's it
think you're
say?
gonna take it to court, bro, and you're gonna fucking change something in the court, and that's just gonna fix the insanity that's going on?
Well, it makes more sense
holding
to
up a sign
stand
and protesting in
in my
mass
front
numbers
yard with my AR.
is gonna fucking stop a fucking psychopath, bro.
Oh God.
I think we should put our hands over our
Yo,
hearts.
the members, you're
Pledge of
fighting
Allegiance.
principalities, man.
Put our hands over our hearts and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I don't know, bro. I mean,
my point is, like,
have you
what's
ever
it
dealt
pointed
with a
out? Like, what's
psychopath?
it? Dude, I do. I mean, yo, dude. I'm not gonna get into like. Yeah, I've dealt with.
You think
all
laws
kinds
are
of
gonna
people, man.
stop psychopaths, bro? You think signs and
No, you know
fucking
what actually does?
pleading and
You know what's funny,
protesting
dude?
is gonna
I got a
stop
lot
a
of
psychopath?
brother. I got a lot of crazy friends, right? And like the way that I've calmed them down is by logically showing them the facts. Okay.
Oh, so
and by
logic
actually
stops psychopaths. Let me put this down on my fucking notebook.
I'm saying, like, in my life, personally, if I've tried to dialogue with them, like outside of physical violence, like that, you know what I mean? Like, like discussion, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of psychology with people, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like my answer, my question to you then is, I'll tell you then, what do you propose, Dyslow? I've proposed a solution that I've just laid out for like an hour, and I could speak for 5 hours more on it if you'd like. What would be your solution? Rant, hey, what would be your solution then?
My solution would be an actual physical
The gauge, the Uzi, or the nickel-plated 22.
I would think you listen to too much gangster rap. That's what I would think. And you have an inflated ego as to your abilities. You know what I mean?
Can
Like, you know
only
what I mean?
think of one peaceful transition in the history of war. I could only think of one peaceful, and that was because they were so much powerful. The giving over of, when they were in Hong Kong, when the British left, that's the only time in history I can think of when an empire left somewhere, well, voluntarily, but they left in shame, right? Because China was so powerful. Name me another time when the subjugated were left alone without fighting. Name me one time.
Wasn't India doing it with ahimsa? India did it, right? With Gandhi called it, like, the love power, ahimsa. It was like the process of like being able to show the enemy that their violence was useless against them. So India's
Well, they did some stuff there in India as well, but you know what I'm saying.
Gandhi was a lawyer too.
Lawyers never free the people ever, and they never will, bro. I'm sorry, but your stuff.
They're the
ain't
only
gonna
ones
work.
that actually do, because they write the fucking treaties and shit. But whatever.
Paul was a prosecutor, by the way. What's it?
A prosecutor of like the corrupt state, right? Aren't we all supposed to be prosecutors of the corrupt state?
Well, he was a Pharisee of a Pharisee, and he was, he knew the law, the Torah, but he also knew like the oral law of the land. Yeah, but he was like his actual job was a prosecutor, prosecuting civilians or whatever you want to call them, people.
There's only one law, bro. Those that have the power make the laws. Right now, whoever has a business pays 30% to the government.
And in this country, the people have the power. The people have the power.
He can't help it. Every time I talk, the lawyer has to cut me off. I don't know why. Is it like a tick problem or something, bro? You have?
What do you got, Tourette's?
He's got lawyer Tourette syndrome.
He's all fired up. You don't know who the priority security interest holder is. Like I don't blame you.
I'm sorry, man.
But I like Issa, and everything he's saying does resonate to an extent. Like the idea that there's this debt, that's scriptural. The idea that there's this framework, this fundamental framework that is actually the basis of all things, that is basically the law of God, right? And that these laws were engraven on heavenly tablets. And this whole idea of a court scene, having a prosecutor and defendant, that's actually like more metaphysical than you would ever understand.
Oh yeah, next time you have to pay your house taxes, go before the court and tell them, you know what? I'm going by God's law. I don't have to give you anything, sir. Try that out, see how it works. And have Isa represent you as a lawyer.
No, it's more complicated than that, but I believe that what we have here is just a pattern of the heavenlies. The governments that we have on earth and the whole framework for the court system is a pattern that was derived from the heavenlies.
Bro, you know reality, right? You know how reality is? The reality is, if you have a business in Canada or America, you're going to give 30% to your master, whether you like it or not. That's the law. The law is the people that control you. You can talk Bibles all day long. It means nothing. You can talk lawyering all day long. At the end of the day, you're going to pay the IRS. If not, they're going to come and take everything you own. It's as simple as that. if I don't pay my house taxes, they're going to put my house on sale the next day. The next day here in Canada, if you don't pay your house taxes, your house goes on sale.
What are the only two things certain in life?
Yep, death and taxes, brother.
I mean, that's pretty significant. What a profound saying.
Yes, sir.
Most people don't know that Jesus said to the contrary, all that, but that's a whole nother conversation.
I do think
Breaking up.
that they are replicating.
She does think that they're replicating. Somebody hear anything different?
There. Maybe you can try again.
She said, blame Canada.
It's still not working.
I think they replicate.
You're still roboting.
Robot. Yeah, she definitely said blame Canada.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this can be one. This definitely can't be one the way Diflo is talking about. That's for sure. And I'm not sure if it can be one the legal way. I doubt it. I think there needs to be more to it.
I mean, you don't think this shit's gone down in the past? Obviously, not to this degree, because times are pretty different than any other time in history. But at least with a tyrannical government, like this shit's gone on throughout the ages, bro. And I'm telling you right now, it shit didn't change because they fucking protested. So that's all I gotta say.
Exactly, bro. Exactly that.
Feeling I get is that we're in this government. It was started 1776. The Canadian government was started right about the same time, and there were Europeans that came over here. They created these governments. They stole the land from the Indians. They did that legally or whatever, illegally, or you know what I mean? They signed all these contracts with them. And for us, like
yeah,
on
bogus deals under duress.
We have to pay taxes, and it's like at every corner, someone's trying to rip us off. It seems like someone's trying to take advantage of us. But if we learn the secret language of the lawyer, the legalese language, and we go into that system that's so corrupt, we can somehow extract some judgment, some justice for ourselves. That's not the way it should be. You shouldn't live in some society that keeps you in the dark. You should be taught these things. We're not. We're not. So it's just a scam. I mean, yeah, I could go in and become a lawyer and even a judge and join the system, and what I would be doing is ripping everybody off. It seems like to me, would just be joining.
Yeah, but I don't know how you can get. Yeah, but I don't know how you can get rid of this whole national debt thing. Like that doesn't even seem. It doesn't seem feasible. I don't know. Like if you do that, I don't think you guys know who we owe the money to. Like I have money in national bonds. Whatever those Federal Reserve, whatever those bonds are. I got a whole bunch of them shits. Like I'm just out my money. That's it. You guys are just gonna rob me.
Well, in ancient times, it was war and land. Like you'd give up land, you'd give up your spoils. Like you'd have to give up something. The Chinese are gonna ask for something, and when they ask for something, what are we gonna give them? Bullets?
What are they gonna give me? They owe me the money, bro. They owe me the money. I have bonds and shit.
Well, according to Issa, they're gonna pile us in.
You know how many Americans retirements? You know how many retirements funds and shit have these bonds and shit in them? Like America goes belly up and just doesn't pay that money back. That's That's going to be something.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you now. You
Okay,
sounded like you were replicating.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi's fucked, but what I was saying earlier about the debt system or whatever, I think it's based on like if it's basically a sin system. Because if you go through life hurting people or whatever, then you have to pay for that mistake somehow or another. Either, apologizing, forgiving yourself, blah, blah, blah. And they've replicated that with the debt system itself, with money. So everybody's paying for their mistakes, their stupidity. I think Manly P. Hall kind of talked about this at one point, about how they based the whole system.
Wasn't he the astrotheologist guy?
Yeah, he was a philosopher. And he actually talked about how they went into the Indian territory back in the day and studied them, about their hierarchies and stuff like that, and that's how they built the governments, except it was upside down, because nobody has to have skills like the Indians had to. Like, it was voted upon, like, to be the chief, to replace the chief after he died or whatever. You had to actually know the skills and be logical and all the other stuff that it was involved. And in today's politics, you don't have to have any of that stuff. You just have to have money.
Back to the Indian days, like the Indian structure.
Yeah, I would think that would work, because I mean, if you actually have to have the skills, sure.
Well, we'd have to call.
I mean, I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think we can advance like that though. I mean, maybe we can advance in certain ways doing that, but like technologically, we can't do that.
No, it's
because
never
I
going to
can't
work, because
spend
they
time.
got rid of it. They got rid of it, and it's never coming back. That's what I'm saying. It's never coming back. It's too far
Well, if you want
gone.
to technologically advance, that's the price you pay.
Right.
Because otherwise, you need people specialized in certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's dudes where we can't have the guy that makes the cell phones growing his own food and shit. It's just not going to work.
Right. I mean, it's all.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but Manly P. Hall was a 33rd degree Mason. And if he
No,
was a
he
33rd
was-
degree
Yeah.
Mason, you know
No,
what
he
kind of
wasn't.
loops
He
he had to
was
jump
given
through to
that-
get there?
He was given that
Yo,
honor.
he was.
And I don't.
Not that God.
I was just saying, I don't agree with all this 33rd degree Mason, because if you actually study the Masonic doctrine or whatever, it's not what everybody says it is. You have to study it for yourself and realize the esoteric value in it.
It's all good. But he did talk about like the
Yo,
different Reichs, the first, second, third Reich, like the whole plan, the long-term plan.
I'm pretty sure Manly P. Hall was behind like some of that zeitgeist, the religious portion of zeitgeist thing. I'm not saying he was like in it, but he was like the backbone.
Yeah, he believed in the ball and all that stuff. He went along with some of the thing, because I think he was also indoctrinated, as far as I can tell, like a lot of people are, right? They can have their own specialty and think they know something, but then they're also indoctrinated in the system to some extent. They're never out fully. I think we're all capable of that. You see what I mean? Like, we're never going to be fully out of the system, even though we think we might be in our minds or whatever, but we have to live in it, so therefore we can't honestly be, right?
I think you can. I think you can ascend.
I mean, are
from
you going to start
from any
quoting Madame Blavatsky and Alice Bailey here soon too?
Nope, I don't. I don't
That
know
was
that.
another one behind the. That was another one behind the astrotheology thing. Alice Bailey, the whole zeitgeist religious part.
So then,
Doesn't
Linda,
see
you're
that?
pretty. Sorry, Jeremy. Linda, you're right on key with the United Nations and their thought process.
No, I'm not.
I don't
I
know.
just
It
think
kind
they
of sounds like it.
mimic nature. No, I
Well,
just think they
that's
try
what
to mimic nature.
you are. So the United Nations is all about. That's why we're in this climate
No,
alleged
they
change.
mimic nature. They're not actually duplicating nature because nature is its own thing. They can never do that.
Understand
They
how these
pretend
people are
to
using
do
it?
that.
You don't see how they're using it against us? Oh,
You
I
know,
gotta go.
No, sure, sure. I see how they're using it against
Stay back.
us, but I agree with
They're
that.
twisting it.
Yeah, they're twisting it. I told you it's upside down. I said that from the beginning that it's
But it's
upside
not
down.
about nature. It's about the creator who created everything. I'll be right back.
Can you hear me? I was just gonna say that you know,
Oh, we can hear you.
between you got Albert Pike, right? You got all these people that were all Masons, and also talk about the Third Reich, the Second Reich, the forming of the Third Reich, and how they would accomplish the forming of the Third Reich, which included World War II. These things were planned out decades in advance before World War II and World War I. Going back to the 1800s, 1890, they were already forming their plans for the future. So these people are long-term thinkers, like Agenda 2030, right? Agenda 2020, for those that are in, know what I'm talking about. They plan things well in advance, and the Masons are part of that. And they talked about the formation of the Third Reich, which is NATO. Now, I don't want to get into the technicalities of it, but NATO, as we see it today, whether you realize it or not, is the formation of the Third Reich. It's in the process of transforming, and we're watching it all transform. The UN summit and all that. You're gonna start seeing things that you probably never imagined in the world.
I heard that the secret thing that you have to do to get into the Masons is you have to kiss a dude. So they're all gay, but like not. I'm not being like offensive. I mean that all of the Masons are literally homosexual, and that's a fact. Isn't that crazy?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's definitely the Masons behind a lot of this shit, and a lot of the other occult secret societies that are all interconnected within that pyramid that's literally running the world. So,
Oh yeah, dude.
if you wanted to direct your attention somewhere, like you guys know my solution. I'm just saying, like, it wouldn't just be all out fucking chaos. It would obviously be directed at the head of the snake. So that's if you want change, that's what would have to happen. So, and not only that, it directly violates American law. Allegiancy above, another group, above your sworn office position and all that shit. Like, right there directly fucking violates America. I mean, they're all treasonous. And that's who's running the show.
I don't spend too much time looking into that stuff. I'm just scratching the surface. But like, yeah, to be a Mason, bro, like we all know that you got to get probed. Like you're gonna get pegged. It's a fraternity ritual. Like these things are even in colleges around, in America right now. They're doing that stuff.
They're
So it's
scratching
not
each
so
other's
far
balls,
fetched
bro. It's weird.
that the Masons do that. And then Bohemian Grove, we talked about it earlier. At first, you start going on the rabbit hole. You start hearing these things. You're like, "Oh, this is too crazy," and you just can't help it. You keep going back, and you start realizing this stuff's legit. Like Epstein Island, Bohemian Grove, all these presidents all connected. Skull and Bones. Like Alex Jones wasn't as crazy as everybody thought he was. This stuff's out there, man.
I just think it's hilarious that they even like try. Like, they're supposed to be Satan worshippers, right? So they know how it ends. Like, it's like, what? Satanists have never read the Bible. Like, they don't get it. They already lost. It's just weird. It's just loser mentality, basically. They're like, oh, well, we're definitely all totally screwed spiritually. So let's just ruin this time here that we have here in the physical realm and ruin it for everybody else. It's just very like loser type behavior. Like if you're playing like a 7-hour game of Risk, and that one friend who's like off his meds just like flips the Risk game, ruining it for everybody. That's what these people are doing, basically. Laugh at them. Pray for them. That would be my advice. Just try to love them. They just need love. They need hugs.
There was commotion over the statue of Albert Pike in Washington, D.C. that it was being taken down. And Trump was actually upset that they were taking that statue down. And I was like, who cares? Like, it's Albert Pike. Like, take that shit down. You know what I'm saying? He's a 33rd degree. He's a scumbag. He was a Satanist, right?
They should replace it with a statue of George Floyd. You're totally right.
And all the Republicans are like, yeah, because they're idiots. They don't know what they're supporting. It's like, you're supporting keeping the statue of Albert Pike and you call yourself a Christian? Are you really a Christian? This is how shallow these people are. There's no substance to their knowledge. They have they don't know what's going on. They're lost. They're in the little paradigms, of left and right, black and white, this dualism, which Albert Pike and those guys were above all that shit. They understood it. You know what I'm saying? So you bring up Manly P. Hall, a well-known Satanist. It's like bringing up Aleister Crowley and like taking him serious, or Alice Bailey, or any of these people. Ellen G. White.
Yo, you're saying a lot of names.
Alice Cooper, Ellen DeGeneres.
Alice Cooper. You keep going.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, but all these people were involved in forming the way society runs today, and that's the only reason that I would look into them. Not that I believe anything they say. That's why I look into them. Because
you got a lot of individuals, but you got to look at the common factor between all the evil and the corruption.
Aren't they just dudes in a club at the end of the day? They're in some gay little club at the end of I don't know. I mean, we can't. You gotta be careful who you give your attention to. You gotta give some attention to yourself. You gotta eat. You gotta sleep. You gotta go to work. You have such precious free time. I just can't see myself really getting super nerdy and in depth on these just these losers. They just sound like a bunch of losers. What do they want? They want to control the world? Okay. Nice try. Good luck. I don't know. I don't try to make sense out of nonsense. And that sounds like a masterpiece of nonsense.
I mean, they
right
already
there,
are,
all those fucking guys.
If you really look at it, they already are. I mean, not individually, but
not my world.
Nah,
dude. The world is not merely what you can see and touch and taste. It's not just the physical, man. I'm breaking down barriers. I'm living in a place that those disgusting I'm not even going to use that word, but those very, very bad people, they couldn't even imagine the kind of world that I live in. My my father's got plans for them, I'll tell you what. I wouldn't worry about it, you guys.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about it at all.
That's good. I don't know you. I don't know what you're about. I'm just saying, for my time is so precious that these dead bozos who have put into motion just like the biggest pride parade ever, they do not get any of my attention. Look at us. We're controlling the world. Come worship Satan with us.
I mean, that's a whole different discussion as far as Satan goes, because I think that's developed in your mind. But that's just me.
What developed in my mind?
Satan. Like your bad thoughts. You judge yourself.
No. I don't judge myself. I don't even think thoughts. I don't know what thoughts are. I don't know where they come from or where they go. thoughts to me are actually a part of spiritual warfare. I take all thoughts into captivity and I turn their obedience towards Christ, and I just go about my day. I stopped falling for that trap a long time ago.
I mean, that's definitely a nice approach, you know. It works for you, but that's not going to work for everybody and all the family households out there. Like, people need something better.
What's better than taking control over your heart and your mind, not letting just any old thought come in and make itself at home? I don't know.
Well, no, I'm not saying that's a bad approach, but remember the topic at hand here. Like, we're trying to resolve the issues that are going on that are seemingly out of control, and we're just trying to figure out a way to do that. That's all.
To what ends, though? You know what I mean? Like, don't you kind of have to become a monster to kill a monster sometimes? Because I know where you're coming from, brother. You think I haven't thought the thoughts as well? You know, let's lock and load. Let's go take care of business. I know how you feel. But to what ends, dude? Who are you gonna go kill, right?
Right.
You
Doesn't
live with
it
that
come
on your
down
soul?
to right? Doesn't it come down to this realm? It is what it is, and we can't control every aspect of it. It just is. Whether we accept it or not is one thing or whatever, but it is what it is. It does what it does.
I'm just saying, if you want to fight these people in this world, you're gonna have to. I don't know. You're gonna have to do some stuff that might compromise your dignity, your heart.
Sure.
Me and Dice are gonna make a movie. He's John Locke. I'm Nick Load. Those are our names in the movie. Lock and Load.
Lock and load. Can your guys' middle name be Dangerous? And I'll just be like, I'll have a cameo. I don't know. I spent some of my best years stressing out about the Illuminati and stockpiling weapons and ammunition. I dug a bunker underneath my house. I cut a hole in the wood floors.
That's what I'm talking about right there. You use your house as a decoy.
Bro, I said I had booby traps. I had all kinds of fun stuff going on. But I don't know, man. I'm starting to see things a little differently, I guess. What I'm trying to say is, like, I have no enemies. You have no enemies. Nobody has any enemies. These people are trying to trick you into, like, spiritual warfare. They're trying to trick you into hating them, trick you into becoming the same type of monster that they are. You know, like, if you refuse to hurt somebody, and I was going to try my best to get you to, like, do wrong, I'm, like, killing everybody around you. I'm poisoning the air and the water. Like, how much could you take before you yourself, you know, do something horrible, right? I don't know. I think that's what it's all about, dude. It's like a trap.
Yeah, you ever get into like you ever learn about, like, hey Jeremy, do you know about the Weather Underground?
Yo, I know a lot about. Dude,
Yeah, no, I platypus. You probably do. I'm curious if Jeremy does.
Tell us what it is. I never heard of it.
It's like it was like a group of really it was a group of well-funded college kids by a radical left philanthropist like group of people. But basically they were like trying to, like, their I don't know if it was their motto, but I always thought it was funny or whatever, was bring the war home. So they were like, like trying to stop Vietnamese war, all this kind of the draft dodging, like they were part of that whole thing, or they aligned themselves with it. I don't know what the fuck, but they bombed fucking New York police departments. They freaking they did a bunch of fucked up shit, and in order to join in order to join them, like you had to like be gay. You know, you mean it? You know, like they had like rituals and shit to like destroy your morality so that you would like be fully in on the revolution. And like, you know, it's like it's a crazy study, dude. But you know, maybe Platypus can say a little more on it. I really, you know, cursory right there. But
I just wanted to throw in, it wasn't just a police department. It was a bring your wife to a dance. Like all the police officers brought their wives to a dance, and that's what they bombed. I used to
I've
work in
heard that
Hollywood.
their goal.
Go
I
ahead,
always
go
heard like they warned before they were going to bomb somewhere. This is why a lot of people like these are around about the same times. Like you know, there's that book, The Anarchist Cookbook, and stuff like that. And, like Abby Hoffman, like Steal This Book. I remember I had that book, and like you know, just all these cool books, and like it was just this counterculture thing. And then the Weather Underground was like the extremist wing of it. That were like it's kind of like I mean, really, it's just like Antifa. Basically, you know what I mean? The beginning stages of Antifa, ultimately, I think. But it's interesting because, you know, you try. That's why one of the great book to read is a book called On Revolution by Hannah Arendt, and it kind of just shut my whole desire for like trying to partake in any of this revolutionary shit. Because all that happens is they take over the revolution and then they kick you out. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't win that political cycle game. This is why I find the law matter so interesting because it's a way to, you know, like our Constitution is like it's the idea that like you know, one man can stand against 3 million that want to hang him. That's why our court systems are what they are. That's why they're so cherished because it stops the masses, or is supposed to be the check on the masses from like condemning the individual who has radical thoughts but didn't do anything. Like a flat earther, for instance. You know what I mean? Like you didn't do anything but question the government lie, and fucking they're just like hang them. You know that's why your court, and that's why it necessitates you to be able to know your rights, so that you would know what you actually have the right to defend, or the right to protect. Rather, I like protect rather than defend. But yeah, the Weather Underground, Jeremy, check them out. They're a crazy little story. But like, you know, if you get into that whole revolutionary mindset, like you're lost already. Like, you know, it's good to read the Motorcycle Diaries of Che and maybe read Guerrilla Warfare because it's cool. But like, you know, you just if you're going down that road, it's like, you know, are you willing to actually take a life? And at what point is that not violating your standards? Do you know what I mean?
Well said. No, well said, dude.
Area. Some of us are going to get rubber bullets, maybe blanks. We don't know yet.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I've stood in front of walls of cops. And fucking, I remember walking up and down this row of like New York Police Department, I mean, like fucking mad cops, snipers on the roofs, fucking, you know, all that fun shit, bro. And fucking going up there and I'm like, which one of you smokes weed? And trying to make them all laugh and crack them up and kill that whole demonic. And I would tell them, I said, which one of you goes to church? I was like, because all of you right now are the Roman soldier about to go crucify Christ if you run down on these fucking people, man. And, you know, that's actually like, you know, shit, I've had more, like, you know, you get more you know, what is it? More flies with honey than vinegar. And, you know, that kind of approach too. But yeah, like what kind of way, that's why the legal shit is such like, you're just like a fucking, it's the legal shit to me is like Excalibur. It's like Goliath, you know, it's the death knell to Goliath. It's a fucking, I don't know, man. It's fucking powerful.
Bro, we're not going to be able to turn this around legally, dude. I don't see any way.
Nigga, what did they tell David? I tell you what did they tell David? What they tell David when he put the sling in when he put the fucking rock in his sling? That's how I feel
different
about
though.
that.
He had an actual weapon.
What's so funny is that like
hold on. Isn't the pen mightier than the sword, or is that just fucking figurative fancy shit? The pen is mightier than the sword.
Well, yeah, but when the system turns corrupt, dude, that pen don't matter. That's the whole point, dude.
Then how come Randy Kelton was able to get the mask mandate repealed?
Well, that's what I'm saying. How is it that you got one person out of the many, worldwide actually, that somehow was able to like figure this out?
I'm sorry, was he an American?
Well, there's a few of them. There's a few people. So Randy Kelton, he works with. There's an entire group of people that are learning from them, which is called Rule of Law Radio. And then you have people like Steve Emerson, who won a $38 million lawsuit for the illegality of property tax and how he took his property in Florida, right? So there are a handful of people, but you ask why no one else is doing it, or like it's too good to be true is basically your point. Can you name anyone else that's actually tried it? How many people even know to do this, much less have the balls to send in federal criminal complaints about the governor of the state, and then send in federal criminal complaints about every single person refusing to investigate all the way up to the district attorney to make it bypass them and get to the grand jury? If someone can show me someone doing that properly and not working, then you can have an argument. Until then, you guys are kind of just like, as respectfully as possible, speaking.
Yeah, no, them guys got busy. Yeah, they got busy. How do we with the big pharma, big oil, the big corporations, all the corruption? Like, you think we can stop that? The Rothschilds and the families.
Yeah,
we can stop.
If I told you how to
that
stop
through
them,
through the court system.
Oh, you think you're gonna go at Vanguard and BlackRock with some ARs?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, dude,
I don't think that way can work either. But you think it can be done legally? We can overcome all the elite people that are calling the shot, the Bilderberg group and all them.
I think stuff like Vanguard and BlackRock are here to stay, man. That's not really the point. Is to protect your family and to push back on the corruption where they can't actually affect you. Or like if they overstep and they start giving like totalitarian orders. See, those aren't really the same because people are choosing to go eat the poison. People are choosing to consume the propaganda media. People are choosing to get addicted and go to the doctor and take whatever they say. People are choosing to do those things. You can't eliminate something that people are going to do.
They're turning up the temperature slowly, dude. We're like frogs sitting in the water, not even realizing that it's like shit's already starting to simmer and stuff. It's a slow turn up, dude. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, but things like,
getting turned up, bro.
Okay,
when I'm paying $45 to feed my family, bro, at Jack in a Box, and I'm not even getting complete meals, shit's getting turned up, bro.
Well, you shouldn't be going to Jack in the Box, so that's kind of my point. So if you go eat the poison,
that was just a quick fucking.
If you go eat the poison, what I'm saying is you don't have a right to complain about it. Like Kai and I are starting a diet that's like animal based, so we just eat like 100% grass fed and milk, so raw dairy products and honey and all the and fruits, right? And so we're making
not about what you're eating. That's not my point.
Wait up, man. It is a point though. We're making a conscious decision not to consume the poison. Okay, so therefore we don't have to. They try to make raw milk illegal, but guess what? You can still get it, right? So that's what I'm saying. If you make the conscious decision to not partake in their systems, then they can't do anything about it. If we're talking about like some idea that they're going to force you to do something, like they tried to with the pandemic, that's when you have legal remedy. That's the answer. Is you opt out of their games, and then when they try to overstep, you can stop them in America because of what the law says. And it's real.
Well, I don't disagree with a lot of that, but I'm just saying not everybody has the luxury to do all their own, organic stuff when it comes to that. And then, have their own setup already established with land and all this other stuff to be separate from the system. A lot of people are dependent on it. Like when you look at the majority of Americans are like strongly dependent on the system.
Yeah, but $45 is 9 pounds of 100% grass-fed beef.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just saying that not everybody's gonna fucking have access to that.
What? Everyone has access to a grocery store. They have 100% grass-fed beef. You can just Google and find out where the raw milk is. My point is, this is the actual truth.
What cost right now? It's like $16, bro.
It's
fucking crazy.
But this is the actual truth. This is actual truth. People are lazy, and it is convenient to just use the system as is. So that's the number one thing that gets people is like, for example, no one knows the Earth's flat because people don't care to research stuff. No one knows that actually what they give you at the doctor is is poison, right? No one knows that you can cure most things with
That's what I'm
herbs.
trying to
This
tell
is
you, bro.
laziness, bro.
It's
Like
not.
that's
It's not that, dude. Like I thought that for a while too. Like it's just pure laziness. But most people are so fucking beaten down after an 8 to 10, 12-hour workday. They don't have the fucking time to like look into these things, bro. They're too busy trying to fucking survive, dude.
Yeah, but
With
the
the
other thing
price
is
of
too is
everything
why.
going up.
Hey, yo, remember this: anyone who's trying to save the world is usually fucked up in the head. Save yourself, man.
No one's trying to save the world, bro.
No, but you see what I'm saying? Like, if we
Trauma's inherent within this reality. That ain't ever going away. We're
right,
just
but if we're
trying to
trying to
fucking.
save the world, that's where
No
we
one's
fuck
trying to
up.
save the world, bro. I'm not trying to save the world here, bro. Like the
No, do
world's
you get my
already
do you
in a.
get my meta point? My meta point is the vast majority of the stuff that's used as weapons against us are they require your compliance, like your acquiescence. Like people go and partake in this stuff. So the first step is that's where I strongly disagree with you, is actually increasing awareness so that people don't partake in the traps. Now, if you eliminate the consensual traps, you've eliminated the vast majority of the problem right there. If you stop buying into the system that's set up to kill you, then that's the vast majority of the problem. They are getting a little bit more bold now because they have so much compliance that they did like the pandemic where they like started trying to force you to do stuff and all this. Well, there are legal remedies against it. That's what I'm saying. So like if you combine the two, which is mass awareness, so you're not actually complying, and then you inform yourself about how to step into the court and defend your family, you really have nothing to worry about. You can live a completely happy, carefree life where you just, like support your
I
family
don't
and you're
think
happy.
everybody has the ability to defend themselves, let alone their families in court, right? Like that takes some prior knowledge. Like court isn't just set up like in plain old English, bro. Like that shit's all
I agree.
a
Yeah.
whole nother lingo. So
Yeah,
not
that's why
everybody's got the
that's
time
why.
when they're trying to survive, paying the
Okay,
bills to
well, if they
fucking
don't
become
have
their
the
own lawyer.
time, then if they don't have the time, then they're dead. Like, what do you, like, that's the way life is. If you didn't have the time to burn
That's
down a
not the way
farm back
life
in the
is. That's
day,
the
then
way the
you died.
system's made it. That's the way the system's made it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like people don't have fucking time because they're too busy working their asses off to survive for the majority. Like you're talking about you and the few in between. Like middle class is gone, bro. And this isn't just like subsequence of the monetary system. This is inherent from the way the system's designed. This is all designed to fail this way. And it's all about power and who's running the show. That's what it's all about, bro. And like that's nice. You got fucking raw land and milk and
I don't
honey,
have any
bro.
land.
But for the
I don't have any
majority,
land. I don't have any land. I don't have any money.
people don't have that.
I don't have any land or money. So I have literally no land. The
I'm
point
failing to
is
see what
that
the. Sorry.
people go and buy nonsense. They go to the grocery store and buy poison, and they go to buy fast food. If they took every single dollar that they did with that, and they said, okay, we're going to budget, we're going to buy this many pounds of 100% ground beef, we're going to buy this many gallons of raw milk a month, we're going to buy raw cheese, we're going to buy raw natural honey without glyphosate or whatever it's called, right? If people actually did this, we're gonna buy fruit. Sure, you have to pay now. Groceries are more expensive. But no doubt that people can make that transition. They choose not to because it's much easier to say go to work. And then instead of having to come home and cook a burger, they just run through a drive through, they jump down and they turn on Netflix. That's a conscious decision. So there is like, dude, you can't really be mad at those people, the powers that be in that sense. If they give you an opportunity to do something and you take it, it actually isn't their fault.
Yo, get an air fryer. Shit's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there isn't stupid people, bro, and lazy and low, underachievers, should we say. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but I'm saying for the majority right now, with the way the system is most people for the majority, can't handle a fucking flat tire popping up out of nowhere. Like their bank account is severely limited, bro, like less than $500.
Yeah, same here, bro. Like I can throw a pity party even more because I so boldly spoke truth about this taboo subject. I literally couldn't go get 99% of decent jobs. I literally can't. I'm literally relying upon a system that actively censors my ability to even make money. and I can't go get somewhere. I can't get a job somewhere else unless I just want to go get some like work at Dollar General. So, but the thing is, I just try to figure out how to make it work, because if I just cry about it, no one's going to come help me. No one's going to come save me. And I have a family I have to take care of. So I start looking into different investments, trying to start different businesses, blah, blah, blah. So like the fact is, if someone who can literally not get 90% of decent jobs because they talk about something online can figure it out, so can everyone else. I don't have a ton of empathy for people that just aren't going to really put their mind to something when it's incredibly difficult for me to do it, and I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. So, like, I'm just saying, like, sometimes you need tough love. People need tough love. Here's the deal, man. You're falling for the traps because people are lazy or they're having a pity party, and you manifest your reality. Oh, there's no way out. I'm done. It was someone else that did it to me. Well, then, okay. Then you're just going to stick there.
Well, that ain't me if that's what you're trying to, describe right now.
No, you're describing people that
I'm not.
seem to adopt the mentality that there's nothing they can do. And I don't agree. There is something you can do. Do you not agree with that?
That's what we're trying to get to. Like, what's the solution here? And you're saying it's the legal way. And I don't know. We got other people that are disagreeing that it's not going to go that way. Hard work and this whole, the sweat of your brow and
it is the
really,
legal
that's
way,
an old school mentality, dude. And I get it. It's worked for a lot of generations, but times have changed, dude. When the system's not working for you but against you, it's not about just quit complaining and just work harder. Like that ain't cutting it, bro.
Hey, yo, you need some jujitsu, bro. Go to the jujitsu.
Bro, I've been at jujitsu for over 6 years.
And
what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying this because the angst against the system and like this physical rage that people have towards it needs to get dealt with, right? Because we're men, right? And you need to have that kind of thing. And and I just think like if you go to do jujitsu or something, one, you're going to meet the people that are actually going to agree with you probably and be like, yeah, you're fucking right. That's why I'm here at jujitsu.
How long you been doing jujitsu?
And also
consistently?
you then take your energies and all that rage and direct it towards your studies.
How long have you been consistently doing jujitsu?
I mean, I've been doing some form of martial arts since I was 12 years old, man. And I run a lot. And I've
been doing martial arts fucking since I was 6, dude. But I'm just saying, you're acting like jujitsu is what I need, bro, or something like. I've got a problem.
Placenta as a punching bag.
Holy shit!
So,
hang on. How long have you been hugging sweaty men on the floor?
I mean, it's just good to have. Do you know the value of martial arts then? And all I mean is that when we get angry and shit,
but
that's where that energy should go.
I'm just gonna bow out, bro. Like, you guys got some irrational fucking solution.
That this restoration of the earth, right? This utopia that we might accomplish if we all get like band together and all get along and have like one world religion and coexist, right? I mean, that's a possible scenario. I just don't see that happening. I see things getting worse.
Who proposed that idea?
It's relative.
Who proposed that idea?
But even if legally we can accomplish that with civil law, there is scriptural precedents that will support that by the law, right? It says here in Romans 2:13, for it is not the hearers of the law who are righteous before God, but the doers of the law who will be justified. When the restoration of the earth takes place, at the beginning of that restoration, there comes a judgment. So all I'm saying is that the law is how we are justified and how restoration takes place.
Yeah, that's a different law, but yeah.
Maybe.
This is what I guess I'm not understanding. I offered a twofold solution. Number one is informing yourself and your family so that you do not partake in the traps that the system has put in place to slowly kill you over time, right? And to diminish your quality of life. It's not partaking. That means not watching their propaganda, certainly not believing their propaganda. It means not complying to censorship. It means not consuming their poison at the grocery store. It means not going to the pharmaceutical, boogeyman or whatever, right? These are solutions that are very easily attained. You just stop complying. The other end of it.
This is what I said. Go ahead. What's it?
Well, I'm just saying because it seems like.
Let me just address that. This is what I said.
Okay, go ahead.
My bad. This is what, just real quick before we go on to another thing. This is what I said the other day. We got to talk with our dollars. Let our dollars do the talking. We can make progress like that. I agree with them.
Yeah. So because what happens with these conversations is they get real conflated and convoluted, where it's like as if the whole problem is something that's being done by force. That isn't the case. 95% of it is actually just people being tricked into complying to things. So that's the first step, right? So like this whole, well, if you have to work, you can't inform yourself or whatever. Well, okay, if someone tells you they can't look into flat Earth because they have a job, I'm like, okay, what do you do when you get off of your job? Right? You're watching something, you're absorbing some type of information. So anyway, the second part of it is when they try to force you to do something. Now we have a different problem on our hands, right? That's a totally different thing, like what they did with the pandemic. The solution to that is for sure holding them accountable with the law. And it has been proven. You have no argument in court or under the law if you're like agreeing to do what they're saying. If you're like buying their nonsense, you can't be like, oh man, how come you sold me the nonsense? Like you bought it. So that's actually the solution. And then obviously you use this information to help the future generations, help your children, try to leave them some type of wealth, blah, blah, blah.
So you're saying break the law to fix the law? Is that what you're implying?
Break what law?
You said don't comply and then try to take it to court, essentially, right? Which is breaking the law and then trying to fix the law.
They didn't actually pass any like pandemic laws, right? They called them mandates, and they were illegal. And that's right. You don't comply to something that's unconstitutional. And then if you actually fight it, you will win. Like all I'm saying is I've never seen anyone fight it the right way and lose. So everyone has to admit that the idea that you can hold like a judge federally accountable and a district attorney and all the cops, like that, people would tell you that's not true. It is true. You file federal criminal complaints with the FBI. All you have to do is type up a letter, send it certified mail for like $3, and you send it to the federal office. Does it take some time to do that? Yes. Are there already templates for you that you can just fill in very quickly? Yes. Is it pretty easy? Yeah. Does it work? Yes. How many people do it? Less than 0.00000000000. A lot more zeros. 1% of the population. So until I see people actually doing that, which is holding the officials accountable with federal criminal U.S. code, right? U.S. code about federal law. Until people are actually doing that, of course they're going to keep running away. Of course the system's going to be super compartmentalized and corrupt because no one's doing anything. So I find it hard I can't just like join the pity party type of take. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone. I'm just saying like you can change things. And until we try, we can't really complain about it not working. Does that make sense? We have to try. You have to try it because every time I've seen someone try it, it works, dude.
I got a.
Good.
All right.
No, I was ranting.
You're good. You're good. I like the fire. I got a hypothetical to propose and follow it up with a question. Okay, so we got the guns. We went in. We took out BlackRock. We charged all of these criminals for treason. Some of them we sent to jail. Whatever. We won the Great War. Okay. Now what?
I'm gonna let SE take that or Jeremy.
Well, actually, I would like to hear what you would do. The war's been won.
I know.
Now what?
And I'd like to answer, but I feel like I'm like the only one on this end right now because like SE and Jeremy are just like sitting there biting their tongue.
I'm having a sandwich, but I'm here, bro. What you got? What do you need?
Well, he's asking a direct question, like, what do you do, like when you make the change, right? Like you saying America's got one shot to turn it around before the world just kind of like, comes down on top of us or whatever you're saying. But let's say we make that change. Now what? Like we go after the corruption and the cancer and we cut it out.
Yeah, that's what. First of all, you pull out of Ukraine. Number one, show the world that you're no longer on that the wrong side of every battle, shall we say?
We're past that, way past that. Like, we've already pulled out. We've already reduced all our military bases. We're practically isolationists now. Problem solved. Great War won. I want to know specifically what you guys are going to go do with this new world. Like, how are you going to go live your lives? That's different from how you are now.
House? Did you clean the government? Did you get rid of the fiat system?
Yep. Got rid of all of it, dude. All of it. We're on a gold standard, and we got like fairy dust. It's all there, but I just want to know how you're going to live your lives differently than you are now.
Well, for beginners, you don't interfere in anybody's battles anymore, and the country gets built up again. Because keep in mind, right now, the dollar is keeping intact because people have confidence. They know America's stable, right? That's why everyone's still using the dollar. Even when they change to the Petroyan, there has to be confidence built in that dollar, right? Because nobody trusts the Chinese. So yeah, you just keep on doing what America's great at doing. You live your lives and you regain confidence in the world, and you actually go help countries instead of bombing them, right? How about that?
I like what Flatipus said about this, or where you're going with this. No, but how long will that peace last?
Well, let's say it lasts indefinitely. I still want to get a straight answer from all the people that want to take their guns and go, take out the bad guys, take them out to dinner, whatever. How are you going to start? Like, once the war is over, you could put your guns down now. Like, what are you specifically, like, how is your day-to-day life going to change? Have you thought about it?
Bro, I'm not saying get the Uzis out. It can't be like that. I'm not with Dice Law on this.
That's fine.
That's not what I want. I'm just saying that's the only rational solution that I can see that's actually going to make a fucking change. Like, throughout history, throughout mankind, we've had these issues, and the only way shit's ever gotten dealt with wasn't by sitting around writing fucking letters to fucking senators, bro.
Well, look at the Boston Tea Party.
I don't think.
Look at the Boston Tea Party. We don't even have tax on tea anymore. So, I mean, that works.
What did you do? Did you write a strongly worded letter to the British?
Well, I'm not saying, I don't think their way can work either, though. So, fuck both
Let
you
it
guys.
be known, if you don't have a good answer to my question, it's not a bad thing. It's just something that
Didn't I answer it?
No, not even close.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. Try again. What do we do after we have utopia? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like your day to day. Let's say your day to day is your 9 to 5, and you're being oppressed, and it's like, man, my life would be so much better if like BlackRock and the fucking Zionists and all the boogeymen were gone. Okay, they're gone. So you wake up, they're gone. You got gas in the tank. What are you going to go do? What do you do with your time now? And how is that going to be different from what you could be doing right now?
You still have to work, bro. What do you think? It's going to be a free ride?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, dude. Of course, good penance. Toil, thorn and thistle. You're speaking my language. So, but how's it going to be different?
It's going to be different like this. The toil and thistle that you make, no longer they're going to be able to take 30% of your profit. You're going to be able to keep your profit because you won't be buying bombs and tanks and killing everybody around the world. You can go buy let's say a 5% tax, flat tax. Everybody, you can get your streets done, your electrical, everything, bro. Everything will be better.
That's what I've always wondered. Like, can't we just take 10% of what everyone makes, and then every time someone spends money, you take 10% of that, and boom, run the whole country can't run off of that. It's a lot of money right there.
Of course.
So you have to get to the root of the problem.
The money. Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. Like, I'm still trying to figure out how your life, like, how's your heart going to change? What are your kids going to do differently? What is going to change about your life that you couldn't just do right now? Like, this is what I can't understand.
I'll tell you.
Platypus. Hold on, let me just get a word in real quick. Because what Flatipus is saying is that you have to get rid of the root of the problem. So even if you reset the world, reset the system, and you have this relative period of peace and utopia that might last 1 century before corruption sets in again, and then tyranny sets in again. These cycles repeat. So what do we do to restore?
So you're suggesting we just let it be?
No, but a reset, a reset is not going to help anything. It's just a temporary fix.
So 1,000 years of utopia, a temporary fix to the solution, isn't better than just letting
it's
it be.
good.
Like,
No, I agree.
what's the
A
alternative?
theoretical reset is cool and all, right? Take all the bad scum, drain the swamp. Yeah, we get it. But after you do
what's the
all that,
alternative?
you have this relative peace that lasts maybe a generation until all of a sudden chaos breaks out again, and then the whole thing happens all over again.
So say we don't have the reset. What's the alternative?
Well, there was this is kind of the point that I'm trying to nail in. If nobody can give me an answer of how their lives are going to be different, how their hearts are going to be changed after this.
I mean, if you can't answer your own question,
you.
I mean that's a pretty basic question, bro.
Do you want me to answer my own question? I will be happy to.
I'm just saying, like, I'm sure we can look back at early America when times were a lot easier compared to now. Like, we're heavily oppressed compared to the past. Like, I'm sure you watched the Andy Griffith show back in the day. You know, people were just like, the purchasing power of the fucking dollar was like super significantly high, where like a nickel would get you fucking a lot of things in the world.
Yeah, but they made 3 cents an hour though.
Yeah,
they made like a penny an hour.
I understand it's all relative, but things were a lot better, bro. Like, you could get a lot further, dude, compared to now, dude. Like, shit is just ridiculous, dude. And it's only gonna get worse. So if you think it's bad now, it's only gonna get worse.
Well, I hear you. The money system is definitely an issue.
Well, that's what started the whole conversation. We were talking about the BRICS versus the U.S. fiat, and how we're just like in a downward spiral while all these other countries are collaborating and conspiring to just, remove the U.S. petrodollar from their system completely.
That's what's exactly going on right now. But how it would change? Let me tell you how it would change. For example, you're going to be paying less taxes. From 30%, whatever, you're going to go down to 5%. Because let's face it, you got to fix the roads, you need police and all that, right? Right there, you're going to have 25% more income. Number one. Number two.
Oh, I would be so happy.
Yeah, that'll make my day happy. Yeah.
That would change be able to spend more time with my kids and shit. I'm working overtime right now.
Bro, listen.
That's the first acceptable answer. You would spend more time with your children. That's the first acceptable answer to my question that I've heard.
No doubt.
Thank you.
That's
Now
hold
the phone. Let's just ask yourself this. Is there any way in your current situation, the way things currently are, is there any way you could shave off even an hour a week to spend more time with your kids? Is it doable, yes or no?
I wasn't finished, by the way, guys.
I know. I'm so sorry for interrupting, SE, but I really want to drive it home. I promise you. You go next. Jeremy, could you shave off an extra hour a week to spend time with your children?
I couldn't do it, but let SE finish, so I feel bad that we cut
right.
You guys are thinking small, so that's number one, right? You have more money, 20% more money. Number two, you get complete control of your children. In other words, women will be able to stay home and take care of the children like it should be. And men will go out work and they'll have enough money to take care of the family like it should be. This is the plan. You take full control of your children and you teach them, you homeschool them.
If I had 50%,
back in the day, I made 50% family, dude, being a vacuum salesman at Sears, bro. Nowadays, it's like 100,000, a 6-figure fucking income. You're barely making it, at least in my state.
Yeah, if I made another 50% of my pay, my wife could not stay home. We would have to move out of the house we're in.
Well, that's the thing. When all this stuff changes, right? You're talking about utopia now, right? You took care of all this. You got rid of the fiat. You got rid of the banksters, right? So imagine you're only paying a minimum amount of tax. You're going to keep the majority of the money you make, right? You homeschool.
Yeah, but even if I kept all the money, I made, we would still have to move out of our house. Like, there's no way I could afford it.
Bro.
I got a raised ranch. And it's not nothing crazy. It's just a regular house with the mortgage, the bills. Like we couldn't afford it on my pay alone. There's no way.
Aren't we talking about utopia? You make it like it was before. You give the man enough money, right? If you own a
Well, if they're
business,
gonna give me more money,
yeah,
fine.
you're gonna get more
They
money.
better
You're
come
gonna
with
be
it.
able to earn the male will be able to earn enough money to support the family. The mother stays home, takes care of the children. They have a homeschool curriculum, and America gets built back again. Make America great again.
I feel like utopia would be where they automate.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna come there and run for politics. I'm telling you guys. Make America great again.
Look, the whole point I was trying to just nail it down is that, first of all, utopia, the main word in the definition of utopia is an imaginary place, not real. It's never going to happen. You're not going to have a utopia. Sorry. Can things get better? 100%. 100%
You
things can get better.
had it in the 50s. You had the utopia. Moms and pops, you were driving around cars that were a mile long. Everybody had 2-3 cars. Father was working. You had it. What do you mean it's impossible?
That's an excess of materialism. Go look up the definition of utopia. It's an imaginary place, not real. Okay.
Well,
we live in a
close
zero-sum reality, dude. There's
Yeah, we know that.
There's not infinite resources.
There's going to be trauma, bro. It's part of
Let me
life.
just-
we're talking about having a better life. That's all.
I know what you guys are saying, and I agree with you. I want to have a better life too. But I think the best way to start is to ask yourself how you live your life differently if these things that you want accomplished were accomplished. For instance, Jeremy said he wants to spend more time with his kids. Essie was talking about homeschooling children, taking control of your children. I guarantee you, if you sacrifice at least one thing in your life right now, you can take steps towards those ends. You can get control of your children.
How many hours are you working a day, bro?
This is not.
How many
dude,
hours
this
are
is
you
not
working a day, and
dude,
what are you actually doing?
My longest work hour day was 26
What were you
hours.
doing?
I was working on
What
set,
were you doing?
dude. Fucking hauling heavy cables and lifting shit off of trucks, driving trucks with fucking
yeah, that's right.
3-hour turnarounds.
That's
Dude,
right. So what is so you know what it's like, right? Now imagine doing that to support a family where you don't have the alternative to go milk a fucking cow instead, because it's just you're fucking supporting this family in this system where shit's so goddamn expensive to where you can't even afford to take a day off, and you're working these long grueling hours just to fucking pay the bills like majority of Americans. You think that extra hour a day to spend with your fucking kids, under the stress of the conditions that I just laid out, is going to like make a difference in the quality that you're spending when you're already ran down and beaten up?
It's going to make a difference in their lives.
You got to go back tomorrow. But the
in
point
their
is,
lives.
bro, it's
not
the
about
quality
you,
of your life.
You're a father. It's not about you anymore, bro. It's about your
Well,
kids.
it is though.
It's about the world you're leaving
That's what we're
behind.
talking about.
That's
what we're talking about.
It's great.
When you guys are done.
I'm done.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I want to point out, so I'm a semi stay-at-home mom because I actually help my husband work, but my children are homeschooled, and we don't have a mortgage. We have very minimal bills because of the way we choose to live our life. We don't have a regular house. I think that has to be brought up. You could sell your house. You could downsize. We have 5 children, and we live in a tiny home. And so
you got a tiny home? You guys got a tiny home?
A tiny home. Yeah.
Like legit one of those little tiny home trailer things?
No, it's a travel trailer. It's like a 32-foot travel trailer with 3 slides.
That's awesome. No doubt.
Yeah.
I like that. I like where your head's at.
Yeah, and so now we don't have all of the bills that we choose. We choose not to have all these bills. So I can help my husband work at his job, and we can have the children with us. And when they were born, they didn't get birth certificates, no numbers. We are getting out of the system and we choose. I totally agree with what Witsit was saying. Like, it's a conscious choice, you know? And I make so much of our food as well. It's like, yeah, the grass-fed stuff, and I even have our own mill. I grind our own flour. I make our own bread. I mean, these are our choices, you know? And that's
Are you
how
just
a lot of
you
change
don't so you
happens.
don't have land and you have a trailer? How are you growing stuff? I don't understand that.
Well, we live on somebody else's property, and then we work for staying there. So trade.
But that's
I
my
mean,
point.
trade.
Like we're talking about the majority. We're not talking about the individual. Like if a majority of America didn't own land and just lived out of a trailer, like you might as well just be eating bugs next and not owning shit and being happy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we're just following the whole narrative.
No, but it's
No, dude.
the
Listen to what
house
she's saying.
is failing. I mean, you can go to anybody. I can guarantee you, a farmer. You go up to a farmer who has lots of land. Hey, listen, I'll work on your land if I don't have to pay a mortgage. And
But that's
I
not
mean,
the
it's
American
trade.
dream. That's not the American. Like we're talking about the quintessential American dream is gone, right? And it's
No,
not coming back.
all right. Thank you for letting me talk. I appreciate it. Good conversation. Thanks.
Hey, thank you for
Well, I
sharing.
love it.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. We enjoyed that. If you want to share more, please do. Like, I hear the frustration on all sides. And Dicelaw, I don't want to butt heads with you, bro. I love you, man. I respect you. And I do not know what it's like to have the pressures of a family. I am a single man, and I just roam, bro. But I want a family desperately, real badly, you know?
Yeah, no, everybody should have that. Like that's part of the American dream, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's a good thing to want and it's even better to have. But, when the struggle gets real, unnecessarily, it's working more and working harder is great and all, but like that old school mentality isn't gonna fucking change it, dude. Like those days are long gone, bro. I could fucking work till I'm blue in the face. It's not gonna fucking buy me a house in today's market at the wages I'm going at least right now. So just saying, something's got to give, and that's the
I'm
majority
doing
of the
overtime.
Americans right now. Yeah, I'm
I'm
working
doing
massive overtime, massive overtime,
$30
dude.
an hour on OT, bro. No doubt.
Yeah, and I'm in Cali.
If you're
Shit
not
ain't
a
cheap over here.
professional or own a business, there ain't no way you're gonna get a house today. Forget about it. Ain't no way. And around here, I don't know how it is up there. Mom, pop,
Well, that's
both
not
have
true.
jobs.
Well,
Let me finish, bro, please. Mom, pop, both have jobs, and they have part-time jobs as well.
you can absolutely afford a house on two salaries where I'm at least. I mean, if you want to live in some nutcase place where the houses are, $700-800 grand or some shit, I mean, that's not new. There's plenty of places though where you can live.
Yeah,
My wages
are
like
my wages.
housing, yeah.
My wages
I have
where
a
you're at,
nice
you think
raised
I'd be
rent.
living like a baller. The wages are always relative to the area too. You know what I'm saying? So it's like everybody's always talking, oh, here and there, but the job opportunities, everything changes, bro.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, like where I'm at, it's totally feasible for a couple to go buy a house. I'm sitting on a half an acre raised ranch, nothing crazy, but it's nice.
Yeah.
You want to live in Silicon Valley with $8 million homes and shit.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to talk about the individual. I'm just talking about the majority of the current quality of living versus, the purchasing power of the dollar. It's just shit's not adding up, bro.
I hear you, man. I hear you. What do you want? What can we do? We're in a tough predicament right here.
Crypto, that's my solution, bro. That's the only, beat them at, fight fire with fire, bro. That's.
Yeah, I think you're gonna look right at the end of this, but it won't. I think it'll be with the wrong the wrong understanding of it. Like,
No, I get it. Like ultimately, it's going to be our demise. I get it
well,
all.
no, no,
I'm
no, no,
just
no, no,
saying,
no.
this
I'm not. No, no. It
it's going
doesn't
to give
have
you
to.
that small window of opportunity. That's all. That's all I'm
No, no,
looking
no.
for.
What I'm saying is that it's about what I'm fascinated. What's driven my kind of like my compass is like the national debt discussion, alternative history, and the nature of contracts and their dominance over public affairs. And so because of what I see as these 3 terms of 70-year contracts, as I've learned it, and then the fact that this debt limit is being reached and that they're blowing the debt limit out to the max in Ukraine, is because they're going to discharge it. I think they're going to do it under the guise of what is going to appear to be because of the last 2 years. And when in reality, it's a balancing of the books based on these old contracts, wherein they have to, because of our banking system, they have to discharge this debt. What I think you're right about in the crypto idea is that they're going to then put that wealth into that world. And I think,
Right.
and I don't know how that, I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know whether it's better or worse. What's
Oh,
scary
it's
to
going
me
to be
is
far worse, bro.
well, here's the thing. I've called the way I coin this is the perennial fight for it's a perennial struggle of freedom, man. Like every year, every day, every fucking time you get up in the morning, it's time to put your fucking freedom boots on and fucking and exercise your rights to some degree and assert yourself. There's a great maxim in law: he who fails to assert himself, what do you call it? Has no rights, basically. This idea of us. I think that wealth will be transferred because of the discharge, and that makes that a total a possibility to me. The divide is whether we go in the left or right, or well, for lack of better terms, left or right directions. In the sense that the left is an atheistic, they want us to abandon the Constitution so as to eliminate God from the contract, and they want to do that under the guise of quote unquote human rights. That's why the push to make everyone think they come from monkeys and shit, I think. But the whole idea of that, there is no God in the contract. The right side, the quote unquote right side of it versus left would be the side of the a monotheistic base. You know what I mean? Like we have now, we have the perfect monotheistic approach to secular society. And I think we need to recognize that it's wise, it's awesome. It's just they're trying to get us to abandon ship on the one thing that's going to get you through the fucking storm. But yeah, I think it could happen with the crypto, but it'll be made to look like, it'll be made to look like fucking Zuckerberg made Facebook. It'll be like, oh, these revolutionary crypto geniuses, they saved society, bro. But in reality, it's this fucking monster of contracts that's in history that's just playing the fiddle to the fucking general public.
I don't even think the general public or the majority of the populace is going to benefit from that. It's only going to be a small select few that have had enough insight to invest prior to and that's just a small minute portion of the world. So
there's reasoning to the other reasoning or kind of I don't know out there shit I've thought about before with my boys is the idea that the stars kind of dictate this new age of something good, right, for mankind. Now I don't know what that looks like or what and who means it or what it means or whatever the fuck. But the idea of it gives me hope in the sense that possibly quote unquote the leaders of the whatever group or that runs the world, right? They fucking have had authority to create destruction over the last however eon. And now they won't be permitted to do that. And so there has to be this cleaning of house. And these people are raging so hard that they've even tried to hide Pluto so as to eliminate the archetype of cleaning house. You know what I mean? They've just they've abandoned all ancient whatever. And if we go down their path, it's the you know what I mean? It's the nightmare we're all worried about. But I don't think they truly have the authority to do it, and I don't think that the creator would allow it. It's not in the code, man. The code dictates that you get to, any wise man can use the republic to leverage against the democracy, i.e. the masses. That's the beauty of it all. Is that one man can fight off all these, be essentially like the figurative Pythagoras, and they can't kill you.
Didn't they kill Pythagoras?
That's what I mean. Is they did kill Pythagoras, and what I mean is like this figured right, but he's also like a founding, that's almost what our founding fathers were worried about, was the idea that some great man might come along with an idea that offends the small-minded people of his time, and that they would try to kill him for it. And so that's why we have courts and we have these things to defend, hopefully to defend it. But also the courts can be used to justify how fucked up things are. I mean, look at them. They were burning witches. You know what I mean? Like, it can be taken in but this is why I think our system now, with its code and laws, it still has the essence of a God thing into it, which puts mankind in a realm where forgiveness is always available. Whereas once you go into humanism and the fucking human being idea, it's like you're just, you're a horse that needs to be put down.
Can you guys hear me hot miking? No? All right. What else we got? Let's get into something juicy here. What do we got? We got anything good?
What did you ask? I was running a generator. I didn't hear that. What did you ask?
You don't even know how generators work. You're over there not
Oh yeah, I
changing
just
fucking
fixed one. Oh
gaskets.
man, you should see it, bro. It's a beauty.
You don't even know how gaskets work.
Oh yeah, this one broke and we just changed it. Oh, it's running good, bro. I can run almost the whole house with it. But it's freaking noisy as hell, bro. That's the only problem.
How noisy as hell?
Solar panels is the key, bro. That's gonna be the key to solar panels, and we got to come along with some good batteries, and we're good. That's all we need is some good batteries. I feel like big oil stifled battery production for who knows how long now.
No, bro. Minus 20 when it gets dark at 4 o'clock. Trust me, you need that generator, bro. The electricity goes out. Batteries ain't gonna cut it. Not in certain areas of the world.
If you had enough solar panels, it might, and enough batteries. If we had the current batteries, I would agree. But we need better battery. I mean, I have no doubt they've been stifling and suppressing battery technology throughout the ages. So, big oil, that's got to be their main fear. Somebody's going to come up with a battery where your car can run, 10,000 miles or 1,000 miles on or some shit.
No, that's a scam, bro. Hey, you didn't hear about the Tesla thing?
What Tesla thing?
Ask anybody who has a Tesla how much how much mileage they were promised per charge and how much they get.
Well, I heard it was in the 200 ranges. 250,
and they were promised
240.
like 400 or 500.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bro. Everyone's freaking out. They're getting like
how much you get on a Tesla?
miles, 150 miles, something like that. I've been hearing.
That's it.
And apparently, check this out. Apparently, people that were calling to Tesla to complain, they had like a scam line, not a scam line, but they would like shoo them off. They would, they wouldn't take the complaint serious. Yeah. So this battery stuff, forget about it, bro. It's never gonna take over.
Well, it's because the whole system we're in now, they don't want it to take over, but you got to have oil.
I mean, my dad has an electric truck. It's called like a Rivian or something like that. And he gets like over 400 miles.
Those are dope.
A lot of it is depending on the temperature. Like when it's colder outside versus hotter outside, like the batteries act different.
Yeah. That definitely. If you're in the cold or in the heat, there's a huge difference. Huge difference. And what happens if you don't find a charge station?
Well, now like almost every Walmart has them, so it's pretty impossible not to be able to find one. I'm
And
not
what
pro
happens when
electric
you have?
cars, but I think that the best vehicle to get would be a hybrid. So and then you could actually kind of engineer it as you go if you wanted to. But honestly, an electric car that uses like the rotation, the axle rotation, stuff like that. If you could charge your car while you drive it, then electric cars would be great.
I thought Jeremy had a great idea with the solar panels, like being, implemented within the hood and the roof and all that. Like, that's just a no-brainer.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't let you. That wouldn't let you just keep it charged while you're driving it. But I mean, if you made every part, like your dashboard, your hood, the roof, the side panels, the fucking hubcap, whatever, everything's made out of solar panels. I just don't know why you wouldn't do that.
Yeah, it's just a no-brainer, bro.
Well, didn't someone put something on their wheel that charges their batteries as they drive their Tesla?
Yeah, that's kind of unbelievable. You can't do something like that. I know. Put a wheel that rolls on the ground or a wheel against your wheel, something that, would charge your battery back up. I know.
You got 4 wheels, right? So you should be able to charge it as you go.
Oh, the friction from the. I mean, yeah, I'm sure it would generate some power, but I don't know, like, what the input to output would be.
Well, there's a guy who apparently using just one wheel of his Tesla keeps his battery charged even when he's driving. I mean, the real key here is that they charge you to charge your vehicle. Like, you have to pay for it. It's not like it's free. So they still make money by having all these charging stations and people going and charging. They have to pay to charge it. So
Yeah,
they're
that's
not
why.
going to want you to not have to pay for it.
That's why even if your Tesla, not only has big oil been suppressing battery technology, I'm guessing Tesla and the cars don't want you having great battery technology either, because they don't want you to be able to charge your shit off your solar panels or whatever at home and then go run around all day. They need you charging at their charging stations. Exactly.
Yeah, they
The
literally
pollution from those things is like off the chart. Like when they decay, when they break down, and even to like mine it all, like the carbon footprint behind it, it's like it's kind of stupid.
I'd be cool with a hybrid personally because I think that it is cool. Like, it has a lot of benefits. For example, my dad's vehicle, if he leaves his dog in it, he can press a certain setting, and what happens is it just pulls from the batteries and it runs the AC with the car off, with the car completely off and not running. It runs the AC temperature control. There's a big screen that says, "Don't worry, the doggy's safe." It says the temperature inside. Like, when you compartmentalize the vehicle like that, it has a lot of benefits. Where we have, if you want to run your AC, you got to start your car, right? I mean,
Wheeler was talking about some over Unity ion propulsion device, like that's all possible and shit. I don't know. I thought that was kind of cool, but we'll see if it ever happens.
Can you guys hear me hot micing?
No.
All right.
What are you cleaning, Jerry?
Glass. We put this chemical, we splish splash this chemical all over the floor to strip the wax off in the summers. And if there's any like low glass, the chemical gets all over it and just leaves these crazy fucking marks on it. I'm scraping it off.
Using a flat razor blade?
No, I got a fucking hook blade in there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, good job. Carve my name in too, bro.
Another thing to think about batteries and stuff, guys. With a gas generator, you can carry the power with you. You don't have to rely on wind, solar, anything, right? It's portable power. That's the beauty of it. You don't need to find no
I think the
charging
wind.
station. You can have a few gallons in the back of your car and you can head off into the wild. Try to do that with an electric car.
Well, I think the wind is. I mean, that would be neat though if you could just, your Tesla charge runs out and a little go-go gadget, wind turbine and solar panels flip out and shit and just, charges you up, maybe. But I mean, you could go indefinitely off solar. Solar is reliable. Solar is honestly the way to go. There's no moving parts. Worst you got to do is clean the glass off. So I mean, that'll get you. If you have enough panels, if you could pull, if there was a thing like underneath a Tesla or something where you could like drag it out, a huge strip of solar panels or some shit, you wouldn't have to rely on like a charging station. Maybe, I don't know.
Look, if you're talking the
you could
smart
get
way to
creative with
go,
it.
if you're talking the smart way to go is everything. You have everything. You have solar, you have wind, and you have gas as backup. If you want to talk smart.
I'm not crazy about wind. I used to like the idea, but there's moving parts. The sun's always going to shine. It does make sense to have wind though in certain places where
The sun
don't get a
doesn't
lot of
always
sun.
shine. No, bro, the sun doesn't
I
always
know.
shine. And usually when the sun doesn't shine, the wind is going on
The
because
wind's
it's raining
blowing.
or something. Yeah.
I know. I've made that argument. You probably heard that from me.
Nah, just thought of it now. Sorry, bro.
Canada would be a good example in the winter. Your sun's low.
Yeah.
And you're getting a lot of wind. I hear you.
In the
There's
winter,
a lot of
4
moving
o'clock
parts
here,
and
it's
shit,
dark.
though.
Sorry?
There's a lot of moving parts to the wind thing, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying you have all three. You just have all, that would be the smartest thing. Like me, I have a generator, right? If electricity goes down, I know I'm going to be good. I got fuel in my tank. I'm going to have heating. I'm going to be able to run a little toaster oven. I'll be able to, I could go online. You know what I'm saying?
So you guys think we should just stick with explosive technology still instead of implosive when implosive's been shown to be far.
Well, that's a
Yeah,
whole
you're not
different.
even on the implosive. What is it? What's implosive? There's some Ken Wheeler shit's coming up.
Yeah, like I said, it's like ion propulsion, like these ion propulsion devices, or you got a few examples of it, but it's basically utilizing 0-point energy.
Listen, I absolutely think I have a great idea for a perpetual motion machine using magnets. It's not enough to power a car, but I could keep something going perpetually, I believe, with magnets.
That's what Tesla said his greatest discovery was the rotational magnetic field, and he said the understanding of that in itself would last longer than science itself. So, the ramifications behind that, he said, would supersede science. And I don't know, bro. So he was talking about some pretty wild shit when it came to energy, and it seems like we're still stuck in like this prehistoric concept of utilizing explosive rather than implosive. That's like a big part
I
of
don't
our
think
issue
there's
right
any
now.
future in. Yeah, I don't think there's any future in gas. Like, we need to get off gasoline, absolutely. No question. We need good batteries and renewable energy. The sun, like SE said, if the sun don't shine, the wind's blowing. If the wind's not blowing, the water's running. Something's moving. You need movement to get electricity. So, movement or sunlight, so whatever.
We need to tap into over unity, bro. Is what we need.
I feel you.
You know what's really underused? wave technology.
I like that. I like that. Tides, waves. Yep, absolutely. That's some big shit. I know. The tides or the waves are always going to come, right? When's it's not going to be big.
Exactly. If you're in a hot area and you're near like a river or an ocean, or you got free energy, man.
Well, yeah. Hydro with the.
What do you think would happen though, SE?
River app.
You're breaking up, Jeremy.
Absolutely.
You're breaking up, robot.
You know, in no.
Roboting, bro.
And yeah, you got maybe a big lake or something.
Yo, you there? Was it me? Was it me or you roboting?
It was Jeremy.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I see. Like hypothetically, what do you think would happen if you did utilize that wave technology and you put resistance across the shore of every landmass in the world? Like, do you think that would have some sort of an effect on the convection cell, the oceans, or you think there's like an after effect to that?
That's a damn good question, bro. I never thought of that. It would have to do something, right? If you got the whole, you're talking about the whole, which, you know, it's kind of hard, but that's a damn good question. Yeah.
Or just enough to have some sort of a noticeable effect, and like what that effect, what would that effect look like, right? Like what would it be like? You know, would we affect the cycle, you know, the plankton or what have you? Like something's got to give,
tides?
right? There's got to
About
be
the
a
tides?
reaction.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's, you know, the waves is related to the tides and all that, right?
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I never thought of it like that. It's a good point, actually. But think of the energy. Think of the free energy that's there, not even being used.
No, I get that for sure. I mean, it's already been, you know, looked into slightly, but I'm just wondering like what the aftermath effects would be if we overuse that, or if there was a noticeable effect from the usage of that.
Good point.
I mean, that could be pretty catastrophic, right? Like if it did have some sort of effect.
Yeah. No, like I said, I didn't even think of that, but that would have to be like quite some like we're talking like ways into the future where there's a lot of these things, right? Like don't forget how huge the oceans are, right? But yeah, good point there.
I mean, another possibility that we could tap into would be the piezoelectric field that's naturally occurring from the compression of the ground below us and stuff, and like a lot of like highly dense areas of like, you know, granite and such.
That I never heard before. I mean, you have to strike the crystal to create electricity, but you mean that occurs naturally?
Yeah. We have a continuous pressure. You know, like the lower you go, it's like increases, and not only that, but you have the shifting of the supposed tectonic plates, i.e., earthquakes and stuff of that nature. Like all of that generates a huge amount of friction and this whole piezoelectric effect that, you know, we could potentially tap into with the proper grounding and maybe charge up a a large storage of batteries or something, you know, waiting for it.
I must say that's a new one to me. I haven't heard of that one.
What about a giant Stirling engine where it's? Can you guys? Am I roboting? Hello?
No, you're good. Stirling engine. Now you're talking. Now you're talking.
Yeah.
And now you're roboting.
I feel like
Oh well, he's figuring that out.
Sterling and
Jeremy, you're lagging so bad,
you
bro.
can get a lot of friggin' electricity off of. You take a Fresnel lens.
Whoops. Well, guys, Bob Barker died again. I put it in the chat. If anybody wants to chime in, does anybody? I remember him dying like during COVID. Does anybody remember that? Bob Barker died during that time, pandemic.
You talking about the Price is Right guy?
Yeah, he died. He died like last year, and I remember it pretty vividly. And I just found out that he died again, like in August. Put it in the
What? I
chat.
thought he died years ago.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. That's what I'm saying. He
That's
died
so
again.
weird. Speaking about that energy thing, has anybody seen these? I think they're called biolamps, where basically electricity because of the, if I understand it correctly, like the heat of the soil in these boxes. Anyway, they're given to people in the forest or whatever, so they can read at night. They're pretty cool.
Well, I was flipping through Instagram this morning, and I came across this reel where like some Canadian guy is like, he's blowing the whistle on aliens, he's letting everybody know it. So I click on the comments, and the top three, the top three comments are cool. Now do Epstein's list right here. I put a screenshot in the chat if you guys are interested. I just thought it was kind of funny. It's just like that's where we are right now. The top comments on somebody like blowing the whistle on aliens. It's just like, who cares, dude? The Mandelu.
You mean blowing the whistle as in aliens are real, or that they're not real? I missed that part.
I think he's blowing the whistle, saying that aliens are real. He's some like Canada's former defense minister, and people are just like, "We do not care. Where's the Epstein client list?" One of them says, "Paid actor. Next pandemic going to be alien invasion," and they have like hundreds of likes, which is it's just very cool.
That's funny.
It's something only conspiracy nuts believe.
Is SE's Canadian, right? SE, get your people in line.
So much Canada hate. I know. They like messing with Canada.
SE, would you ever be in favor of like a Canadian-American union?
We already are, bro, if you really think about it. It's just that we got a shitty prime minister right now, but really, whatever you guys say, we follow. So there's no difference, really. Think about it.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, think about it. Every war you guys fought, just about, we've been there with you, and like, we're part of the evil empire shit. So, yeah.
Well, y'all burnt down the White House that one time. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, because you guys pissed us off. I keep telling Jeremy, easy with the Canada jokes, because. Yeah.
Dude, I love my Canadian brothers and sisters.
Dude.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah, be careful, man. They might stick the trannies on you.
Bro, I would just ask them to pray with me. The trannies probably wouldn't want to bother me too much. We would just be doing Bible study.
Well, it's really sad. Canada is like so beautiful from what I've seen.
Yeah, man, it's a great place, but it's just that we got shitty government. That's what it is.
But it's like a lot of the people seem to agree, though. Like, I guess it's like that in almost every major city. But I watched this guy. He does like street preaching in Toronto, and dude, it's just ridiculous, bro. Like 99% of people are so triggered that he says that like being gay is unnatural, or he says, there's only men and women. Like he gets assaulted like every time. I mean, I don't know. I didn't have that experience in the States, but I didn't talk too much about that, so maybe I would have heard.
Look, where I'm at, they're a bunch of liberal wusses, like really bad. It's pathetic. It's really pathetic. But I see some hope. Wherever a prime minister is going now, people are booing him and calling him this and that. I think they're starting to wake up. I think. I'm praying.
Dude, your whole trucker protest made me just like, I was like, dude, America, like Canada is just dumping on you right now. What is going on? Like, we're supposed to be these like, freedom, and like Canada is just, taking the lead on that one. I really, my hat goes off to you guys. That was awesome.
You realize that America didn't do the same thing to their truckers as Canada, though, right? Like, Canada was like way, way over the line with what they were doing to the truckers. Like, America didn't do that.
Bro. They froze their bank accounts. They had children. People with families couldn't buy milk for their freaking children. It was disgraceful.
Yeah, like I think they know better than to go that far in America. Like if during the pandemic they had frozen people's bank accounts, I mean it's gonna be bad news for you, bro. I would like to think.
Yeah, no, I think it would have gotten violent if they had done that for sure. I mean, one thing for sure, Americans, they can buy big guns. They can buy guns. And if you're going to buy a really, really big gun or a lot of guns, you're going to need a truck. These truckers, they got stuff out here in America.
I mean, I know many friends, so we got 50 cals over here.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah, man, that's why I poke you guys here and there, because you're the last country standing, man. Seriously, for real.
And there's only so much we can do, though, right? Like, we can just like try to speak up, and we can hope that the people beside us, stand up. And it looks like America, like push comes to shove, Americans do typically show up. I mean, the whole pandemic thing was like pretty brilliant wizardry, and they slid right in on everyone, and people still like weren't really having it eventually. So like, I don't know, man. Like I look at it like you have big cities, and then you have rural areas, and they're like two different Americas,
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And what country was it that just everybody decided not to buy gas because it went over a certain price? Where was that? Saudi Arabia or something? You guys remember that? If we could do that here, organize most of the United States not buy gas when it gets over a ridiculous price, I mean, we could really change something there.
Well, the problem with America is it's so like the culture is so freedom like oriented that people have become like ungrateful. People have become like desensitized. They've really indulged fleshly desire, and that's why we don't do as much as we should. People have people have really become desensitized.
Yeah, I think one of the major issues is who people worship, right? A lot of people just worship themselves and their idols. And so I mean that's too much, sweetie. That's way too much. Okay. And so, if they don't follow a good leader per se, I mean that's what a lot of this conversation has been about, is leaders, right? People that have been put in charge that I follow, and I try to follow his law the best way. Well, I'm sorry, that got cut. It just broke up, sweetie. I forgot what I was saying. But anyway, yeah, it's like who people worship, Oh, right, and then trust, and then the trust comes in. It's like if we follow, say I try to follow what the Bible reads as, and so I put my trust in a living Creator, and I mean I things work out, and it does. It usually does. We're taken care of. We receive the blessings. Anyway, there's a lot there. I'm not going to say much more, but thanks.
See, job one right now is to clean house in the States. You got to clean house. You got to get back the women. You got to get back the men. You got to take care of your children, because that's the only way they can take you down.
I was hearing somebody at church the other day talk about, well, at least from like an Orthodox perspective, how right now in America there's a huge wave of young men entering into the Orthodox Church, and they're kind of seeing it as like once all these men get right and start acting like men again, then we can take back the women. And I don't mean that in like a a misogynistic way. I mean like free them from the bonds of slavery, that they have to go out there and be doing OnlyFans and have a career, so that at 38 they're single with like 20 Gucci bags and like 5 cats. But it's going to start the revolution, or not revolution, rather the Renaissance, going to start by getting these disenfranchised young men with a lost sense of Americana back on track.
Yeah, now you're talking, bro. Take back your society. Take back your country. Period. Just see what the curriculum are in your schools. That's where you got to start. That's where they're hitting right now. That's where they're attacking at your weakest point, your children. I mean, they're teaching 4 or 5-year-olds how to do fellatio, for crying out loud. A gay fellatio, by the way. Like, what the hell is that?
All fellatio is gay, dude. Yeah, it's not good. Hide your kids.
As long as you see what the snake is up to, you know, the snake won't get away with it. And I'll say the Americans are fighting back on this one. The Bud Light thing, Disney, a lot of their movies are backfiring. They're trying to change society. They're trying to make Snow White black. They're trying to make Cleopatra black. I mean, I got nothing against blacks, right? But I'm just saying they're trying to change history, right? Like, if you're black, you got plenty of pharaohs. You just go back in the lineage. There's like dozens of them. Not dozens, but there's quite a few pharaohs that were black. You don't need to steal another person's identity, and that shit's going on right now. They're trying to change everything.
And here's why this is a good thing. Because when they change everything and they basically strip all the substance, all the morals, like the real soul of a story, of any story, and they just slap on some woke imagery and make the races, appropriate to the, nuances of their mental illness. And then they inundate the masses with this media. The masses will then yearn for a real story. They will yearn for reality because what they're being, fed is just so detached and unhinged. Let them try, dude. Good luck, because when push comes to shove, and it will, it's happening every day, and people all over the place. I mean, you saw it happen a lot during the pandemic, where people were just like so fed up. They not only did they learn that the government is lying to them about the pandemic, they learned a lot more. And just like when people are tired of watching Black Little Mermaid or whatever, they're gonna say, "Okay, can we get some real stories, like some real good characters, real morals, good morals going here?" The soul doesn't want to live in filth. It's slavery. Nobody wants to be a slave to this mental illness.
They're trying to change history, like the reset, just like they did in the late 1800s. That's what they're trying to do right now. And man, where they're taking it is debauchery and not even knowing your gender. That's the crap. Like, if you asked me, like, way back, like, would this be possible? I would laugh at you. I would say, "Are you crazy? There won't be a time where men would think they're women, and then it would be against the law that you have to call them a woman." Like, this is insanity, bro. The rest of the world is laughing at us. Sodom and Gomorrah, that's us.
Actually, yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. The rest of the world thinks I'm not going to use the word that they would use about Americans, but yeah, they think we're a bunch of wussies. Kind of insane. I've heard conversations. We are looked down upon.
Yeah, and until we realize this sad reality, I mean, we won't be able to fix it. You have to first say, yeah, we're in a big shitstorm here. And there's no other way to say it.
Well, I think it's important to keep your head when all those around you are losing theirs. No matter how bad it is or it seems, keep fighting the good fight. You know, don't lower yourself. Don't stoop to their level. I'm not saying anybody here is doing that. I'm just projecting. I want to get wild.
No, I hear you, bro. And I know politics is all fixed, right? But so far, the only man that I've heard in the States talking that makes sense, and I know a lot of people are going to laugh here, it's probably all fixed, but it's Trump. He's the only one that addressed the two most important issues that America faces right now. Child education. He said he was going to take education away from the federal government, give it to the states so families could have control of their child's education, number one. And he said, I'm going to stop the war in Ukraine. He's the only man in the United States government I've heard say that. Now, whether he delivers or not, I don't know, but just think about that.
Yeah, I have been. I have been thinking a lot about that lately. Like 1 year from today, we're going to be staring down the barrel of one of the craziest elections in the history of the United States.
Well, you got people like, there are more people though. You got like DeSantis, right? Like DeSantis says the same things. Like even Tennessee.
No, he took it back. DeSantis took it back when he said he was against the war in Ukraine. He got a phone call, and the next day he was saying, well, you know, I think we should be in the Ukraine and blah, blah, blah. He took it back, DeSantis.
Oh, okay.
He's compromised. Yeah.
Well, I know he's compromised. He's in the Zionist pocket, but I mean, honestly, so is Trump. Trump's in the Zionist pockets too.
Oh, bigger. Yeah, big time. They have him. Yeah, but like I said, he's the only guy that said those two things.
But it's because he's not currently making decisions, right? Like one thing that's obvious about Trump is he's going to say whatever he needs to say at the time. You know, he's like a master businessman. So he's going to say whatever the people want to hear. Like now he's just like, he's so against the lockdown. Buddy, you were in charge when it happened. Right? So, yeah, I mean, maybe wolf in sheep's clothing, but I think that supporting him in principle is important for America, meaning that it shows that like America is choosing that direction, not as much that he'll actually be a savior or something. He certainly won't. And I don't think people should like worship or put their trust as a savior into any of these people, but I think the reason politics is important is the people make like a moral decision, and yeah, I mean, hopefully they go right, you know, because if not, we don't have much more time.
What if Trump is just an actor, like from all the movies he played in?
Yeah, it doesn't change my point though. I'm saying it's just about the moral decisions of the people. If the people choose to be like, look, you're not going to sexualize our kids, you're not going to teach them this, you're not going to race bait them, you're not going to do all this. Like, if the people don't choose that way, but rather they're like, yeah, you know what, and they just feed the kids up to Moloch, basically, like it's going to get really bad. It's not about the person. Trump is for sure a Zionist puppet, but it's just about the decision. If the people aren't going to go the right way, it's going to get bad even faster, in my opinion.
But the people are retarded.
Well, this is correct, yeah.
It's just a little meme. Who knows?
Yeah, no.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So funny. First time I've seen it. But the people are retarded. Like you're expecting something deep, and then it just gets deeper. Or to the point.
Did it get quiet in here? What's going on? Yo, mic check.
You're good, bro. I think Jeremy killed the chat again.
All right, Xanax gone. Everybody can talk again.
Yo, what up? I did a little phone call, and then I come back and everyone's gone. Happens all the time.
Yeah, I just came back in here. I'm like, where's everyone? I guess it is Labor Day.
Yeah, everyone's probably cooking out and shit. I had my little cookout yesterday.
How was your edible cookout?
This shit was dope, bro. It was good. It was fucking good. Shit was lit. Yo, it's beautiful where I'm at, bro. New York, people think New York, it's like, I don't know, but I'm in like not the woods, but like, it's fucking nice, man. It's a nice area, I mean. Near Albany and shit. Not in Albany, that's a fucking cesspool. I'm like on the outskirts.
Yeah.
It's dope, bro.
I'm sure it's
We
alright.
like no natural disasters here. You're gonna move to Florida and get wiped out in a fucking tsunami or some shit.
Nah, bro. Nah, my
You guys
boy
be having wild.
lived there for 30 years and said that he's never gotten more than a Category 1 hit where he's at.
What part of Florida are you going to?
Tampa area.
Tampa, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, not quite Tampa, like, but around it.
Around the outskirts, yeah. Well, that's the best places to live now. Is not in fucking cities. It's on the outskirts of them. That way, you get like the best of both worlds.
Yeah, like I probably won't ever be publicly saying exactly where I am, just like I did it here.
Yeah, oh, no doubt. I hear that. These people are fucking psychos.
Yeah, man. No, I'm excited, man.
Yeah, that's dope. What do you got? An apartment or something? Or you said the people are gonna let you live on their land or something?
No, we're renting a house.
You're renting a whole house. Bro, you gotta go
Yeah.
small. What happened? You still got the RV?
That's just not even possible with the baby and with another one we're about to get her pregnant again. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I know it's tough, bro. I wish I could do that shit, but I have too much going on. Every time I say the words RV, my wife fucking gives me the sideways look and then rolls her eyes.
It's cool. Like, I guess we didn't really think that she would get pregnant that soon, and then so if we go back in time, we would still maybe have gotten, but just like a much smaller, like newer one, just to like take on vacation and stuff. Not like I probably wouldn't even have got one, but we got this huge bus thinking we're gonna live in it full time, and so it's kind of a poor decision, honestly.
I mean, it's a good idea though. If you could have lived in it, that shit would save you tons of money. Find somebody's land to put it on. You set up shop. You know, get yourself some solar panels, some water system, shit like that.
No, we're excited about the house though. It's cool.
That's dope.
Yeah, like we got like a crazy deal in the South. Like, we would never have gotten a house that nice, probably.
Bro, we got so lucky on my house, dude. But we paid $170 for my house. I don't even know if we could afford the house we live in right now if we were to buy it right now.
yeah, that's everyone's story. Like
rent is out of control in my area. We would be fucked if we didn't have this house right now.
Yeah, it sucks that we're renting. Like we're paying like a mortgage for rent.
Yeah. Rent is just the worst, dude. Can't I just go out with some land and like build a log cabin or some shit for a few months and you know?
But it is like it's pretty cool. It's gonna be cool. It has a pool and stuff.
Oh, that's nice. Pool's huge. We just took the steps out of my pool yesterday.
Oh, you guys
Close it
got a
up.
pool? Yeah, but you can only use it so
Yeah.
long.
I know it's about. That's what I mean. We got to close it up. You got to close it up in the wintertime. Yeah. It's about that time.
You can swim like most of the year where I'm going.
I know. It's dope in Florida. We rented a Airbnb kind of thingy in Florida. It was like $2,500 for the week. This house was dope, but we went on vacation down there and yeah, all the houses just have pools and they just have like nets or like whatever it's called. They're like screened in pools and shit. It's awesome.
Yep. Yeah, the pool is screened in, so you don't have to worry about bugs and stuff. That's cool.
Yeah. Lizards, there was little lizards running around all over the place.
Yeah. It was crazy, bro. Like we found all these different houses. I spent like a lot of money to fly down and rent a car for a few days to look at these different houses that we thought we were gonna get. And they just didn't quite work out. Like we picked one of them that I went and looked at, so we said no to the other ones, and then that one ended up taking forever, and so we ended up not doing it. It just didn't work out, and then we were like, "Dang, bro, maybe we're not supposed to move," you know. And then we found like this incredible house, bro, and the price had just been dropped by like $700, and
Damn, a month?
Yeah, yes.
Wow, it's fucking huge.
Yeah, bro, and it was we found the first day it was listed. So, I wouldn't have been there very long, you know. So yeah, it was like a huge blessing. It's just like a really nice place.
Yeah, we got lucky when we were looking at my house too. It had like a 5th bedroom, but they couldn't list it as a 5th bedroom because of like coding or something. And we got hooked up big time.
Yeah, similar here. So like you have to have a door and a closet for it to be legally called a bedroom. So
yeah.
Yeah.
We basically had an in-law apartment without a door there, so we just put a door up. And we're like, all right, now we got this whole giant fucking area. Who cares if we can never list it as 5 bedrooms or in-law apartments or whatever? We have it, so whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like for me, bro, it's either mountains or like tropical. But those are kind of like the two. I would probably not settle for anything other than like being in some mountains or being kind of near a beach, but like in like a tropical place. Like I think mountains are cool. I mean, I will say upstate New York is pretty. I drove through it when I was on the tour. We drove through it and we were like amazed how much land and trees and stuff there is in New York. I'm like, bro, I would have never known. Did you guys get such a bad rap for
New York City is killing us, bro. I know. It's dope up here where I live. It's awesome.
I don't know if I'd ever go as far as
Bullshit.
to say all that, but yeah, it's better. It's definitely better than the rest.
Yeah. It's
Other
still New
states
York,
just
I
nuts,
know.
bro. Yeah.
I know.
You are surrounded by leftist psychos.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Leave.
There's nothing I could do. I'm stuck.
Yeah, I know. Like, I don't care. We don't have to agree on everything. You can think the Earth is whatever. You can whatever, bro. But like, as long as we can agree on some basic things, like basic conservative principles, then we're good. I'd rather live there around those people who got some guns and stuff. No, it's gonna be lit, dude. When we get down there, I'm gonna set up my new stream room. And so right now my room is in like this little bitty. My office is in this little bitty room, you know. But up there, down there, we have the house has like a bonus room, so like a playroom, you know. And so it's really big. I'm gonna make that my office. Yeah, so it's gonna be lit. I think I might be able to set up like a podcast type of thing, so I can do my computer streams like I do now, and then I can also maybe have like a whole area set up where people can come. I can have certain people come in to be on the podcast. You know, like kind of Joe Rogan style. You get it, like where you have a table and the microphones all wrapped around with the different seats and blah blah blah.
Oh, that's neat. You can have Brian Leakey over.
Yeah.
Or Napalm or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there a lot of our peoples are in Florida, or?
I know a good amount of people in Florida. Like flat earthers.
Where's your boy Nathan Thompson live?
I have no idea.
That's your boy, though, right?
Oh yeah,
bro. I heard what he did, dude. I heard the shit that he did. That's fucked up, man. What a douchebag.
Yeah,
I had lost all respect for him before that when he had the duck suit on, anyway. So I was like, whatever, you know.
The duck suit, man.
Stupid.
I think the craziest part about that is he like legitimately fell for it, like because when it would get brought up, he would like cry. Like he legit fell for that.
Yeah, but I don't know friggin' how, man. Oh,
He was like, I trusted them, man. You know? I'm like, well, that's retarded.
yeah.
I will say, I'm not looking forward to moving them. It's already like a huge headache so far.
Oh, moving sucks. It's the worst.
Yeah, man.
Like, if I ever have to move again, I'm just throwing everything out and just living in a book bag. Fuck it.
Like I had to get a 26-foot U-Haul rented. It's like freaking $1,300 of them.
Damn.
Yeah, to like book it for all the way to Florida. So it's a
That's a
truck,
lot.
and then I think I got movers. I got 2 movers for 2 hours here and there. So that's a bit of the money. But then you have to also pay for all the gas.
Where are you now?
Do I?
Where are you now?
South Carolina.
Oh. Yeah, damn.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a whole thing. So I had to it's just gonna be expensive. So like, obviously, you have to pay for all the initial expenses of the house, and then we're gonna have to pay. I've already had to buy a bunch of stuff for the move itself, and then the U-Haul, and then the gas for the Jeep, and the gas for the U-Haul. It sucks, man. And then I had that I got hit for like that $7,000 crypto, like 5 days ago. So like right when I was about to have to move. So it sucks.
You got it for 7 G's in crypto?
Yeah, I like Rockfin pays in Ray token, so I was just like saving up that crypto. I just wouldn't touch it. I don't get paid much from Rockfin, but like I just saved it up for months, and then the Ray token
You ended
price.
up having 7 G's.
Well, so I had 4,000 after saving up for many months, but the price of Ray token went up to $1.72. So it made the 4,052 Ray token like worth like $6,969 whatever. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm definitely taking it right now. So I went to swap it. You have to swap it to Ethereum or like USDC. I don't even know you could do USDC until now. But anyway, so I've done it quite a few times, right? I went and swapped it for Ethereum, and I was supposed to get. It told me I was getting $6,969 worth of Ethereum, and then I was obviously just gonna sell that, And so I approved the swap for the equivalent in Ethereum, and then something called a sandwich attack happened. They have these bots, and what they do is they set up a liquidity pair, for the swap. The bot comes in and buys all the ETH out in the front end, and then also hits you in the back end. So they front run and back run the liquidity pair. It's called a sandwich attack. And so what happens is then there's nothing left to swap to make the fair swap, and it then it runs it through, and you get like nothing. So I got $1.25 in Ethereum for like $7,000 worth of Ray. And Coinbase Wallet's basically just like, we can't do anything about it. Sorry. I'm like, no, this is your fault, bro. Like, what? Yeah. So.
Well, that's like MetaMask or something. I mean, what was the site you were swapping it on?
Coinbase Wallet. And Coinbase Wallet was using Uniswap. But it was definitely it's the Coinbase Wallet's fault, right? Because they didn't have slippage protection. Like every other reputable wallet or exchange in the world, they have slippage protection. So it's normally defaulted at 2%, meaning if once you approve this swap and then it starts to go into the internal transactions, if it drops down below 98% the value of the coin that you approved, then it won't approve the trade.
I know about that. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have slippage protection. They don't have any slippage protection on Coinbase Wallet. It let it go all the way down to like less than 1% of the trade. It's insane.
What the fuck?
Yeah, then they were like,
stupid.
They kept putting me off, and then they're like, I'm like blowing them. I'm like, dude, I got 25,000 subs. My buddy has 150,000 subs on YouTube. My other buddy has 750,000 subs on YouTube, and we're all gonna go public and tell everyone to have a mass exodus from Coinbase Wallet. No one's gonna use you guys. I'm gonna show the emails where you guys are just saying, "Oh, tough luck," where you're admitting that you don't protect the people and all this stuff. And it kind of got them to respond. Some they're like, file a police report. They sent me some link to file a FBI report. Then they asked me to send them the copy. Work. Yeah, they asked me to send the copy of the report. I sent it, and then they're like, "Okay, file a complaint." And I filed a complaint. And they're like, "Okay, it can be up to 45 business days before you hear anything back." So
that'd be dope though if they gave it to you, but
yeah, we'll see. But it's not going to help me right now, right? Like, say even that they give me my money back, and I bet they won't give me the 7,000. They'll give me the 4,000. But even if they did that, it's obviously better
Yeah.
than zero. But like, I need the money right now. You know, like I'm moving this weekend, so it's whatever. And I'm not holding my breath. I'm not holding my breath for them to give me anything, to be honest, because they've been very uncooperative.
Yeah, dude, I get so nervous doing transactions. I would never do that much at once. I would have done like $1,000 at a time or something. You know what I mean? I always do that shit whenever I do Bitcoin transactions. I do little chunks at a time to make sure in case something goes wrong or during the transaction or something.
Yeah, that's what sucks is I normally do that, bro, but I've done it so many times, the exact same thing, and it always works. And it's like Coinbase. It's like they suck for everything except for like they're supposed to protect against stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Like I just didn't want to miss the price point being up because the day before it went up to like 178 the day before, and I tried to pull it out. I didn't have enough Ethereum in my wallet to cover the transaction, so I'm like, damn. And then I finally got my Ethereum over there, and it dropped all the way back down to $1. And I'm like, okay, well, I put Ethereum in there. I'm like, I'm not gonna miss it next time. And so when I saw it, I'm like, oh, I got to get it right now. And so I just did the same transaction I've done like a dozen times, and yeah, I guess you live and learn. Yeah.
Nah, I hear that. I know you get comfortable with it. I've done that too. Where like, yeah, usually I'll do it in chunks, but there are times where I have done $5,000 sells and shit. I'd always do it on places where there's slippage though, like
Well, I
Uniswap,
just
real deal on Unis. Is that?
Sorry, my headphones cut out.
Like Pancake Swap or Uniswap or some shit where they have where they actually have the slippage. Fuck
Yeah,
Coinbase. They don't know what the fuck's going on over there.
That's insane though. Coinbase is one of the most famous wallets in the world. Like I just assumed that they would have the same thing, right? Because I downloaded the Uniswap wallet because they have a wallet now. So they're a swap and a wallet. They have a wallet service, and they have a slippage built in, just like you're saying. I'm like, how would Coinbase not have that? Like, it's almost like Coinbase is in on it. You know, like someone with inside information from Coinbase is actually using this to take money because it doesn't make any sense for them to not have the slippage protection. And that's what I told him too. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna tell the FBI, you know, like they need to look into you guys because for you to be this veteran and famous and prominent of a wallet and not even have slippage protection just built in, it's like you guys are actually using it or something. So I mean, it may not be, but you can see how that would work, right? They could have like fully encrypted VPN bots, and they could just be taking people's money because they know they don't have slippage, and no one would ever catch them. So
I never even heard of this fucking sandwich attack thing until 5 minutes ago, but yeah. Dude, crypto's like the Wild West, bro. It was even worse when I got into it. There was like no rules.
Yeah, Jaron had never even heard of it, which is what's crazy. So, whatever.
I knew the
told him.
slippage was a thing, but I didn't know if you didn't have slippage that they could just rock you to sleep like that. It's freaking brutal.
Yeah, bro. Like, what's crazy is I told Jaron what happened, and he was like, "You're obviously mistelling the story. Like, you did something else." And I'm like, "No, buddy. This is what happened." But so I showed him the ether scan, and he's like, "Oh my god, they real deal." It's crazy because the bot did it in like a matter of 10 seconds. The bot was able to purchase everything, rearrange it all, move it all around, and then resend out the swap without the liquidity. Like within, it wasn't even 10 seconds. It was like instant. It's like insane.
Yeah. Damn, bro. That fucking sucked.
Yeah. Live and learn. I mean, I don't got money like that, bro. Like $7,000 is a lot of money to me, you know. So I'm just
hell yeah! I'm at fucking work trying to make on Labor Day, trying to make $300 right now. I hear you.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm honestly trying not to think about it too much. So.
All right, I'm talking about it then.
No, I brought it up. So.
It's good though to let people know about that so they don't get caught in a pancake fucking scam or whatever it is.
That's what's so crazy is that's the reason I decided to say something on my YouTube, and then people immediately were like, "Oh, here goes Wittek e-bagging and all this stuff." I'm like, "Well, I didn't even ask for any money. I'm like letting you guys know. Don't use Coinbase Wallet. You know, like now you guys know what a sandwich attack is. So truthers can be really lame, to be honest.
Yeah, like, not like, oh, thanks for letting us know this valuable information about crypto. I know. It's fun.
Like, oh, you made a mistake and you want everyone to bail you out. I'm like, I didn't even ask anyone to bail me out. And sure, you can say it's a mistake that I didn't know that Coinbase Wallet had no slippage protection, but like, it's not like I just did something stupid, like I forgot my key phrases, or like I sent it to the wrong address, or I fell for a scam. I didn't do any of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just did a normal swap that told me I was going to get just over 3 Ethereum for my coins, and turns out I didn't get it at all. So it's not really, it's not as simple as like, oh, you made a mistake.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell Coinbase even lets. That's brutal that they even do that. That's even a thing. What the heck?
Oh, it's terrible. They suck. So yeah, I have MetaMask. Now I use MetaMask, and I have Uniswap, and I normally use Exodus, but Ray's not on Exodus, so that's the only reason I even have a Coinbase wallet is for Ray token. Because Exodus is fire, bro. Exodus is my favorite, but whatever. I think I learned how to create a custom coin for the Exodus wallet, so I may be able to get Ray in there now. You've heard of Exodus, yeah?
Yeah. I use like SafePal or MetaMask or something like that. Those are like the two main ones I fuck with.
Yeah, MetaMask is cool too. You can get Ethereum with PayPal. So like MetaMask and Exodus are the two best ones in my opinion.
Yeah, MetaMask is dope, bro. It's got the dApps in it. You're good. Then there's like Change Now, or is it ChangeNow.io? I forgot the name of it. Where they let you. There's tons of coins where you can trade for other coins on different. You just take Bitcoin, change it into whatever Ethereum, whatever. And ChangeNow.io, I think it is.
What's crazy is like I'm all for the principle of crypto, so it's like I can understand like this is the downside. You're replacing the banker. Since you're replacing the middleman and the banker, now you're vulnerable to stuff like this happening, right? Like there's really no way to fully avoid risk if you replace the middleman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been getting so many crazy messages about like stuff in the chats. They're like, "This is what you get. You should know better than to use crypto and all this stuff." I'm like, okay. And then they're like, you're putting your money into crypto. You knew the risk. I'm like, what? This isn't money I put in crypto. This is the only way Rockfin pays is in crypto. It's not optional. You know.
I made 7 G's on Rockfin. That's fucking dope, bro. What? Just from your stream, from streaming your stream on there?
No. So I made 4,000 over the course of many months. Okay, and it's some of my streams. So people will tip on Rockfin. I get paid a little bit for the views, I guess, and then I get a little bit from Globebusters every month based on what they make on Rockfin. And so those two go to the same wallet, and I just left it alone for many months. The reason it was 7 was because the price.
Oh.
Yeah, the price jumped up that day, so it almost doubled it. You know.
Even 4G is dope, though. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. Just build it back. Make sure if you put it to MetaMask, though, you send it to the right chain. Like it's an Ethereum coin.
Yes.
So yeah, you got to send it to the Ethereum chain. Yeah, no doubt. Because you can have different chains and shit on MetaMask. You gotta know which one you're on. I'm guessing Exodus is the same way, though.
Yes, sir. I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, $4,000 is cool and all, but if you think about it, like over the course of 7 months, I mean, you know, it's nothing
That's
crazy.
a little something, though. That's a nice little something, though. Yeah, it's not that. I mean, not if that's your income, then yeah, that's not. That's definitely not good. But
No, yeah, like in terms of like, thank you, brother. In terms of like an extra, it's cool.
yeah, if that's
So
like your side, some shit on the side, that's fucking dope.
yeah, but that's what sucks is like, I was actually trying to be like responsible and patient, and so I left it alone, right? I just like made myself forget about it, and just for the move, like literally,
I was
I knew we were gonna have to move.
No, that was smart, bro. Yeah. Sit on it. For that rainy day.
Reception, Jim.
And then they fucked you. Bastards.
You're a robot pretty hard, bro.
I mean, I do think crypto could be one of the ways we could get off the evil Illuminati fiat financial. It's just all like, yeah. Oh, shit.
Yeah, you're like 15 seconds delayed. What's so funny though is like all these people coming at me so sideways. It's like, dude, if these people like had like patiently saved their money up for like something important, like a move, and then like right beforehand lost all of it because it was effectively stolen from them, they would like freaking implode, you know? Like I'm like so detached from money that like I actually handle things like this pretty well. So I find it pretty funny that these people are so like, just like heartless, or like even like find enjoyment out of someone else like losing stuff. Like, I'm like, what is wrong? Like, why do you hate your life so much? Like, that's such a dark, low vibration.
Yo, hello.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, man? Can I ask you something about microwave propagation?
What's up?
Yeah, so I was looking a little bit into the microwave propagation, right? And I saw a video here in the channel. It was like something between like Lebanon and Cyprus, where I think the towers were like 100, no, like 50 feet high on both sides maximum. And it was like a geometric, like impossibility, right? And it wasn't really like something where you knew if the tower height was like how do you say, it was the tower height was in a comment, like it was a video, some guy in the just the height of the towers was just a comment on a video. It wasn't like anywhere documented or anywhere like official like paper, right? So is there any actual examples of microwave propagation not working, like not being possible? Because that's the
Yeah,
only one I could find.
yeah, absolutely. Like, the way that you're gonna find it is you look up the government, so like .mil.gov in the search bar, and then look up like troposcatter microwave propagation, and that helps you get straight to the ones that debunk the globe. Because what they claim they think happens is, even though the horizon of the globe should block the microwaves, they think that it reflects down off of like the troposphere, which is the lowest layer of the atmosphere, and that they have a bunch of theories as to why they think it happens, and it scatters, and that you receive some of it. So that's the easiest way. I mean, I'm on my phone in the car, so I can't send. I do have some documents at the house. Though. If you want to like send me a DM, I'll message them to you.
Yeah, please. But what is, so they bounce off, I guess, like just like the ionosphere shit. And
No,
then
like, but it's not the ionosphere, which is like way up in the air. They claim this is the troposphere, which is like as like the first layer of the atmosphere. But they have to claim that because they shoot the microwaves like line of sight, and it's received even though it should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth. So they claim it must be reflecting off of the troposphere. But what's even funnier is if you look at some of the frequencies they send and where they send them from, like 300 megahertz has 1 millimeter radius of divergence, or a diameter. So it only diverges out like 1 meter, and up to 300 gigahertz. That's all microwave. 300 megahertz to 300 gigahertz. 300 gigahertz only diverges up to 1 millimeter. So it doesn't even really make sense because like it wouldn't even be wide enough to get past the curve of the Earth. You see what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't diverge enough to even go past the curve of the Earth. So it's really just a made up excuse. I mean, the thing is, the military, if it works, the military is going to use it. They don't really care. If it works, they're going to use it. And then they had to try to come up with an explanation in a globe mindset. And so they came up, they theorized troposcattering. And there's a couple other ones. Like the idea that there's like a ducting, there's like a curved ducting line that randomly pops up that the microwaves just, they propagate horizontally, but they're actually going through the curve of this duct. Like so, it's like tropospheric ducting, tropospheric scattering. But yeah, I'll just send you some documents. I do remember it was pretty difficult to find them, and a lot of the ones, so you know, some of the ones that fighters I brought up years ago. If you actually look at there's the height of the tower, but you also have to figure out what the elevation of the land is that the tower is built on. Like if it's a 50-foot tower, that's cool. But what if it's on a mountain? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think it was near the beach because it's like Cyprus, you know, it's an island, Lebanon, blah blah blah, or like sea level, 50 feet off the sea level. But I'm not sure.
Oh well, that would be crazy. Yeah.
That was like an example. That was like the only height where you could like the only height you could find anywhere was just in the comment in that one video where the guy brought it up. So it wasn't really like I wasn't really sure if I could trust that, you know. I want concrete evidence or like you know statistics.
Well, I'll also say this: a lot of stuff disappears off the internet, so it's not that person necessarily made it up. Like as soon as flat Earth evidence starts circulating, things start disappearing. I covered the owning. I'm not going to claim that it's because of me, but I covered the Air Force owning the weather by 2025 document, and it disappeared off the internet, dude. I mean, I have it downloaded, but so I'm just saying, like, I don't put it past them to take things down. And then some of this is like really advanced military technology, so some of it's going to be classified. But they started doing the microwave things all the way back in World War II or the Cold War, maybe the Cold War. So it's not like really new. But here, I gotta step away for a second. But I'll send me a DM and I'll try to send you my PDF.
Yeah, I just sent one. Yeah, I gotta go though, so yeah. See you guys.
All right, bro.
Joe. How we doing?
Why are you guys being so loud in here, man?
What?
Hey, do you guys know why Asian people aren't that good at driving?
No,
No peripheral vision.
I don't get
Hey,
it.
so for anyone who's interested, I'm about to drop a bunch of stuff for you guys regarding how the claim that the photoelectric effect proves the photon is provably incorrect. If anyone's interested in that, I mean, I know it's kind of random, but
Wait, what?
a lot of people think that light is made of a little physical particle called the photon. Yeah, even a lot of flat earth, and I think that the photoelectric effect proves it. So I'm just gonna drop some info if anyone wants to read up on how that's just not the case at all.
Hey, so wait a second. If that's true, can I put the smartphone flashlight inside of my mouth and eat the light? Or inhale it? Or when I'm gazing in the sun, can I inhale the sunlight?
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's amazing.
So here it says, since the mid-1960s, however, we have known that the photoelectric effect does not definitively imply the existence of photons. Here we have Willis Eugene Lamb, which is where you get the term Lamb shift, I believe, which is it's a magnetic field property. But he won the Nobel Prize for his discovery regarding like the structure of the hydrogen spectrum. Here he states, a misconception which most physicists acquire in their formative years is that the photoelectric effect requires the quantization of the electromagnetic field for its explanation. In fact, we shall see that the photoelectric effect may be completely explained without invoking the concept of quote-unquote light quanta, which is, people say it's a discrete chunk of information, a quanta of light, and all this weirdo stuff. But so anyway, if anyone wants to like try and argue with you or call you stupid for not believing in it, there's that. The only other thing that they try to claim proves it is something called parametric down conversion, and that's where they claim to take one photon and split it into a pair, making like making like a pair of photons that are synonymous or whatever, which is obviously just a reification fallacy. So, public service announcement concluded.
Well, Witzy, you want to tell me that's a surprise?
No, but you may be surprised to find out that a lot of flat earthers seem to be drinking the Kool-Aid. Here, I made some funny memes too if you want to spread the word.
Wait, there's flat earthers who like smoke sunlight because they think it's physical.
Well, light is physical; it's not material. But it
Sorry,
has an
material.
interaction.
Yeah, material. Sorry.
Well, they claim that the photon is massless, so they actually claim it's not material. They claim it's a massless particle. So, like, here's the meme right here: light is a particle, but can be in multiple places simultaneously, and has a speed, but it's just a two-way speed that can be instant. So stupid. Anyway. I'm going to do a pretty in-depth presentation bearing the photon soon. So, if anyone thinks they have some good info, shoot it on over to your boy. Hey, Clay, you going to fly out and hang out in Florida when we move?
I could actually do that when I'm off season with work.
When is that?
Which would be after November, so in December.
Okay.
I was
So
actually thinking about doing some vacation. I've never traveled to the US.
Yeah, so we're moving this weekend. Obviously, we'll be pretty busy, like moving and setting everything up. And then I'm supposed to be giving a presentation at a virtual conference on like the 16th or 17th. Then I have Oktoberfest the 20th through the 22nd. I'm giving a presentation there. And then I'm getting flown out November 4th for a debate-a-thon. And I'm doing an in-person debate for Modern Day Debate through debate-a-thon. But after all that, then you can come kick it at our place if you want to. We'll have a guest room.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll think about it. But you know, nothing is for certain. You know how times are, right?
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying, like, if you want to, like, obviously, you have to book the flight or whatever, but you don't have to worry about like a hotel. You can stay with us for a few days, and we have a pool and stuff.
I
Show
appreciate
you
it,
around.
man. I mean,
You can meet some other flat earthers.
You're probably going to be staying Florida for a long time, right? It's not like you're gonna move away from there, right?
That's the plan as of now, yes.
Yeah,
But
let
we'll
me
end
see how
up
much the
maybe,
flight actually is. I wonder.
yeah, we'll end up maybe like moving out of the house in 2 or 3 years, and buying land for just renting that house. You can meet Napalm. You can meet Tora for Ya. You can meet a bunch of legends.
That's cool. I really wanna meet you guys, and I know that's gonna happen in anyhow, you know. So it's just a matter of time at this point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have to keep where we are a secret, but
Huh?
you would have to keep where our house is a secret.
Oh yeah. You can even make an NDA or something like that. That's not a problem. Like giving my full name and.
Man, I trust you, or I wouldn't. I wouldn't invite you to my house, bro.
Makes sense. But if I would take the flight all over to Florida.
Look up Tampa International Airport.
Oh, Tampa. Well, it would combine two wonderful things. I would come to visit the US first time, visit fellow brothers and sisters within the community, and do a flight over the big pond, which is also wonderful as an F geek.
Yeah, man, and you'll get to see, like, Florida's just a cool place to see if you've never seen it.
That's true, yeah.
Are you like close to an ocean at all? I'm assuming you've been to a beach before, right?
I'm not close to an ocean, no, but it's like, I think with the car you would be. I mean, it's hard to say it to an American, right? For you, like 3 hours in a car is not really a long way to go, right? So I'm like 3.5 hours away from the ocean, so to say, with your car.
So you've obviously been to a beach before, then.
Oh, many times, yes. Okay, let me see. Flug von. I guess I'm mostly going to either take off from Cologne or Frankfurt. Let's see, is there any flight from Cologne to Florida, Tampa? I can already check for November. Let me see. So it would be at the end of November.
Maybe kind of expensive, huh, to fly all the way from here.
Oh, that's okay, man. I mean, I'm working all the time at the moment, six days a week, so there's not much I spend on anything.
Nice.
Oh, that's actually okay. So Düsseldorf to Tampa, flight to Florida and back would be but it would be around 910 euros.
Nice.
Like in general, I guess you could say, no matter how, let's say I stay for 3, 4, 5 days or a week. I mean, I guess with going to and back, it would be always around 1K. You know, to be realistic.
Yeah, it's just like if you, I mean, you will be able to save a decent amount of money and not having to book a hotel or Airbnb or anything.
That's true, yeah. And I would have people around me who can show me the beautiful country. I gotta say, man, from my I do a lot of flight simming in the States, and there's a lot of beautiful photogrammetry, and from the scenery, I mean, this is truly a blessed country when it comes to landscape. I also from videos I watched, I mean, when you go away from the cities and just look at the nature in the US, it's beautiful. You guys have a lot of beautiful places.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, very diverse land.
Yeah. So when are you going to move to Florida?
This weekend.
This weekend.
Yep.
And probably already gonna cut your whole house emptied, or how are you going to do it?
Yeah, I mean, we're just renting here, and we're going to be renting there, so
Oh,
we're just going to move all our stuff out, load it up in a U-Haul. I'm like going through a lot of it right now.
If I may ask, don't need to answer, but I'm just interested. What is the renting price in the US for
Depends on where you are and how big of a house you want. Like, it's not cheap nowadays. Like our rent here isn't terrible, but I think it's like just under 1,700 a month. It's not cheap, and then it's even more in Florida.
That's my mortgage right there, bro. That's my whole mortgage, 17.
Yeah, well, we're paying even more than that for the house in Florida. I mean, it's very frustrating, but we don't want to buy land. We don't want to buy somewhere until we're sure where we want to be anyway. So like our idea is to go rent for a couple years at least, save up the best we can while we look around and decide where we want to go. You know what I mean? So pros and cons. Thanks for rubbing it in, though, Jeremy.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, no, I know, bro. Dude, if I had to rent, it'd fucking kill me right now. I would have to pay like $2,500 a month to rent what I got right now. No, find out where you want to be, dude. I went out and bought places where I thought I wanted to be and ended up selling the house because I was like, fuck it.
It's also crazy how much you need to give away in Germany. If you don't have the privilege to still live with your in your parents' home, for example. I still live in my mom's and dad's house, which I still do because if there's no woman yet, and nothing that like there's no reason for me to move out, right, and pay like 400, 500 euros every month just to have my own room that I can also have here. So I don't really have much costs. But if you look at it, and if I would move out, what you need to give to the state alone is hilarious. Like, we have a lot of things to give away.
Yeah, so that's one of the biggest deceptions, right? Like, I've lived on my own since I was 18. So I've been paying rent, since 18, and that's like the biggest deception where they're like, move out when you're 18. Like the scriptures have it right, and the scriptures say, for one, you're supposed to leave your children with a house and riches. So you're supposed to actually give them a house, not like, oh, we'll give you 10K or 20K to start you off. It's like, no, you're supposed to give them a house, and you're supposed to give them some wealth, and that's actually for your children and your children's children. And basically, when they get, it's supposed to be like when they get married, and technically, if it's on your land, that even better, right? Like, oh, there's a house on our land, you can build on our land, you can bring your wife here, you can start your family here. Like that's like the natural way, generational wealth, and like building each other up. That's what the really wealthy families do. That's why they're all born into money. They all have security. Like this whole like they got the slave like kicking their own children out onto the street when they're 18, and then they have to go into debt and struggle to survive and can never really get a leg up. It's such an obvious trick.
That's true. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, if I look at it, my brother lives in Cologne and he was in Japan for 1 month, and his dream is, I mean, he already works for only 3 days in a week, and he works for like different contracts, also for state TV and so forth. And he will, and it's just when you know something clear as day, and what I know is I just have this feeling that he is going to move someday. He's this kind of person that would have no problem to live in Japan, or which his dream would be is actually to, I think, work for Pixar Studios in Hollywood, because he does a lot of animation stuff and so forth. And I mean, I have nothing against it at all, he's a very reasonable guy. For him, it's not about like money, fame, or anything like that. It's pretty based. My brother. But I know. So the point is, what I'm trying to say is, what it comes down to is that eventually I will be the only one that probably is going to use this current house, and I wanna take care of my mom and dad, because I think it's my that's one of my what is the word I'm searching for?
It's like duty.
My duty,
responsibility.
Yes, and I think my sister and my brother are not this type of person that I personally believe they're going to want to maintain a certain foundation that has been given to us. For example, I already own a little bit of a house from my dad's side's parents that already passed. So that's always a good backup to have. But I don't want this house to be sold someday, because my dad is going to be in some kind of caring hospitality, and that's why I'm so happy that my parents take a lot of care of themselves. They're both over 60 years old now, but they're healthy. Don't use any pharmaceutical bullshit. Like they know what's up. You know what I mean? Like, it's another good thing. They know how to take care of themselves, and they don't believe everything. Even though no one in my family thinks the same way, especially not about topics we talk in here. But yeah, my dream. I don't like this word actually. Dream. What I want to do, and if Yah is willing, is to take care of them. And literally, if there's going to be family, just rebuild certain things within this house I'm living in right now, and live there with my wife and kids, and maintain it. That's kind of my goal, and I already told it to my dad. I can, with the other house that I already have, on paper, I could have a credit in order to rebuild something within this house. for example, or I can sell the house because my dad fully owns it, obviously, the house of his parents, and with that money I could completely redo this house in a way that we separate certain things where I can live with my wife, future wife maybe, and then from there go on. I mean, I will never move. That's one thing that is clear. I'm not going to move away from my little hometown or village. So no matter what happens, I really want to be with my parents when I grow older, because they put so much effort in raising me. I want to give it back.